So what they'll do if they see somebody who's popular on there, they will say, "Hey, we'll offer you a contract, but if you're gonna sign the contract, we'll give you, let's say, $1 million a year, but in exchange for that, you can't stream on Twitch anymore."
I'm just mad because it's not right, though. You know, I don't think it's real.
Definitely not fair.
I'm sorry, right?
You good,
I'm
Mr.
sorry for
Craig?
anybody that has to go through that.
And
Come on, you gotta go through that.
as you said,
I just feel for granted. I didn't know about it. What the kind of that's why I was thinking TikTok. That's why
you can you can even get in trouble for that. If you create a playlist, that gets banned, they'll use your account too. Meaning you never even stream. You just created a playlist. If they think your playlist should be banned, then that gets banned.
go ahead, do that. Go ahead. I'm gonna go right ahead. Tell you about me. What's that? I don't know my stuff that bad. Wow. No, my stuff good though. Trying to play this like for other people. We just listen to this. We didn't go on. You still get going on. I don't know. You do already. They got other stuff. I'm on Apple, Spotify. Yes, crazy. Can't figure it out. Alright. Maybe I'll get my I talk so much. Yeah, I know I talk so much on my podcast. I am so mad this morning. Anybody who plays YouTube or YouTube is just going to allow it. It's not right. Right? But anyway, alright. I catch you tomorrow. Switch over to my iPad after I get out. Okay?
It's quite sweet. Oh, God willing.
I don't like it. You know how to roll, you know how to go around. You know how to do that, right? I'm right. I mean, good you're welcome. Thank you for everything too. Take care. I'll be back over here.
Excellent.
I had secular torture. I fell on a fence in third grade, and my mom was twisted up and twisted. A couple of my friends in high school, and I've always been deathly afraid of that. Explain to me. I don't. Well, I mean, your balls are, they're inside of a sack and connected to things, and they're pretty safe. Obviously, they're pretty durable. However, if you sleep, sort of cross-legged or whatever, and you roll the wrong way in the right exact motion, you could conceivably tangle them up. I wish I could push one ball to the other side. It would work. So I'm glad I sat. In my high school, would do it as like a party trick. We would certainly twist them around. What? I've heard of a friend who got the balls. And the balls, they like went up. And they got stuck. And they didn't know what to do, so they like picked them up and threw them down on the floor. Because they thought that's what would get them back out. My God. On his ass. They like. I've never seen us teach people how to get ketchup. I have a friend who took a ball. Oh, yeah. What's his name? Have you done that before? One of my balls gets physically on the outside of my head. My friend, you ever shoved it into your ass on the train? What? Putting it in your ass? I mean, it doesn't like chill it, but it's like, I don't know. Well, I mean, I think if you get a far enough, a lot of people can probably, right? All right, let's try. Oh, no. Michael. Oh, you want a tricycle? You gonna get an e-bike? Yeah, so you have the perfect one for you. Later, and you would need an e-bike hut. This sounds cool. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. You guys are both much cheaper than you look. Oh, you want to? All right, here we go. Nice and light on the instrumentals so we can hear them clear. Yo, let me get it to Manhattan State Charter in the house. You want to sit down? All right, how about water? Oh, H2O, here we go. I cannot go fire. Leave the window fire. There you go. Thank you. That was just unbelievable. I mean, very, very impressive freestyle about water.
So there's a Jerry Reagan, I think he's a huge YouTuber, and his girlfriend or wife, she's in a wheelchair, and they built a badass e-book like quad thing, and it's called, and if you go to awheelchair.com, it's crazy. You go through snow, through sand, and it's bad. It's highly recommended.
And it's also for
Ship it right to you. Check it out.
oh yeah. That's very impressive. It's indeed a decked out wheelchair.
It's just like a snowmobile.
Oh my goodness. That's impressive. Alright, well, Michael, fun times. Michael and I took our relationship to the next level this week. We were FaceTiming. We made a big jump this week.
Well, you guys show up first.
That's true, yes. It's much easier for me to on FaceTime than it is via text message. That is true. Recommended a great movie to me. I know that out quick.
Maybe.
It was Moneyball. I never saw Moneyball, and we were talking about something, and he used an analogy for Moneyball, and I watched it, and I was very amazed. I avoided it because I'm not a big Jonah Hill guy. This was my favorite Jonah Hill performance that I've ever seen, other than, of course, Django Unchained.
Well, I guess he'll never be a guest on this show.
Yeah, I guess he gets you all since he gets, 25 million in film. Yeah, sort of on a different trajectory. And this is the season 2 winner for Comedy Central right here. It's a big deal.
I got 25,000 once.
Yeah, he got 25,000 one time 4 years ago. Alright. You still have some of that left, right?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Fun times, people. Support our sponsors. Enjoy yourselves. There goes the great Michael Lair. MichaelLairCompany.com. He's got a ton of merch, a ton of great stuff. Here comes the drawing for Marty Cherry Devo. You know what, David? Are you here? David Deary? Jump on the camera. And, alright, I guess that's it. Actually, yeah, that looks great. Very impressive drawing this week. I have a bow and arrow. Frank Castillo has a shield. Douglas has a shield and a sword. David Watkins, William Montgomery, Air One, fucking the great Kevin, the Galactic Space King, Malachi, the assassin. Very impressive drawing for Ryan J. That's about what RyanJ.com. MichaelLairComedy.com for his amazing content and merch. I have a bunch of new merch up on my website. A ton of stuff. You can get a bunch of fun stuff going on over there. And my Patreon's fun too. The history of roasting and how to do it. Featuring all the writers from the Comedy Central roast staff that I've worked with over the last decade. A bunch of other fun things. Frank, what do you got going on?
We had a great podcast. Me and my homie JB, we cover all the news, the culture, and the best places to go find.
You also listen to my roast show on Patreon where we break down how to win a roast battle and the adjustments that you had to make on the fly and how you won the tournament and the hilarious voicemail that your mother left you when you told her that you had to battle a guy in a wheelchair and she thought that God would never forgive you. No. Thank you so much, Freddie, for joining us. Believe it or not, Douglas this entire time was actually the great Jeremiah Watkins. He's on Barrow and Jeremiah Watkins. He even prints it up for you, even though you can't see it from that camera angle at all.
Jeremiah
He wants you to know that that's how centered he is. It is a piece of paper he's holding up. Jeremiah, tell us about the content that you created this week.
Thank you for that question. It is Jeremiah Wonders has a lot of some awesome episodes of Dr. Phil if you want to catch up and original characters, as well as Jonas, the Kill Tony band. If you haven't seen that in the last couple weeks, we're doing some really cool fun stuff. Thank you.
Hell yeah, the great Jet Ski know what? I like the show more without the audience. Who needs tons of validation and happy, smiling faces? You know, the real joy in this is entertaining ourselves. And you know what? I think I'm going to shock the world here, but I think we will never go back to having an audience again. I think you would be right. They just like 7 people interviewing each other with microphones all at the same time. I like it like this. How about you guys? Feels like an AA meeting in here. Super exciting. Welcome to another episode of Tell Tony. How are you, Brandon? We're doing it. We're getting our own fun little things that we're doing, getting going during these wild times, and excited to be here. The great Ryan J. Evelt is joining us. Yeah, look at that stud muffin right there. He draws every single episode, and he's drawing this one tonight. He draws all the tour posters. There's a new Tony design shirt that he's slinging his own art design. Really cool stuff all happening at RyanJevelt.com. And we go to the Tony banner and see all the amazing stuff that he's making. It's absolutely incredible. He's support artists here. We make fun of artists a lot. Don't make fun of Ryan J. One of the drawing artists that does plans and off limits. However, comedians and musicians will the only way I can make fun of Ryan J. is to be true and so his beard's out here, so that beard, it's the big rib. He looks like the father from Teen. Absolutely incredible. It's shocking what's going on. We're gonna have fun tonight. We have everybody's here. The great Charlie from Beaver's Pizza, hooking it up, getting our bellies filled. Everybody knows we love pizza here, and our pizza of choice in Los Angeles is the great Beaver's Pizza. Exciting stuff. Plant coffee, the promo code Tony. I'll be talking about when we get our energy on. Use the code Tony to get 20% off. You know what else I fell in love with this week, Ryan? Was something that I saw you promote on Instagram. Liquid IV. Summer. Right. It's the best. What a game changer. I've been on the golf course. The temperature's been all over 100 degrees in the summertime. And there I am, enjoying myself laughing at the jokes while all my friends are out there half singing out number 10. And it's a liquid IV. I tried it once after a night of drinking. My brain was completely blown. Woke up with energy at 5:45 a.m. on the dot, like I do every single day now. And felt great all day long.
I mean, I can drink so much Gatorade and stuff like that. But I feel like I'm always dehydrated. I don't drink enough water. This changes it. Now I'm just drinking water, and I don't have all these crap and things sodium. They're not even a sponsor.
Yeah, exactly. Liquid IV is not a sponsor. I just organically happened that I brought that up. Even though we might send them that one period, you know, who knows? Maybe next week they will be a sponsor. So stay tuned. But what a game changer. I know for his team. It's just great. So there you go. Speaking of game, speaking of sponsors, here's some more from the actual sponsors that put on this amazing episode. Here's a little bit more than ever. You shouldn't seeing a doctor you're not feeling. And I know that everything going on can be difficult to put your health first. It's really tough to see a doctor nowadays. You don't want to go in there, you don't want to get sick, putting off seeing a doctor because you're too busy with work, kids, life in general. That's why I use Plush Care. Seeing a doctor is so easy. They do it right from home. Plush Care provides virtual doctor appointments through your smartphone or computer. Just pick a time that works for me. Book an appointment right online. You don't have to sit on hold forever to make an appointment or leave the house. It's in a crowded waiting room being exposed to who knows what. You know about this, Red Man.
It's great. With Plush Care, I can be diagnosed, treated, even have prescriptions sent to my pharmacy at twice a week. Plush Care accepts most major insurance carriers. It is available in all 50 states. At the doctor's care, they're here to help by discussing treatment options, providing prescriptions as needed, and available anytime. If questions, if you need a regular checkup or have questions about mental health, Plush Care doctors are also available for that. Schedule any appointment today, discuss your treatment options. You know it's real great. It's one of those things that's super easy and it makes sense. You just or your laptop, answer a few questions, and talk to a real doctor. And look how easy it was.
With Plush Care, I don't put off seeing a doctor. Neither should you. excuses. Make your appointment today. Go to plushcare.com/Tony. That's PLESHCARE.com/Tony. Plushcare.com/Tony. Excited to be here. Another episode of Tony. Live from the Comedy Store. One of the great things about this show, being in this place, is that, this is home to me. I've been here for 13 and a half years at the Comedy Store, from a door guy to a paid regular. Every single show that I love, and a big part of the reason why I came here is because of the amazing history and the badass comedians that are part of that history. And tonight's guest is a massive, massive part of that history and the current reputation of absolute murderers that perform here. This guy is one of the great comedians today and one of my favorite comedians of all time and one of my best pals. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the great Jimmy Schubert, everybody. Yeah! The new album is out on iTunes. Zero Tolerance. Jimmy Schubert, of course. That's right. And then you absolutely don't have a name. You had laid out before we even we'll never punt to come up with the story of that guy that went on the audition.
Yeah, but that was it's one of those still resistant things. I was in a commercial and it was in New York, it was in August. And it's like on a 33rd floor, and it's like 110 degrees. It's just a commercial. You sit down on a chair, you take off your shoes, and you do some dancing feet thing, right? And you sit on this metal chair. This guy brings his sits down on the chair, bends over, takes off his shoes, and then he just rips up the hands and floor. We're like, it was bad to be in the bed and half, and then the metal chair, one of those. The guy's so embarrassed. He's the last guy in the room. He's the best. He's mortified. He gets all the way down to the bottom floor. He walks out. He realizes he left his shoes upstairs. So he's got to go all the way back up to get his shoes. And he walks in. He's hanging out the window with the fans, trying to get rid of the stink in the room. And the guy goes, he's like an idiot. About 3 days later, he gets a call from his head. He pulled that job. And he shows up. He was how? Why did wait? It was a one. It was pretty much anybody else's audition. We just kept on doing this. Waiting for a thumbs up. I've been finding it. Watching it again. Again, what was watching for you? That was it. I fucking get it. You got the job to pick yourself up for auditions.
This is how Jimmy starts meeting you in golf. So you have some hard before he even starts.
We're walking. Golf cart.
I forgot the card. It's like,
This one's like out. Quick turn. And it's not people talking about.
look what I mean. I get it.
We gave some look what I think was the game changer. We started driving into the middle. Just because it was so expensive. I was just it was unbelievable. Yeah, we got it. It was a little workout. Yeah, we had a good time.
A lot of laughs, a lot of fun. You're making the best of it. And I'm excited you're back here telling me that hard to come show a few times. Yeah, but glad to have you back. And you might remember there's a band on this show. Every single episode they come in to be different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They've been on stage getting ready. They stay characters on the show. Could be a new character, could be characters we've seen before. Let's all find out what they are tonight as I present you the best family airplane. Tony Van Jeremy, looking so much older. Jesse Johnson and Growing Chris. Here they are. Wow. Oh my goodness. Here they are. Some postmen. Screw before for sure. The lady post, there's a post woman now.
You're a person. You're a man, I guarantee you.
European?
Yeah.
Well, welcome back to the show, Walter Fig. Thank you. And then, look at this little adorable Jimmy girl we got here. What's the name of your Hamatha? Hamatha? This one of the long red Hamatha, are you a lesbian post-woman on screen? You seem like an actual postman. Okay. The mailman. The mailman. It's going to die. Because they're being little shit, they run the neighborhood. But I run the neighborhood. Oh my God. Oh my God. Every single viewer gets a window. It's a little bit older. It looks exactly like somebody saw it here in the Hudson. Yeah, the looks of I always wait in my crash. And then over here, Mexican smiley face. What's your name? It is a party. I think you want to say. My name is Carl Malone. Oh, that's right. You are Carl Malone, the mailman. The mailman. All right. This is exciting. You post Walter. Here's the you guys can collect left. That was making big budget cuts 3% over the last 4 years.
Gee.
Thank you all. What do you think about recent Amazon? All right. Well, there you go. And then you can trust your current post office. You still use the post office ever, Jimmy?
Yeah, occasionally, there's nothing wrong with a little snail mail, but I go, when I write post office, I always go, what was your backup plan? Blacksmith? What was your, they're, what are they, $27 billion in fucking debt? The stamp was like 37 cents. How do you lose fucking money delivering fucking packages? I mean, I guess Amazon Prime, they deliver Amazon Prime packages for free. What'd you fucking charge?
How dare you bring up that company?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that.
Amazon is a postman's N-word.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know.
So we got the mailman, we got the great Jimmy Schumer, we got Red Band and the soundboard, and I have a bucket. It's a bucket of destiny. We had people that were chosen and signed up and chosen before the show. And let's get the party started. But before we go to the bucket, there's only one way to get a real Kill Tony party started, and it's with a guy that they like to call the party starter. This guy, by many, myself, one of my favorite top young rising comedians in the world. Some people call him, some people call him, some people call him, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the great William Montgomery. Here we go. It's live in the flesh. 60 seconds uninterrupted from William Montgomery. I like my women, like I like my coffee, lamp styrofoam. What's the difference between a Rangers fan and a Clippers fan? Trick question. They're both going to die in an earthquake. Destroyed on August 27, 2020. Hey, you're either in or out. As an impression of my landlord asking me to pay for my continental breakfast. I'm at the point where I just know my son turns out like a string. And Jimmy, I would say I love you as the detective and the Italian job.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Closing out. Closes out with a compliment. styrofoam thing, very risky to open with that. But you know what? It established your oddballness right from the get. You followed it up with joke, and an inevitable earthquake happening August 27th of 2020.
That is on Thursday. 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, Thursday.
Yes.
3 weeks ago. My goodness.
3 weeks ago.
It already happened, and the earthquake didn't even happen.
Yeah, but I think it might happen on August 27th.
What did you think of that?
Premonition, if you will. Yeah, tell me about it. That's what actually happened. Tell me about some old school mythical undership. We can swallow something. Jimmy, where would you go?
I'm going to Delray Beach Park. Down here with my people.
I'm already going on an airplane. Can I go with you?
Yeah,
Cool.
on down.
Where would you go? How do we exchange numbers or something? Or how do I get on the plane?
If you were invited to Delray Beach just then with Jimmy, where would you have gone?
Like Pontevedra.
You just
It's on the Atlantic coast.
if I would have asked you 5 minutes ago what you would do if there was a major earthquake, what would you have said?
Would
Would you drive there or would you walk out? You would have taken an airplane during a massive earthquake.
I would have.
An earthquake was full of Los Angeles, and you'd get on an airplane.
Airplane's the safest place to be in an earthquake.
That is actually
It's true.
I think it's the safest place to be during the middle of a pandemic because you got the middle seat open now. Nobody's flying.
I love it. What do you like? What airplanes do you like?
You're asking a lot of fucking questions. I'm on.
Again, I love you. Italian job.
Thank you.
That's why I'm starstruck right now. Great detective.
absolutely. William. Is that a new t-shirt? I've never seen you wear the tie.
No, I've had it. Those new shorts.
Oh my God.
No,
Has anybody sent shorts? No shorts. No. Yeah. What do you keep in your cargo pockets? What do you got there? Let's play a game called What's in Those Pockets? What's in the pocket?
turn that fucking sound.
Oh, you don't like that one,
No,
huh?
I can't do it.
Come on.
I got contraband.
Well, it's not gonna be a
Contraband in here. I got contraband in here. Come on, man. You're fucking out.
pull it out. Pull something out of those pockets. Whoa, keys. All right, what's in the other pocket? Let's look at the pocket we care about. I want to know what's in that right side pocket. It's not as
She was. Right, like the very first way up. It could be.
we know. You have big belly with energy.
Yeah, that noise I make like that.
Pull something out of the wallet. Oh, where's your reach wallet?
My rich wallet. I don't like that company. I used to buy from those people that don't like phones.
Okay.
That's what I read. That's what I read.
Right.
They don't like phones or his phones. Hey, what's in your phones? What's in your other pocket?
It's the AM/FM digital pioneer from Wayne.
Titties. You do that.
I got
Yeah.
sponsor.
Yes, exactly. Where's your ring? Have we given you a ring? We
I
have.
need one.
Can you run to that back?
Who's got one?
Grab a ridge wallet on the back.
Who's got one?
Yeah, we got one for you, William. We got one for you. We use it. We give it to you.
Yeah, Jimmy, what are your thoughts if I try to get into those woods stuff? I apply more.
At this point, bro, I would get some benefits. This is my show business coming back.
A fucking
What's that?
is it a fucking joke?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
All right.
No, I know.
That's that.
Hey, look at this. It's a ridge wallet.
Oh, he's been drinking.
Oh, William has been drinking.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my goodness. So let's take it from the top and let's pretend because that ridge wallet part that you said is definitely not going to be in the episode, even though it made the room laugh. So put that in your pocket, and then and then
Ridge Wallet.
Can we zoom in on that? Put it back in your phone. Now we have to do it again. Let's be here all night. Get ready. Get ready for the buckets. What's in your other pocket? What's in your back? Oh, it's just a Ridge Wallet. Let's take a look at those guys. Oh my God, it's still in the bottom. It's an actual failure. Well, you can say anything about that. We're gonna have to edit the shit out of it. I don't think you understand. This is probably not live. We are not live.
Jimmy, get my back on this one. Yeah, he put me up.
All right, let's do it one more time.
Can you send me a copy of this clip?
I think this is going to be the new national campaign.
What's in your other hand?
I got a new wallet. I think it's from a company called Ridge Wallet.
Okay, let's take it from the top. Hold on a second. Don't say you got a new wallet. It's funnier if you're holding the wallet at the box. Okay, you don't need to say you got a new wallet. Okay, it's funnier if you don't, if your wallet's still wrapped. You don't need to say it's yet. Like you always just carry a box of wallet.
I got it. Okay.
Okay.
What's in your other pocket? Yeah, actually, the wallet I got for like 20 years ago. It's called a Ridge Wallet.
Yeah, Ridge Wallet, and it's still in the bottom.
You know that defeats the purpose of the Ridge Wallet. You can get in the box like that.
On the mic drop, he heard his own story. William.
What happened there?
Not a lot of people know this, but William changes his hair and he becomes young Louis Anderson.
Oh,
It's real quick. That's why he keeps the beard. A lot of people call him young Louis Anderson. Like that. I can say a lot of things. All right. Anything else happen in your personal life this week?
I had some salmon last night on that Weber grill.
You cooked salmon on the Weber?
Really good.
Really? I would not trust you cooking fish on a grill in my life.
Delicious.
I'd be starving. I could not eat for days.
I'm a good griller. You know what he cooked the other day? After I was eating pizza on the grill.
Oh, God.
It's delicious.
I could walk from Phoenix, Arizona to here starving. And if you're like, hey, I'm putting salmon on the grill, somebody be like, I just did.
Jimmy likes it. Would you eat a frozen pizza again?
Yeah, you know, in the old days, when they actually tried to make gigs, he used to put the frozen people under the airfield. The frozen people, frozen pizza. Frozen people, Jimmy. Wait, come over there. We'll put the frozen people on the airfield. Be close to the drive-thru airfield, sir. It's great. They just don't like this.
Here under the number one spot. Real spunky attitude. Reach. You're boiling the flame? Yeah. The temperature? What did he temp in at today? We're going to turn the 104. And we check everybody's temp. 97 cent, please. Soft rock and the radio station. Big. Big. Too big. What do you think about the name? Well, William, we love you. You're one of the true great.
Nice to see you, Jimmy, after the show. Let's exchange numbers.
Sounds good.
Cool. Perfect. Just gonna jump and finally.
There it is, William Montgomery, everybody. There we go. It is good. He's a motherfucking posting. Mike's getting switched out, cleansed. What an exciting time we live in. The new normal. Yeah. Well, I am out of the movie. Your first comedian getting uptime. This guy came up with this debut a few weeks ago. I ended up his head. Stay away from that one. Thank you. Wow. Jason Fowler. Yeah, that song sounds really good from the band. How old are you again, Walter? 167. Wow. Native American.
European.
Why do you say that? You're so clearly a Native American. Oh my goodness, just trying to fit in, I guess. Alright. Welcome, Jason Rundell. Good, entertaining minute. Didn't know which direction things were going there. Did we do it? Absolutely. Got him in yeah, it's great. He used the space liquidity. He brought a lot better. It was quite incredible. I'm not kidding. Put into the stuff. Yeah, this guy's a monster dancer, man. This guy's a monster. I gotta put them together. I gotta show the audience. You never know who's gonna be the audience. I gotta show them all around. He was too close to the box. Exactly. Have you ever done any music? Just dance? No music. Actually, I did Cirque du Soleil. That was my first break. Wow. Of a dance club. I didn't sing, but what'd you do? Oh, this was in one of the international ones in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, yeah. I thought about Kazakhstan on my first appearance. So it's another story. What did you do in the show? Just okay, so we were backup dancers, kind of like fillers for little transitional moments. And in our specialty, we had the hoverboards. You know, the one that was kind of like, yeah. I saw a kid going down the street on one of those. He's fucking taking down the street. Is the left, right, too much for you? Went around the planet. It's like, what are the four wheels? Have you ever seen an ancient before? What year was that? Oh my goodness, you have a lot of life experience. So Jason, tell us more. What have you been doing since the last time we saw you? Was that how long have you been stand up? This is my second time. Right. Second time you ever did stand up here. Maybe I'll come to the end. I'm just doing it. That's like going very comfortable. Yes. Talk about that stuff. As long as yeah, so you said taste, I said taste the bud. You were here with natural gut instinct, not repeating it with the back. Carl Low, how David Lewis looks like that. It really is. He looks like that. That's what he looks like after the workout. He always look up, shows. But he already posted it in 3 weeks of stuff. Real I can't do it this week though because he actually called in sick with that headache, which it looks like you'll see the headache in that picture. Really, a lot of people don't know this. If you turn David's head upside down, it had it into a drawing from Ross on the tree. What else has been going on with you? It's been a few weeks since we've seen you. Yeah. What else is happening? Life together, getting mental together. I like to call it a creation vacation. So just with content, just everything, just a vacation for the self. Vacation. I'm literally the opposite of taking a vacation. Yeah, you're young. You're out there making money. Since you're dancing so much, do you do a TikTok? That's the thing. That's
TikTok collaboration?
Oh, shit. We do not.
You should check out my TikTok. Fuck that. I'm a fucking grown man. I'm on TikTok.
Your TikTok.
You don't go to my TikTok? Fucking pedophiles. That's your wife.
You're having
14-year-old girls fucking
Pedophiles love that.
with fucking tissue glove. Watching these fucking.
I'm so anti-TikTok. And it was like, this is how much I hate TikTok. I'm just going to put a TikTok out there. Like, just opening a box. It got 3.1.
Oh my god.
Wait, yeah.
I mean, it really is ridiculous like that.
It just goes to show how many Chinese people are.
Well, that's the thing. I'm spying on everybody's TikTok. And that's the thing to use to spy on people. Everyone's think we're a bunch of fucking morons. So what's TikTok?
Everybody thinks they're a star on TikTok and have so many views, but it's like nobody's in America watching that shit.
The question: TikTok standard is going to change the scene of how we think. So the new generation,
Absolutely 0% chance.
Have you ever done 5 stars to
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen them try.
Look at those slacks.
These little things
Yeah, man. I like them.
from Urban Outfitters.
Wow.
I'm completely joking. I was saying to you.
Yeah.
But they look if you are getting
Yeah.
Urban Outfitters.
Wild, dude. What else have been going on? Like, do you have any nightmares lately? I had a crazy nightmare the other day. This creepy doctor, and all he kept saying his jaw was wired shut, but he was vomiting through his teeth. And he just kept saying, "I'm Dr. Kill." He wasn't Asian. It was an old white man, so he looked like Walter Pig. He kept saying, "I'm Dr. Kill. I'm Dr. Kill." He spray. The crazy thing was he followed me in like other dreams that night. Like I was like dreaming about something else, and he came out, "I'm Dr. Kill." I woke up in the morning and I Googled Dr. Kill, and obviously, of course, a bunch of Asian people flying on my
Lester.
head normal out.
Anybody out there, please tell us what that is.
Yes, tell us what it means. Is a doctor with a jaw wired shut, but yet vomiting through his teeth mean. It was so fucking, it was one of those ones where, like, I mean, I literally Googled it that morning, like, what the fuck is doctor? No, I haven't. You haven't had any?
What's her
Relax. Thank you, Chief Walter. Any nightmares lately? I never get the answer out of you.
I don't remember it. I think since I was the age of 4, I don't know if that's a good thing or bad.
Is that a bad thing? Yeah, you used to live your dreams out there.
Yeah, man. I have daydreams.
And that's the catch. Sometimes, usually, I think control my dreams and like this and that. Like, fucking doctor, it's scarier than like anything I've seen in a movie. Because the whole time I'm like, why is there a doctor in my dream? Why is his jaw wired shut? And why the fuck is he bothering?
and you can go look up there's dream interpretations coming. So frightening, scary.
Now you're going to have a dream of Dr. Q and you're holding something.
Dreams are one of the craziest things because nobody really is in that big of a hurry to figure out what the fuck be watching each member of my family, and the camera's like on the open side of the casket, so like you see like me like and just coming up and looking like so sick. It was all on. Chantix is the worst thing ever. Yeah, if you're planning on quitting smoking, just try anyway, but do not take Chantix.
I agree. I got to leave feet first. Like a dog. Like Superman. Feet first. I was like, I couldn't steer myself in. What a nightmare. Wow. You have superpowers and you're going to like fly feet first. Why should it
But the crazy part of that, the dream that I said, isn't the flying and dying part, isn't the landing part. The watching your family mourn your death was like, that's when like nothing I have to do smoking stuff. Ridiculous. Because that day after that, you feel like you've already died sort of. You're like, oh, that's like that. That's it. Like, that's when I started realizing. Like, oh, this shit's it resists those warnings and a couple people. This is another guy that made his debut on Kill Tony just a few weeks ago, and he's back again. Ladies and gentlemen, it is turn. He's here for his revenge. Rabbi Rothschild on the show. Let's see if it's here tonight. Is I to you the return of Moha, everyone. Here we go.
First thing you see is a bunch of people like this. Hey, it's going to be right? But say hi. This is going to be all right. This is going to be fun. Wow. I'm sure. The thing about this class, the thing about awareness, through my fans, through my boxers, it's solid. To the Mets. I think it's crazy disease. It's not going to go through. Can you ask?
There you go, Moha. I believe Dr. Anthony Fauci said the same exact thing about that recently. Oh, no, he didn't have this thing. It's not anything to do with it. Hi, Moha. What's up? How are you? All right. People, where are you from originally?
I'm Somali.
Somali. Somali. And your parents are both Somalian, right?
Yes. People think I'm brother. Brother.
What are your parents' names?
My dad's name is Aiden.
But okay.
It's got.
What's the name? Hey, for the rest. Hey. Right.
How did you want to go to Los Angeles? I went to school in Seattle.
Seems like one of those guys who would jump into the wheel part of an airplane. The wheel. Yeah.
Comes down that way.
Did that? No, he didn't. So, you know, how when did you come to Los Angeles? About 5 years ago. What have you been doing in this city since you got here? What have you been doing for like work and stuff? Where are us about that. Tell us the truth about that.
25 minutes. Good night. Oh my goodness. I got all my house. Boy, no.
Yeah.
Some
Oh my goodness. Is that true?
yeah.
Wow. Oh my goodness. Did you get blowjob in the men's room or the women's room? Oh, see. That sounds like giving nightmares. Sure. Good one. I love it, man. Is that your bathing suit? Are you rocking a bathing suit at the comedy store? What do you do today? Basketball. Oh, you play basketball? Do you have a basketball with you? You don't have one in your car?
I'm pretty good at basketball.
I'm gonna block you on Saturday. If you had a car or a basketball, if you had you could get it, you'd be the first person to show us some basketball tricks in the history of Hilltown. It's true. It's true. The girl wasn't thinking. So if you can create a player avatar, if you set all the settings to 0, instead of more than most ones ever. Yeah, exactly. Straight 0. Now let's see. Let's take off your shirt. Now I want to see what you're threatening to die from. So you look malnutrition from the outside. So, oh wow. Yeah, there's nothing there. We have I say body mode. I mean, I do the same thing. I pretend like there's a lot there, but you're thinking that's exactly how I am.
You know, at these gigs,
What are those things? You have nipples with pink nipples? Tattoos?
I have one.
I mean, you have 4 nipples, don't you?
Yeah.
Because I have 20/20 vision.
I've never seen one more nipples. I've seen 3 nipples. I've never seen 4. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Usually, press on nipples, those ones about.
That's a hilarious character. But he said he forgot. He said he would take off his shirt. That character's funny. The guy who forgets he has 4 nipples. You had 4 nipples your whole life, right? Have they always been prominent?
Yes. Because it must have happened like a butter. Like
Oh my goodness. Is that a thing that runs in your family? No, those are gifts, dude. It's really there. Yeah.
because everything's in the same place. I mean, designed perfectly. How would you get compared? I should do that.
You know, people will be like, what are those piercings? And you're like, what the looks like?
Oh, I mean, it's still saying, "Look at your album." That's working out.
It's incredible. Look at you. It's like constantly having a free stop having 4 nipples on your chest.
Yes,
There's two of them.
you look well. Just be one other.
Yeah, exactly. Very fun that one. Have you ever had a girl suck on any of the bottom nipples? Yes. Really? What does it feel like? I mean, you did. Oh my goodness. Have you ever, is anything ever come out of them, like oatmeal or anything like that? Or, oh, you can, you're in denial, dude. Denial is not just remembering something.
If you say they're not nipples, what do you say? They are just nipples. I was looking around the exact same spot, perfectly exactly on the same spot. Oh no, but when people have it in their third nipple, it's not like it has like a little nipple part to it. It's just moving with like a farm twin. You know,
I'm gonna send you to see Doctor Two, and I'm telling you, if you see this fucking guy, tell me when you play golf, you're never gonna yell full anymore. No, yell nipples. I made 4, 6. Those ever come back? Has anybody ever? Has it been like an embarrassing moment? Did you ever have like? Were you bullied as a kid? Or have you taken Christchurch and then I do coach? No. Oh, well, this is my, you realize that I'm like a predator, but I like stand people for their insecurities and immediately when you for sure, I'm like, four nipples. Oh, mice also have 4 nipples. Have you ever been diagnosed with any diseases of any? No STDs or anything like that? Really? Let's see. Oh my goodness. The ground is blue here. So this is a ground that's showing like prostate. So that's right. There's a confidence for them. That's what we do. I'm always you can fit in a restraining order, seriously. My goodness, gracious. Is that a common term for AIDS? I love it, dude. A magnum condom. Looks like what's the expiration date on that thing? Check it right now. Look at it. Water. I like the beauty has one. Right. Yeah. Sure. What are we talking about? Dads, kids, maybe the kids landed up getting why I'm sure you're at. It's you sound like a guy that's just getting started in stand-up comedy. This is it. You need to have your time out. This is what it sounds like. This is what it's like. And right now you're dealing with broad topics and you're not getting into real meat and potatoes. Instead of saying, making a kid's brand, the dad's out, more specific things as to what exactly you're trying to, what point you're getting across. I mean, you have an angle there, maybe the kids landed up, but something specific on what, when did they decide to leave? Why did that kid, how could that kid be a disappointment so early on? What was the dad hoping for? You have to ask yourself these questions when you're covering a topic like that in order to get to a real punchline. The punchline is making a kid's land the dad's out, but it's like that's just really your true setup. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know what you see. Colin Kaepernick was into the appointment, or embarrassing, stuff like that. That's where you were going. I see where you were going. Carl Malone? I was going to say you can take it that because of what. Right? Yeah. Look at yourself. I had 4 nipples. That's like my nipple. Yeah, all deep. Yep, all deep. And we'll see you next time. Ready to go. It's always funny when somebody's like, hey, are you going to talk about your comic? Do you really?
I mean, dude, it's hard to do it like the second.
Yeah, so fucking
Doing it 3 years from now, you're going to be like, 7 years from now, you're going to be like that.
oh, look, fathom. I mean, I had set my first set ever, and then we out of them after that. Absolute dummies. And that joke, it's funny. I said this when it was up, asked me about that. Like, the joke reminded me of the joke that I had early on that was fucking dog shit. And it was like, I was basically talking about, you know, a lot of people talk about how much the traffic sucks around here. He goes, well, I hate it for pedestrians. The pedestrians. It's like, so, there's like this line of like, who are these pedestrians? Oh, yeah, fucking car, you dorks. These people don't know when to, they need lights to tell them when to walk. And like, it was so bad. There's nothing funny about it. And even the point is like, no matter what, everybody has dog shit jokes in the beginning.
Yep.
Because let's face it, if I had dog shit jokes, anybody, yeah, I mean, it's hard to listen to yourself. Everything's all jokes. Speaking of good jokes, I'm the demon that is couldn't make it here tonight. However, I have found a replacement for him, one of my favorite games in golf, with a gentleman, comedy sort of guy, great comedian, comedy fan, beautiful Georgia, the state of the United States of America. I present to you the great Mitch Burrow, everybody. He's back. Great Mitch Burrow, everybody.
It's not having a southern accent. The thing that's talked about in the presentation is a lot of racism. I hate that. First, I hate racism. I hate racist people. I hate anyone who uses ethnic slurs that use minorities. I think those people are ignorant. I don't want to be associated with them. See, like right now, you should all be clapping and agreeing with me. But instead, because of my accent, I hate minorities and something about them. Went to Iraq. Everyone else is here. You've ever gone before? Just me? I'm the only hero? Okay. The thing about going over there is like, it's not that hard. Coming back, this one's hard because it was different. I remember as soon as I got back to my Iraq, they rolled like, oh, I mentioned earlier. Like, no, Jesus Christ.
Very well executed. You know, that's exactly how you do it. That's Spencer. Yeah. Fucking Spencer with his jokes.
This is an excuse for the lesbian having sex on my couch. I mean, they going, oh, shit, I think I gotta go fuck this real quick.
Right.
You know, just like,
Lesbians having sex with couples also be the ones Jimmy's nightmares.
like,
Mitch, what else has been going on in life since the last time we had you on?
recover from that.
Somebody, I can't remember how I found this out, but somebody's like, yeah, he has sore brains. I'm like, oh, yeah,
All right, here's the thing. I need to get some of those sleeve underwear that you have. It wasn't necessarily like exhausting, but
was playing with someone who was like a professional golfer almost.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And then I'm fucking 300 pounds and out of breath off the third hole. It didn't make me feel good.
Right.
And then, thank you. I can tell you immediately, but that was brutal.
They were the 109. Mitch, how long have you been doing stand-up again? Sure. Only been in LA a short while.
13 years. I've been in LA for 5. For a year and a half for the last 5 months.
Right. And you come on fast. Everybody's always love to be a friend to everybody.
We 15-year overnight success.
That's what it's all about.
We got going on. He and I were doing a podcast. Live on the Comedy Store YouTube. That's fun.
We had fun the other day.
Yeah. And, you know, that's it. It's a weird time. On TikTok trying to do that. There's just no
You're in TikTok stuff. You're like, no building is like a great. That would have been like from a great practice. Right. Can you give us an example?
Here's the thing, it's off. The only reason I ever got into horse was because if I was at a bar and I was talking to a girl, and be like, hey, what's your sign? What her sign was? I'm a Leo. He would always say, good sex.
Oh,
So I thought, oh, let's take up our compatibility. Oh, the relationship's in place. But, it's going to be good. He says, good fucking, but my heart's going to No, I have not been in a lot of airplanes, but I haven't been in it was the C-46 when I was in the Marine Corps. It looks like a penis with two tomorrow. And when I got out, you should know that the 47 is the Army version. It's a little bit bigger than the 46.
Apache Escort.
Oh, really?
Very average in the year.
I had a-
12 hours a week. You probably already noticed.
I had a Spanish escort, a Thai escort. We had a bunch of escorts. We were like hospitals. Yeah, but they were all about $25-$30 each. Like 600 bucks. No, they were professionals. You don't pay to get into things. That's great.
Thai hooker jokes, people. This was so much fun, dude. I mean, especially, William has his own very, silly style. Jason was second member on stage. Omaha's third, whatever. It's easier for you to come in and really show everybody in this room how it's done. You start on these beats on the first one, and then it fade off at the end, and then on the second. It's just great, man. Pure stand-up comedy, not easy to do in a gigantic high ceiling room with 12 people run around and seats 500, and you get it.
13 years ago, it's going to be here. So it's going to be 13 years.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're right.
Yeah, he makes that joke about music of the there's like, I don't know. I'd say 90% of the people that do it 13 years they're that fucking. How about one more hand for Mitch? Got me.
For the microphone guys, switch them out. It was safe protocols.
That was actually on just a week ago, and he's got another minute, but we're going to get an update from his wild story that we found out last week. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the return of Ryan Joseph. Here he comes.
Yeah.
And I already have his bad credits, so I got to drive over there, show them that I'm working. Got a lot of friends in retirement homes, though. I see you are like military retirement home. You would believe how many STDs 5-year-olds have they don't want. It's pretty sensitive to say that man and woman can have a platonic relationship. I have so many female friends that are fat. Yeah, I don't get women like Uber. My dad's got PTSD from his time in Vietnam. Really right on this village with like women and children. Craziest vacation.
Wow.
And it's like, I would get this girl's number to be able to delete that other guy's number. I'll delete his number right now. And I was like, what about this? And I was like, no. So you still know what's up, right? I think that's what we're looking for.
Right, exactly. It was interesting. We had a long talk about that. Yeah. Now, what happens is sweet.
Dude, I feel like I'm dying. Anyways, what is it about like vagina?
Your heart. It's not vagina. It's not your penis. It's your heart. So you're man.
And last week I was so confident, like, no, I don't fuck her, it's over. I went right over there. It's also.
Did you really?
Yeah, she's a good part.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right, so dude,
While you're here with the guys you know from Instagram.
all right, check it out. So you saw that was up, right? So I got really devious on my behavior. Apparently, this guy was like a copywriter or some shit. Like Washington State. And Kevin, he said he doesn't live here in California. So I was like, I'm gonna message this motherfucker. Hey man, what's up, man? My name's Brian. I'm gonna write a post for you. He's like, yeah, how's it going? I'm like, oh my god, that's great.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
For those of you listening in this moment, this sounds unbelievable. I'm telling you, these are confirmed. This is awesome.
And I was like, yeah, you know, they're both comedian in California. He's like, well, I live there, but I'm in Washington right now. I'm back. I said, cool. So he's here, like, mutual friends with so-and-so. What's the last time he talked to her? She swore she didn't talk to her. We weren't supposed to do. She swore she would never talk to her. So anyways, I was like, oh, we talk all the time. I saw him like 3 weeks ago. I was like, oh, it's a screenshot, right? It's like another darkness. Yeah. And I took a screenshot and sent it around. And dude, like insanity. So then it starts kicking up, right? And then he messages him right away. That's right. And he goes like, dude, you're psych control freak. Kind of true, but whatever. And I was like, are you fucking my girlfriend? And it's like, she fucked around. No, actually, I was nice in a way. So it's like, dude, man to man, like, what's going on? Just, you know, right. I'm not gonna, like, you know, it's over or whatever. And he goes, you fucking around. And he sent me a picture of him. And he's like, and I'll show you. Yeah, Dexter. I know. Right? So, yeah, I know. He's like fucking retarded.
He's a retarded Dexter. Send the person a picture. Take a picture of it and send it to the police.
Well, that's what I said to him. I was like, dude, and I knew how to use the words, so I wouldn't get the footage. I was like, oh, the cops will love that picture, man. Besides, don't ever bring the knife to a fight. I let him debate whether or not who had the gun, right? But like, I want to kill this motherfucker. So, anyways, I'm sorry, listen. So, you know, another
ask you this. Do you think you existed? Did she ever tell him that she was dating another guy?
Right, so she starts freaking out, blowing up my phone, and everything. Of course, like it's fucking over. But like, I'm like, or something. I'm like, dude, I just want her to talk to her. And basically, she just said, my grand's on that lawn for 3 weeks ago. We have this liar. And
Oh my God, what are you doing? You're just fucking, and now we're in the laundromat together.
right.
Walter,
He was helping her fold the panties, bro.
yeah, Walter, you literally have like 30 times the life experience than all of us up here combined. Have you ever had anything like this happen to you before? You have any life advice for this young man?
Well, years ago, my ex-wife, I can relate to. I just be crazy.
Yeah. I didn't believe her, of course, right? I didn't believe her. So I feel like guilty seats. It's like,
Hold on, I have another question for Walter. How did you find out that she faked her death?
The newspaper said, announced that she was married women from.
Oh my God. What
I
year?
knew, and it was in the morning paper, and I was
Oh my God. What year was this?
I think
Oh my God.
that's how I found it.
That's it. You didn't think your world.
Marguerite, how could you do this to me?
She's still alive?
Unfortunately,
Wow.
she was dead when I left.
Oh, you bring her back to life and you're not a Native American?
It was a different time.
Oh my God.
to think her murder.
Okay, Ruby, tell us more.
Of course, I didn't believe that shit, right?
Right.
Run into her. So I grilled her, right? Not in the good way. Like, I grilled her. So, yes. So, basically, like in June, we decided to like be exclusive, right? And she told me, like, outright, she didn't have to tell me. She's like, there's no guy to see you. I'm not going to see you anymore. And I was like, cool. We got back. Apparently, she looked up. And then
You looked at her and said, why can't I be your priority?
yeah,
When you got back, she went up with them.
we went to Arizona, right? And we got back to come out with them.
Do you remember what you were doing or what she said she was going to do when she was hooked up with this guy? She's like, oh, I got to get this.
Sure, it was so cool.
Right, I don't remember specifically.
No, I don't remember. It's all good. But anyways, so she started showing me the text. She did send a text to me like, you know, I can't get a phone for her. And
She showed you the edited that you could delete text and then show people text. Like she deleted like that thing was so great last night. Like those ones.
you saw that group right
He's a copywriter. He probably grazed over him. Like little registers of marks over some of us. No, you're good. You're good. We're just punching up with like a zero.
You threatened to countermand it. Now you're saying that this is the part that's the bad idea.
And I did like some
Guilty to them. This was like one of the nightmares, bro.
I know it's a shit stuff that I'm weird with some of my behavior.
It was literally nightmare, bro.
Dude, it feels so and keep going right. So basically, you know, the story is that was it. She did send a text to me saying, you know, like, you know, this is I can't be your friend. She said she didn't want to stop doing it. She didn't want to be controlled, right? You know, dude, I had no problem with her. Friends with her. Look at the ex-boyfriend or anything right now. I didn't care. But, so, I made it. I was like, all right, well, together. I was like, send him a message proving that all your shit's true by saying, you know, I don't. So she sent a message. She was like, hey, my relationship with romance shit. And we wanted like we ran into each other the whole time. And we couldn't like, you know, do anything around time. He was doing moms, you know, and he goes, that guy's a big red flag. So it means like, I mean, you wouldn't say that, you'll be like, oh, that told you yesterday. Like, because I believe her, you know? I still red flag.
Don't let her go to the
borrow your iPad so she can sign into your cloud system. You know, when she's sleeping, the iPad in the room and switch to the
How? I don't want
You're like evil about the mouth, bro. You're thinking,
to. But anyways, I said it's over. It's just out there.
I was coming for this. Let's get it.
Also, this you're back with her now. She's been blowing my phone begging. And all my friends know about it.
What do your friends say? Get back with her.
I know how you're supposed to be your own cheater. But I know. But she's not a cheater. Always a cheater.
Yeah, right. Mostly involved. This is in your flesh musket. You know, and then we go.
That's the guy that he gets. He got a blood.
You just made about the head and shoulder. It's not getting your bum stick to a few times.
But I told her, so like, there's a part of me that believes what she said. Something. So what I said was like, okay, fine, we can like, I'm just gonna wait and see until like you like, you know, like we don't have to be
Let me ask you this. Are you, don't you think now might be the time? Are you the kind of guy that can just turn this into a strictly sexual relationship? Because this might be the type of girl that you need.
I've never been into like McDonald's. There's a lot of things.
How old are you now? 31, 32, 36, 36.
For 4 months.
Yeah,
You're dating it. You see it in
it's booked up and I'm insane now. Like everything is it just seems pretty toxic for 4 months though. I know.
Yeah. My advice would be this, would be to, even though you've never been that kind of guy to be in a strictly sexual relationship, now might be the time to be like, you know what, I'm going to disengage my heart, but you want to get on the right side of history, because if she's just good in bed, and that's what you like about her, then you could end up being on the other side of that. You could be the guy that she goes to when she is in a fake relationship with someone else. So
sure. It's not being
Well, like I just naturally don't anymore. I'm changed. I don't know what's gonna happen. Like
before you met her, when you look like fucking Meg from Silence of the Lambs. What do you do?
I what? You get around?
I was seeing the girls and
So there you go. Put on your list of girls that you see. Maybe call one of them out. Bang one of them out. And,
I don't know what to do.
So here's my thing. I don't care if you're fucking tired tonight. We can look her over. You can make her watch you. Screw with the other girl.
Ow! Look at that.
Read about it in my new book. I'm fine. What the fuck's wrong with you?
I did some more evil shit. I went on Tinder and I fucking took a screenshot. I circled the number of matches I got, sent it to her, and I found like a girl that really hot match. Sent it to her, and I was like, fuck you. Like, it's just going back and forth. I'm insane. I know a little bit. I'm doing everything wrong.
This is all interesting. Let me tell you something. You have permission to come back anytime you want to do another minute and another update of this story because it's so compelling. This Ryan Joseph love story and your minutes are so absolutely great that you have an open door policy here on the
You seem like a real catch. A lot of girls out there would be interested.
So you know, girls they come, they go. But here in Kill Tony, we're waiting for you to come. We're here. We have a GPS tracker on the Amazon. It costs
What happened?
Slap it on her fucking hatchback, bro, and just fucking track her car.
This is what happened as a guy that I'm just watching. Like I'm just gonna see what happens.
Yeah.
I love it.
It all sounds
Yeah.
Keep us posted.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
You're part of the family. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, how exciting. This guy is an absolute legend. Or on the away from the scene, he is a legend of Rose Battle. He was on Tony a few weeks ago, and because of his interview portion of the show, he ended up getting featured on either. Is that because Mexican?
Or no,
You don't like Mexican people? Oh my goodness.
to get back.
What neighborhood is that? What neighborhood is that in? Where do you go for mail? It's a county. Okay, good. Wow. You really do your way around.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh my goodness. Look at me. Oh my goodness. That's like one of my favorite rivalries ever. All right, relax. You offended by the first digits. You can't be offended by Walter. It's just a character. It's no worry about it. So, David, let's catch up about life. I mean, I follow you on Instagram. You're one of my favorite people to follow closely. You're in my algorithm. I don't miss a video of yours. If you post something, it pops up immediately. So what's been going on in life? Catch us up the last couple of weeks since we saw you last.
Well, I've been doing a lot of roast early room now. And, I've been doing a lot of roast now. Just trying to get my shit out. My views are just other than that, I've been working. I've been working a lot. One of them is pizza place.
Tell us about it. That shit we're into.
Yeah, my pizza up there, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, man, it's the top next to barbecue. They fucking pizza.
Go eat the pizzas.
I make pizza. You might know. I make the yeah, all fucking homemade. It's
Rosita's Pizzeria.
I'm a professional pizza maker. Where did you go to? School?
So is that your first job at a pizza joint? Of course, it's easy. What was the interview process like for that job?
That is like work.
Oh yeah, you got the job. Very few jobs. They go, you like the job? You're like, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Pizza place. It's like, yeah. So you work mornings or nights? Yeah. What's your shift? You play like 3 to 10? 2 to 10? Yeah.
I'm not going to
Really?
Delivered to my father. You're the stone. Yeah, stone. Yeah, cook it in 15 minutes. Better than Doritos? Yes. Sunshine pizza. Goat cheese. Good. Pizzeria. I know. She was.
So last time you were on this show, I asked you about what's the pickup line that you use when you first see a woman. My response was, I go, he starts right out with morning. Okay, we're knocking over real quick here. We're on here, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you single that you really wanted to get up. He's been on the show. It's been a really long time. So here we go. We're going to knock it out quickly. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Sam. My own eyes. Spaghetti. Like the photo. Here we go. 2 years. How do you do this? 2 years. We're not done it like really good. People talk a lot about these masks. People talk a lot about these masks. People are trying to think that masks are dangerous when they're trying to place the other space. That's a big problem. Anyways, incredible. I get that a lot of people I bet you everybody says it. I bet you do. Now, Joe Rogan is like the same. I really believe like Joe Rogan is when he was a kid, like really like, had an accidental taekwondo match in a room filled with cement and just smashed his head against something. But it's good. It's good. Instead of on it, you have on it.
It's like Joe Rogan if there was a vaccine for
Have you really been on the carnivore diet that long? Just the 2 years I'm on. Wow. Something I like. I wonder what Joe Rogan would say about this guy and that he just had. Maybe we could call him, try to get him on the speakerphone, and let's see what Joe has to say about any of this. Joe, are you there? Hello, Joe. Wow. To get up. It's so much fun fact about getting up tonight is that I had people I happened to be in the back of the parking lot talking with our next final meeting tonight. I was having a conversation with them. And out of the behind me, I had some guy. So there was a chance. It's got so how it's a gateway to my purpose. Gotta help this person. To my weekly, undoubtedly, you know, that I agree. You have a lot of right now. What is it that you do again? The cover is unbelievable. This is regarding everything so, spent a long time and here we go.
sexuality is another place to judge. No doubt. Hey, what is the name of this thing that we hold? That's in your pocket. Oh, it's all right. It's so that's why I think it's well, I don't know about all that, but what it's trying to do to know that I think I'm reading. No doubt. I understand that I don't see eye to eye with Tony and I'm secret, but no doubt we appreciate your service to America that allows Tony and I a talent and Mexican migrants. Well, I really like Tony's eye. No doubt. But Captain, I'm going to hear about my she's got yeah, Tony. That's some of that stuff. Now that was something. All we do is go on to the ride. Honestly, that might be environment. I just want to I'm so my name is Brian. Yeah. In my world, he's just a that was
Hey, bitch, you ever lived the lyrics to a song?
certified preacher, 7 days a week.
Top Toxic, ladies and gentlemen. What an episode. Kill Tony. Lawrence, the new album from Jimmy Schubert, available everywhere on iTunes. Thank you, Michael Lair. Michael Lair. It's just unbelievable. You know, goes both ways. Let's check out the drum. Every single episode. Look at that bad. It's like a magician box, right? It's a magic box. It's magic. Absolutely awesome. Yeah. Absolutely emotional. gmail.com. Everything cluster. Use them as Christmas ornaments. Any occasion ornament. You gotta check these out. Check them out on Instagram. Show respect. Exactly. Just put all the ornaments. Well, we have the great stuff. Any occasion ornaments made by Nancy Johnson. And he's loving it again for it was actually Chroma Crits all night. Awesome Chroma. What do you think about tonight's episode, Mark? Spoiler alert. Carl Malone, that was actually Dover. The Friars.
about what I was talking about first, which is making fun of people. If you want to get better at it, learn a lot from students.
Check out Virtual Red Band. Check out Brothers of Patreon. We have a bunch of new stuff that we're doing up there. Show things out. Just fucked up.
That's right. I have a bunch of new shirts on the creatively.com too. DrThreadless.com. Oh, Jeremiah has something.
I got my merch card. Jeremiah1.com.
It's back open, everybody. You want it? There it is. JeremiahWatkins.com. Thank you so much for coming out, everybody. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
Baby, you ready to fire like an airplane? Like a bunch of fire just spraying at each other. Lifted water.
How are you?
I'm great. Good to be here at the world famous comedy store. This is very trophy. Here on Monday. Tell Tower. And no one so you can get artists on every single episode. Everybody. Posters, every single episode of the show. And some of you wanted to Bill Tony said RyanJacob.com for the Bill Tony art. So it's really check it out RyanJacob.com.
I like that.
Yeah, I remember old school stuff. There's a snake on a rope. I love that one. A lot of kids posters.
Good book. That
Great. It felt instantly.
Yeah, man.
You can do that. It's still. Yeah, I can.
yeah.
Come on. To the gullet on and I also have probably the fucking pizza, the coffee, everything out there. Very, very excited. About our sponsors that make this episode possible. History.
signups, 3 regulars to get through 4 days. I should bring out a guest. We are actually guests here tonight. I'm so excited about this one. This is someone who I've been friends with for a while, and we're working together. We are really stepping up the super connection during this pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of my favorite comedians, from everything. And we also have one of my amazing parents for the Joe Rogan Experience. I present to you one of my good pals, one of my favorite comedians, the great Andy Olson, everybody. Oh my goodness. Fresh off the tennis court. I actually didn't feel like I was really ready up. I feel like if you really up me, you like the tennis. That's exactly how I feel, and that's why I dress like a golfer all the time. We do like so much, and rich people out there. Yeah. But you know what I like listening to Brian talk about? I like listening to Redman talk about books, and when I looked in and was watching him struggling trying to read the fucking. It was amazing. We usually have it on little paper. And then hashtag Tony's podcast. And you guys, hey, welcome tennis player. He didn't really have a new character. Oh my goodness, what's so special about me this one? We never know what they're going to be. They make in the back. Maybe sweet. Wow. My goodness. Like real basketball players. You're the flatness of the small man that you're reminded of that. It's the plastic sound of a flatness. What is your name? Yo, what up? It's the homie T-Switch. That's my boy. Real job back there. That's right. I remember you guys. It's been a long time. You've been on the show before. T-Switch and Rim Job. Oh, T-Switch. Okay. That's important. Do you make a lot of shots? Because you look like you'd be... We wouldn't be able to count on you for a free throw.
I'm actually very good at basketball, you bitch.
Really? Well, we're going to have to see. Maybe we'll have a little shooting competition later. And then, what do we got back here? Who's they? I've never seen you with these basketball players.
What's up? I'm a W street baller.
Oh my goodness, it's Stephanie Austin. How exciting. You look like Kathy Griffin does in the morning time. Oh, that's your okay, wow. That would be an honor. Oh, basketball? Yeah. Young whippersnapper back there. He shoots threes.
T-switch. Oh, that's right. That's what I thought. I've heard so many separate things on that. I told you. Maybe you're leaking. What was the other one? Position? Swish, slam drunk and back here. This here. And your friend. This is still coming. Starting off the show. And anything, sometimes I get this tough love, trying to squeeze the best out of them, like with this orange in the morning time. Kind of fresh juice. Here he is. Stuff, what do I say? One, great community. Here he is. Don't try to squeeze him. On the side. There's a very what's the name of that band there? You understand me? Oh, really? What's it? I screamed and sang like a bomb at your feet. Scarlett, I just want to say I love her. What's up with you? Got any more questions? Another 45 seconds. Start commenting on things. Jack Nicholson. Talk about you. Huge reckless. Have you ever been a reckless? What happened? A water bed? She had a water. Water beds, they please so much. We have them on the floor, so.
That's amazing. You know what's weird? That I was hoping for. I just hope I got 4 people around.
Did you really do cocaine?
I did.
Where were y'all?
At the standing across the she after she took her class, and after she did it, she went, "Oh my god, my dad doesn't let me do anything." And I was like, "Our dads don't let us do either." But her dad doesn't make you like the most athletic person on earth. Her dad was right.
William, what's been going on this week? In your normal, real life? Very bizarre.
Oh my god,
Little bit
you're
out
out about it.
How often do you watch those? I missed you.
David Lucas has this big list of his first time meeting William 2 years ago. He's the exact same. What the exact I did not. I know I'm wearing my new Birkenstocks.
Oh my god. That's why it's broken. He said African American, which sounds like
Here we go. Let's turn the volume all the way up. Mr. Montgomery, it's Jimmy Angela. Can you hear me? Oh my gosh. I'm here the man. I just wanted to give you a voice and say hello. We're big friends and you're over here on an episode right now. And I want to talk with you about the shorts that William has been wearing for what appears to be pretty much 2 years continuously. It's not a short time. Shorts that he wears. What do we do about this? I don't know. Something like that. You know what that is. Some of the processes for Montgomery. Thank you so much for talking about that. He's the best. I didn't know him. Your parents returned your phone. Your father made you look like a pony. He really upped the ante. He told us you've had him since you were a sophomore in high school. He said that you've been all you do is at this point.
What? Is that what your little point? Are you scared to get rid of those shorts for a reason?
oh, it's so upsetting how small they are.
You're my deal.
There's like a plastic bag coming out there.
Gonna go, bro.
We have it all right here. It's on sale at Jade Tree Short. It's on sale for $45.
They have 3 inseams, so 7, 9, and 11.
What's your inseam? My guess is yours is a 911. Because it is a it smells like hundreds of corpses. Okay. All right. That was too far. The 3911 keys got last before that. You say innocent corpses one time. Everybody gets all warning in here. Oh, God.
What they have these shorts.
What's your
I put your butt looks like these shorts.
hole? There's a hole? Oh my God. Can we get someone to Victor Williams?
Have you ever moved out of the hole?
Yes. No.
A little, there's a hole underneath it. It's right.
Let's see it. Sit down on that table. Victor Williams.
You're the Sharon
Zoom in on
Stone.
this.
You're Sharon Stone.
Yeah. Just lean back.
Oh my
Yeah, there's that.
God.
Look at that.
Oh, that's a big hole.
Oh my
It's
God.
a vaginal hole.
Huge hole. That's a big
Move your hand.
picture me with super water.
William, move your hand.
Yeah, don't hold it like you're holding a vaginal. I know that.
Hold it and lean back.
What a good song. Spread your legs out.
Let the light get in there, William. It's very dark.
Oh, God.
Wow.
Oh, no, I see red hair. Oh, no, that's my view.
Okay. All right. You can zoom in, Zach.
Let me shoot the basketball down. I know I can make it.
Uh-oh.
Oh, God.
What happened there? All right, William. Well, so much fun. Great set, great interview, great talk. There goes the great William Montgomery. All right. This is an exciting one. We have our pre-selected 4 in the bucket. A couple of these people I thought were new people that haven't had a shot yet. This is one of those people that I thought were new, but it turns out he was on a few weeks ago. So let's see what happens here. The comedy stylings of Reagan Portner. Here we go. Hey, yeah. It's from Avalanche. Here he is, Reagan Portner.
So, over the past few years, a lot of my friends have been of the female variety, you know. And I learned they like to talk about their significant sex life in pretty great detail. And I hate this, you know, it's something to live with. You're going to walk in a woman with constant disappointment, or they're just going to write me out to begin with. I mean, I can't have you spouting all our dirty deeds to the whole world. I mean, I think that's why Bill Cosby did what he did, you know. Everyone knew how much he did a dirty joke. So, I know Comic-Con just got canceled, you know. I mean, it's a shame. I had my costume ready and everything. You know, it was the Batman, you know, had the rice hat, the chopsticks. Only missing the COVID, you know. It's nothing like, I'm not able to get the COVID like they have. So I'm going to have to go to those COVID parties. Have you guys heard about those? Where you go and you're trying to catch the disease. It's like going to a gay bar and they.
Reagan Portner. So Reagan, let's talk about it. How long have you been on Santa?
About a
About a month. Start season this month. Isn't that ever like you have all the you have the energy of a man that's been going 1 month in August of 2020 of all months. That was way better than your last thing.
That's what it was about. That's why I fucking know you were here.
Definitely good. It was a little frightening when you started talking about how women talk about sex. You don't want them to talk about your dirty deeds, and then you went straight into a hardcore Cosby joke.
yes.
Rationalizing that what again? That he was into breathing because he liked clean jokes.
Because he didn't want the women to make dirty jokes about
I actually think that there's a good joke in there. It's just there's like a million words you don't need. I mean, there is
talking shit on that. Your brain is going in which direction. Your eyes are not. You should put it back. How about you, Slim? You're a woman.
Yeah, I've never
What is bullshit?
You don't know,
No.
Rachel?
I wouldn't watch what the fuck is this bullshit? Everybody, I want to watch it's a fucking power watchman. Oh, not what I'm
pop culture.
if you could be describing stupid
And it took out a lot of Rams in the park.
well, you wanted to go on Luke, you want to fucking how about we crash and showing flowers? How about somebody
Minnesota, how long have you been in Los Angeles?
fucking
Oh my god. Wow.
why can't you just put only show me some
By the way, this
oh, you mean you've been watching that woman for like 8 years in a row?
Oh, no, mine was now. So, wait, Minnesota. What month are we talking about?
right after wasn't working in that area.
Passed away.
30 minutes. And whatnot. I guess
He didn't fall asleep.
Yeah.
So how far away?
about 40 minutes.
Oh, 40 minutes isn't close at all.
I mean,
Wow, you're trying to be close to drama. That's weird.
bring it up.
Stephen Avery's junkyard in George Floyd. He's in Wisconsin. So, what do you do for work?
I'm a truck driver.
You inherit a bunch of money from a recently dead grandparent? Or does someone you love very sleep at night to mess up your deal?
I would. Next question.
400.
How much? Why do I give you a punk still?
That's right.
Oh, that's one.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet
Truck.
All right, let's take a look at look. Let's not a Jewish country, stupid bitch. It's not. Less than 50% Jewish. Fucking Brooklyn or Jewish than Israel. Oh, really? Yeah.
of your income with the most powerful information available. You realize that I have expertise seamlessly in the background, and it's so easy to use. So if you just tap one button and you're protected. ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV. There's no excuse you might not be using it. Check your online activity today. CNET and one.
Oh, better than the rest.
They didn't hire a seasoned senior syntax illustrator. Why? It was not an easy job to fill. So they turned to super Recruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who work on ZipRecruiter.
Everybody knows that crowd Charlie Chaplin mustache. There's the door. Everybody knows.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his
Hold on.
mortgage. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter didn't find him as a great search tool and managed the resources. I interviewed and get hired Peter in less than 3 weeks.
Oh, right.
ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job.
They called it.
See how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And we are back.
Everybody knows that crowd Chaplin mustache. Just say there's the door. Everybody knows that.
They're the ones that keep a whole lot of long things.
I know.
So make that go get something.
Can't wait to get these
Tonight's show is going to be a lot of fun.
Oh, for sure, man.
Sign-ups, free regulars.
For sure. No doubt.
For that.
I did. Like, no doubt about it.
So excited about this one. Someone who I've been friends with for a while, co-workers together, but we have really become super tight during this pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of my favorite comedians. You know her from everything, and you also know her from my recent amazing appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience. I present to you one of my good pals, one of my favorite comedians, the great Andy Orman, everybody. Oh my goodness. Fresh off the tennis court. Andy Leonard. That's right. I actually didn't play tennis, but I wore the outfit. I feel like if you wear the outfit, you like to play tennis. That's exactly how I feel, and that's why I can slip it over all the time now. We do. Tony and I, we match in Richmond Club. Yeah. But you know what I like listening to Brad talk about? Redman. I like listening to Redman talk about when I walked in, I was watching him trying to read the fucking ad. It was amazing. I usually happen to real big pieces of paper. Like, and then what? Hashtag Tony's podcast. Anyway, welcome, tennis player. You never understand my new character. Oh my goodness, what's so special about Venus Williams? Does she have a penis? Well, I did coach with one of them. Whoa. So I don't like to say her name. Years ago. Does it rhyme with? It rhymes with. Okay, well, this is going to be fun. Andy, it's been a while since we've been on the show. Yeah, I did it with Roddy and Clayton. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the last time you did it, I killed it. Wow. Yes, you were the video that dropped dead. It was like, that was it. There was a ringer with everyone. Who was this? Was she a lesbian? I can't tell. That's how it works. That's how it works. Maybe we're also the last person to hang out with Bernie Stevens. Robin Williams last opener. That's true.
Oh,
I get sexually transmitted disease. Yeah. All right, guys. This is a tough crowd in here. Up here, but I'm sweating. We're gonna have fun. I don't even know if you remember. It's been so long. We have a band on this show. Every single episode, it's being different characters. We can know what they're gonna be. They've been getting ready at home. Maybe they're astronauts. Maybe they're reptilian soothsayers. I hope they're in Park. I hope they're in office. Could be. Anything can happen. I present to you the best damn band in the land, the Kiltony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Gilbert Jewel Jimenez, Chroma Chris, and Jesse Johnson. Wow. The sweet sport. Oh my God.
Okay.
Wow. My goodness. Like real basketball players. You can hear the flatness of the skull. Jeremiah, the first noise I heard was the classic sound of the flow. Bouncing out the main room. Not to be confused with what that man was reading. Jesus. Welcome, basketball players. What is your name? Yo, what up? It's Alvin T-Switch. I remember you. It's been a long time. You've been on the show before. T-Switch and Johnson. of shots? Because you look like you wouldn't be able to count you for a free throw.
Very good. That's like,
We're gonna have to see. Maybe we'll do a little shooting competition later. And then what do we got back here? You said I've never seen you with these basketball players.
What's up? I'm a W caller.
Oh my goodness.
And a slam drunk. I drink on the court and that's me.
Wow.
He's a wild ginger. I love that.
Goodness. You're like Stone Cold Stone got a little one like there. How exciting. You have like a happy nothing got some like bees in the morning time. What's your name?
Oh, slam drunk.
Oh, that's your actual name. Wow. That would be an odd trip to the DMV. Oh, that's your basketball court names?
yeah.
Wow. This is a young whippersnapper back here. Looks like he like shoots threes. You got Urban, you got Urban back here now. Oh my God. Is that your name? Yeah, Urban back here. Laying it up, shooting threes from downtown.
Shooting threes are bad.
All sound like they've never
I have never watched a basketball. I grew up without a TV, so
you always learn that class?
yeah, that's what I'm doing. I gotta keep my mouth clean so I can eat that ass later.
Wow. My goodness. You have a steady girl that who's asking me, or you get around a lot?
Yeah.
What is it?
Wow.
All right.
Shit. That's what you mean.
Rim job. T-switch. Slam drunk.
Switch. Like a switch.
Oh, that's right.
He's using his so like switches.
What?
There's like a
Switch him out.
okay.
Oh, you're the only one that has the with the ground. Oh, no, what's happening?
Like a switch, like a Nintendo Switch.
That's what I thought you meant.
I'm trying to make more sense.
I've never heard of it. I've heard so many sexual things on this show. What's the one where you put the pencil in the dick hole? Sounding. That was another one. Switching, like switching to sexual.
I think it's switching like you can top or
T-switch, rim job, slam dunk, and Urban back here. The whole band is here. Andy Letterman. Let's start the show. Comedian gets 60 seconds on the interview, but starting out the show, ladies and gentlemen, I mean truly an icon on the show. An absolute monster. I love him more than anything. Sometimes I give him some good old tough love. Try to squeeze the best out of him like you would with a delicious orange in the morning time. With fresh juice. Here he is. Thanks to the one for his sec. Long time regular. Great comedian. There's William Montgomery.
Oh, Lord. Here it is. Don't you want to
1 minute uninterrupted.
I haven't seen Jack Nicholson on the sideline lately. Unless President Gozer or Lakers. Yes, in my material, Rick Moranis young love of haters. Y'all ever notice how every commercial these days has a product? What's the name of that band that played that song you hear when you accidentally call a fax number? Oh, really? What's that band's name? Times are tough when your goat goes to rehab. No, seriously. Just had to go to rehab. And Scarlett, I just wanted to say that one of your voices is going to be her.
Hey, there's a minute. Yeah. Montgomery, another big funny set, 45 seconds. That used to
going on. It's pretty awesome. Yeah. Great references. Jack Nicholson, Moran's. He's a recluse. Have you ever been a recluse? You have? What happened?
Very toxic bite. Leg amputated.
Goodness.
Snakes.
What were you doing when you got bit by a spider? Were you outdoors?
Some African here in the south. Her waterbed. She had a waterbed.
I lost my virginity.
The waterbeds, they weigh so much that you can really have them on the floor. So,
I don't think they were ever really.
this one, they never bought, but it wasn't like a real bed, but it was it's in the yard. That's what I feel. Because you can heat it up, so and you're sort of snowboard.
I lost my virginity when I was 14. We're just not out there, fucking bumping DMX. I was fucking sick. I couldn't. I was a very slow kid. You took advantage of it. Thanks for bringing it up. My God.
Did you lose this virginity too?
No, Piano lost his virginity. And Brandon, he did it not for fucking at 14. Turns out he did. Or that high school and everything.
I read that. It's true. So you were on a waterbed? I filmed something tickling
Whatever was off my lower right leg turned out to be a big brown recluse.
Oh my God. Southern Tennessee.
Washington Nationals.
No, that's a baseball team.
You know what's weird? Luke Jack Nicholson was in the front row. Call that.
That is true.
Four people in the row.
Really do go. The tennis players.
I did. At the standard across the street. After she went the first time, she did it. She went, "Oh my God, my dad doesn't let me do anything." I was like, "Our dad don't let us do either." My dad doesn't make you like the most athletic person ever. My dad was running.
Incredible. William, what's been going on this week? Your normal real still very bizarre.
Oh my God.
Well, can you keep those?
Dig is my top.
Like, we know that's
Part time.
Even David Lucas has this big on his phone about his first time meeting 2 years ago. He's the exact same. Now,
Were they broken?
the only shorts I wear. I mean, I'm wearing my new Birkenstocks.
My biggest point of the movie, people said use shorts to not work. What size do you wear?
Hell,
I believe it looks like you're wearing 36, 32. That's why it's broken.
episode live right now, and I want to talk with you about the shorts that William has been wearing for what appears to be pretty much 2 years continuously. It's not a short time. It says that it's the only pair of shorts that he wears. What can we do about this? I don't think he's been wearing them since the soft weather. And he sometimes they get too big for you, sometimes they get too small. Well, around the small part, definitely at the small part, the front is busted open. It's a little see that almost right now. Start a fundraiser or something like that, or maybe we should
We could probably find the exact manufacturer of the shorts and buy a new pair of shorts.
you know what, that's what we're going to do. We solved the problem, Mr. Montgomery. Thank you so much for talking with us. We love you. We miss you. Come back, visit us soon. Awesome. Bye-bye. Why did you say fucking do that to me when Papa was on the phone? How so do we do? We don't make me look like a fool. No, your father made you look like a fool. And your father made you look like a fool. He really did. He told us you had no sense of sophomore. Sophomore now in school. He said that they've been too big on you, they've been too small on you, that you fluctuated weights. It's like you're a little flaky at this point.
What? Is that like you're a little flaky? Are you scared to get rid of those shorts for a reason?
Oh, it's so upsetting how small they are.
Jeremiah, do you like him? I see you looking, Jeremiah.
Is that a plastic bag coming out of your mouth?
I see it's what is that?
William, all right. Do you think that if we bought you a new pair of those shorts, would you wear them? What are they?
Mountain hardware.
Mountain hardware?
Mountain hardware.
Mountain hardware?
Mountain hardware.
Size what?
36, probably 37.
What do you mean?
38. It's 30. I got a 40 and they were 38.
Shadow.
Size 40. It looks like a fucking clear.
Down on your ankle.
Mountain hardware? Do they really have Oh my goodness. Oh, these are expensive. That's why they last so long. Look at that. How are you going for each short? How'd you get the original pair? Your sophomore year? Your parents or your grandma or someone?
I was working in an outdoor store in Memphis, Tennessee.
What was the outdoor store?
Outdoors Incorporated.
Outdoors Incorporated.
Is that when you just pick up the panel and people
Wow, guys, breaking news. They absolutely have the exact same shorts.
My God.
30, 50 pounds. Really did the world.
have a grill?
I remember Christmas time when I was working there, Lawrence, the new manager, gave everybody $100 bill for Christmas limits.
Why?
They just wanted to cry that night.
I feel like I know.
Why did he give you a bonus?
I don't know. I
Exactly.
remember worked, and at that point in time, I worked in the, what is that place called? It's like a big enclosed building that they have a warehouse. I worked in the warehouse.
Yeah. What did you do at the warehouse?
I got clothes, I stole a bunch of shit.
What did you do on the shore? What did you do for work at the warehouse?
People would buy stuff. I would find their products. They were Christmas with us.
Do you think it's because you were stealing from me?
We have it all rung up here. It's on sale, in fact. Spoiler alert. It's a men's J-Tree short. On sale for $45.
Pretty good seat, so 7.
What's your seat? My guess is yours is a 911. Because it is a SH.
Oh, that's all. The twin purple.
Yeah. What they have with these shorts. What if you're interested in your butt looks like these shorts? And there's a hole. My God, there's a hole right in his butt over there.
Can we get someone to measure William?
Have you ever pooped out of a hole?
Yes. No, come on. There's a hole there. Because right.
Let me see. Let's see. Sit down on that table behind you, William.
Yeah.
And then you sit on that.
Sharon Stone.
Yeah. Lean back.
Oh my
God.
God. Look at that. Oh, that's a big hole.
Oh my God.
It's a vaginal hole.
That's a picture of me with the black girl in Memphis.
Your hand. Move your hand.
You're holding it. We have to hold it. Spread your legs out.
Light get in there, William. It's very
No, I see red hair. No, that's confused.
okay. All right, you can zoom out.
So shoot the basketball in there.
Oh, that's a really good
You didn't say.
Shoot that basketball right in the hole.
God. Slam drunk. Talking some smackery. What happened there? All right, William. So much. There he goes, the green William Montgomery.
All right,
All right. This is an exciting one. We have our pre-selected 4 in the bucket. A couple of these people I thought were new people that haven't had a shot yet. This is one of those people that I thought were new. But it feels on a few weeks ago. So let's see what happens here. You get the mini stylings of Reagan Wartner. Here we go. Hey, yeah.
My friend.
Here he is.
So, over the past few years, a lot of my friends have been on the female variety, So, with this, I randomly talk about their significant sex life in pretty great detail. And I hate this, it's a lose-lose. They're going to look, one big flaccid disappointment, or they're just going to write me out to begin with. I mean, I can't have you smoking all your dirty deeds to the whole world. What he did, I mean, I don't know what he did, Joe. So, this got canceled, I mean, it's a shame. I have my costume ready and everything. It was the Batman, had the race hat, the chopsticks. Really missing the COVID, But luckily, I'm not going to be able to get the COVID like that. So I'm going to have to go to one of those COVID parties. Have you guys heard of those? Where you go in and have a disease. It's like going to in the 80s.
Reagan Wartner. So Reagan, let's talk about it. How long have you been on stand-up?
About a month.
About a month. No better month to start stand-up than this month.
Craziest thing I've ever heard in my life.
You have all the unsaved energy of a man that's been doing it 1 month in August of 2020. 1 month.
That was way better than your last.
I didn't remember. It was a different guy.
It was definitely good. It was a little bit frightening when you started talking about women talk about sex. You don't want them to talk about your EDs, and then you went straight into a hardcore Cosby joke.
Yes.
Rationalizing the point again that he was into raving because he liked clean jokes.
Because he didn't want the women to make dirty jokes.
I actually think there's a good joke with it. There's like a million words you don't need. There's something funny about the reason you talk about like tongue show. You're breaking into an imagination. Your mouth or not, you should be looking back here. Cosby is a great comedian. Go sleep on him, huh?
Basketball players love Cosby, is that correct? Yeah. How about you, Slam Drunk? What are your thoughts about Cosby? You're a woman.
Yeah, I've never heard anything bad about that. I don't know any of the jokes you guys are talking about.
You don't know him? No, I don't have a team, man. What year is this?
You know, we're on the street.
What year
took out onto the ramp to the park. They ain't got to go to special parks.
Where are you originally from?
Minnesota.
Minnesota. How long have you been in Los Angeles, California?
I moved here during the pandemic.
Wow. Moved here during the pandemic. Wait, can I ask the weirdest laughs of the night, by the way?
I seen him on the traveling one day. That might be the worst.
Now, did you move out here because you were watching film television and you're like, I want to come out and start doing stand up?
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Oh, don't do that.
So, when exactly did you move from Minnesota? What month are we talking about here? Pre or
June.
post George Floyd?
Right after George Floyd.
Right after George Floyd.
Yeah.
Were you close to that incident?
I wasn't working in that area at the time, but I lived right by there.
Is that your favorite cop?
So you live, how far do you live from where he passed away?
40 minutes.
Oh, sure. For all the people that have marched and whatnot, I guess I'll say the word murder. I mean, I guess
He did fall asleep first. I don't know. He did fall asleep. He died in his sleep.
he passed away from natural causes. So that's
No, I'm about to go.
So how far away?
40 minutes.
Oh, 40 minutes. That's not close at all. George Floyd, Wisconsin. So, work.
Postmates now.
Did you inherit a bunch of money from a recently dead grandparent?
No.
Did you or someone you loved recently died?
I don't need car insurance by switching it.
Bored after 400 episodes or something. Have you or someone? All right. Tell us something interesting about you.
So, I have a $515 claim against me yesterday.
What kind of claim?
So, apparently I didn't cancel my gym membership. So, I'm trying to put a claim against me.
Fuck out. Are you in a gym membership?
No.
Look at those.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a post-it.
This was in Minnesota?
Yes.
And you didn't cancel?
Well, I called them and canceled. But they needed writing. I couldn't go there during COVID.
You win.
Yeah,
fuck that.
but you have to make sure that
Write it up, though.
yeah, you have to make sure that you take care of it. Everybody is straightforward.
And this
Take
is
care of it.
sponsored by.
No, they wouldn't. Because they never even told me about it.
How much is your monthly membership?
It was $25 every 2 weeks.
So after like the first month of paying, we just said, well, I'll just keep on charging you for it.
Yeah, no, during COVID, they were charging me. So I tried to stop it because I'm like, you can't charge me. It's not open. So then
That's the reason why
I
you
lost my
only go to that pizza one.
They actually have pizza.
I know. So you have a claim against you at the gym. What else is going on at my
So I just moved to a new apartment out of a co-living place, which is
what's code living?
so it's so of course it's like 8 roommates in one room.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. That's not awesome. You needed 4 months.
No, it's like these all these public home webcams. They do have webcams on the house.
Go ahead.
I think you have to show Big Brother.
So there's like it's in a room in the one bathroom, and yeah, it's really bad.
How much is your rent?
$800.
We've had somebody on the show before.
Yeah, no, I don't know why I didn't know that. Someone did that.
$800 a month. So now, is that what you did before? Or is that where you're living now?
I just I only stay there
Where have you moved into? Now you have what?
apartment right by side of La Brea.
Your side of La Brea, both sides.
La Brea is in the middle of Hollywood.
Willoughby. What's the number? Willoughby's a great street. It's snugly between Santa Monica and Orange, basically. Tony, so I deliver food all the time. Willoughby and all right. So, what's the craziest thing that's happened to you while you've been figuring out Postmates on the road?
Postmates, yesterday, I believe, and I just left because there's this crazy enough had to go get them out of my car.
Say,
Out.
that's close to Canada.
Like, that's not even what I did.
Very
So, just have to come all around my car and let me leave for
I actually had one here recently. I had a crazy guy that was on He started, he went for me. I was at a meter in the street, St. Beverly Boulevard, and I was at a meter, and I get back into my car. I'm on a phone too at the time. And so I'm not really doing, but I did in the meter, so I'm just going to chill here. And the guy has no shirt on, one of these fucking Latino. I mean, totally freaking bad, like fucking Chico Latino guy. You know what I'm talking about right there. And he takes his shirt in his hand and he starts like detailing my entire. He's like, man, these are way too close and there's like dust on them or something like that. And I'm like, it's okay, pal. You don't have to do that. He's like, whatever. And he's like, no, I'm gonna do it, man. Just from the heart. I'm like, no, seriously. If it's from the heart, it's gonna happen. I don't have any cash on me. They cannot pay you for this. And he goes, I don't need your fucking cash. I'm a zillionaire. I just rolled out the window because I was trying to complete this phone call. It already sounded like I was in like a bad neighborhood to the person who was talking. He was like already bad embarrassed. So anyway,
I tried to roll down the window and like $2 million. She didn't leave me alone. But then like rolled it down to the ceiling, screaming nonsense. I just
There was one point where the light turned red at the intersection that traffic was at. I swear to God, the guy is like, it's been like 3 minutes now. And at this point, I'm annoyed because I can't drive away and I can't get away. I've already tried, but now I've tried multiple times. Like, please, man, please, and you don't have to do it. Like, this guy can snap at it. He has veins popping out of his neck and chest and shit. And at one point, the light turns red and traffic stops. And I swear to God, a cop car with 2 cops in the SUV stops right next to me. But I don't want to be like, excuse me, there's this guy is cleaning my tire, right? But instead I gave them like this sort of like that. I just wanted to do it. And the guy looks right at me and I'm like, I point at that guy cleaning my tire and I give him the, like, I don't know what the fuck this guy's doing. But I didn't say anything. And, but the basically looked at me like, fuck you, buddy. I live in that neighborhood and it's Tony's like, black. Come on, help me out over here. It's unbelievable what is happening in one of the loveliest neighborhoods. The treats, it's the big riot in June. It's absolutely incredible. It really changed the dynamic. A couple poppers and now good thing we saw the races of the totally worth it. Anyway, anything else?
So my mom's getting divorced.
Oh, I don't think that isn't. What did you do?
They got divorced.
Your mom getting divorced.
Because apparently, like, her husband is weird. So he's like narcotics officer.
Oh, Jesus.
And he's retired. He's just having like super strange, like super mad all the time.
Wow.
Oh, he's stabbing people in surprise.
Is he collecting girls and stuff like they did in Breaking Bad? Like he wasn't able to work. He's like, what? He's a drug dealer.
So your mom and dad will get back together?
Hell, no, they hate.
Do you have siblings? Yeah. Your sister?
Well, 2 steps Three stepsisters.
Real sister.
What I'm wondering is since my mom's getting divorced,
Very good.
anyways, let's be honest.
Yeah, we know that you ever jerk off, so like your stepsister is like under or something. You ever do anything weird with your stepsister's motherfucking trip?
I have never done anything weird with my
Come on, you think that clip's gonna go all the heads? Come on, dude. That's what you do.
my younger sister's like a first, so
Yeah. Good to try. Okay.
okay, just let it out.
There you go. So, not into the bunch, huh? How about the more feminine stepsisters? You think you should call one right now and tell her that you always wanted to fuck her? How many of you think that's a good idea? No, don't do it. There you go. Do it. Order. Showing improvement. It's second time with Bill Tony. One experience. That is quite a career. Huh?
Yeah, I was wanted to go for a vet my whole life. A convertible my whole life.
Yeah.
And I found out very quickly that you do not want a convertible as some foreign lights. You would just be sitting there.
Yeah.
Right.
You're like, okay, that's why I have a rig for.
I have a convertible and I very rarely use it. It's actually quite shocking on dates and things like that. Like the sun is fucking aggressive. It's way too hot. He's afraid of sun. No, I already have kind of sun. I don't know if you can tell, but I look like a fucking homeless. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Vitamin D. I pulled another name from the book. It's supposed to be next meeting by the name of Kenneth Burnett.
What's up, Joe? All right, what's going on, man? My name is Keith. It's a very simple name, but people always mix it up for some reason. When I got a job at this Mediterranean restaurant, and she's like, "Hey, good look, you come help me with the job." I'm like, "Bitch, I'm a water guy." Like 10 minutes later, she's like, "Hey, can you come help me out on the grill?" Like, it's pretty hot, okay? I understand if our conversations are making you wet, but I am not.
Oh, it's like the Jackie Robinson of child support.
McDonald's and excuse me, McDonald's.
Yeah, it's McDonald's. We would sit in front of McDonald's. We might get through time. Why do you call it? Why do you call it McDonald's? Carolina. They call the most popular sandwich Big Mac. Is it like switch or is that?
It's not supposed to be because I had a red shirt and I worked at McDonald's.
Now you look like
No collection.
I actually call it JJ Leno collection.
I broke in the guy from his house and I stole this shit.
That is awesome. I like your style, man. I do. You lived in LA for 8 years?
No, I was in San Diego for like a year. So,
Okay. I never really heard of the training you know, if you can do it through this quarantine. Yeah, but you spend it on, you know, like, because right. Some of the fights that you saw.
I was doing dumb shit like buying Nike.
Oh, God. Like, I literally just sit on a was that from one of my favorite shoes? It was on Melrose Hill. June.
Like the best shoes they had.
I think it's good. Did you think at all on that one night about looting at all? Looting from outward? Not only whether it's together, we walked out to the intersect. What's that? The night of the big LA riot, you know, I guess we got a very close next door neighbor. And everyone neighbor, I'm like, yes. Yes. Anyway, and for example, like the Trader Joe's was fully open, and the person was like, "These are dying," you know, or anyway, it's right around where we live.
I've been arrested once for no reason. I spent exactly 12 hours.
That's enough.
I don't even know what it was.
But you're really going to get it.
Actually, you know what? Once you get there, the fact that you can't leave, you know, it's actually kind of relaxing. It's actually kind of relaxing.
In 12 hours, you got there.
It's like, you know, the edge is exceeding the fate of the player. They put me in around 11:30. I was like, it's not right. Like, it's wrong. But at night, and then they what jail was this, North Carolina? Okay. It's like a maximum security. Almost the first sit-in. What?
Maximum security is a McDonald's.
It was mixed up.
As opposed to far away.
I like your honesty, but you don't have to.
What? Really? Did I traumatize you? It's always you. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have the voice of a white woman. I have a sensitive side.
Another winter, I said that I touched the white girl. The white girl said I didn't even touch her. And I still got to stand in the school. My dad
You should have your mom take you out. You didn't even get to touch her?
I didn't even touch her.
You know what, Andy? You should let him get free. I'm kidding. I'm just joking.
I was ready to. I was like, give me my reparation. Half of my hand.
So my dad did some shit to me on the way home. Got me home. Sat down. Take a drink. And he ate
Yeah, it's like, wait for last time. Oh, you're in 2018. I was like 19. Wait, say it again? Say it again? So it's been that long since a white girl? How long were you in since? Was it a casual thing like that? So you don't right. You had a minute about you have kind of cigarettes and like a beer and you see when they come out. Yo, kid, you want to go get a tattoo real quick?
Yo, vote for me. I got this mama's milk.
All right. Yeah, but he just yeah, sure, said. Oh, Jesus, why do I have to sound like that? That's everybody's goddamn impression of me. He was down with the street, and then coronavirus hit, and then the motherfucker like, they went to the store now. And I ain't mad at him, but I feel like he's a lover. I know he is. He's a sweet lover. I'll tell you this, when things get up and running, I know I want to do that. I want to, trust him with the breakers on, big audiences. That's when he shines. So he's probably waiting until the energy's back. Hey, man, I can't wait. I'm pretty sure anything else. The rap out for like, wait a minute, civil rights. I'm just used to do it. You just can't do that shit. There's a Macklemore joke here somewhere. If you guys want to look for it, I can tell. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I think you just did it. And I can't give myself a rim shot, you fucking idiots. Rim shot, throw rim shot. There you go. All right, Kenny. Well, this is much fun. Great fucking interview. What a great guest. Great follow. Where at? All right, it's one of those times right now where I get to bring up one of my favorite comedians, guys. This guy, for sure, knows something or other about being an African American, right? I love this guy. We're good friends. Hang on, what's on here, Steve? Girls sweat. Like it's kind of like that was. Like, love is not hard to find. Women always bring it to you like, you don't get to love the kid, but you love me. Like, convince myself to love a dog, and all that nigga is pissing me. So it won't be too hard to love a bitch that fucks when they get on my nerves. Love is not hard. Who the fuck wants you to love somebody that fucks up the first time for me? I can love like a motherfucker. I think the perfect woman is a Japanese man. It's perfect. She can't hear shit or say shit. You know, it's gonna be my perfect bitch. Gotta be a 10. You can't see her head? Oh, no, you take your teeth through your nose. You won't keep your nose doing for it.
just tell you, stuff like that is that I don't even think you would have gone through 40 seconds of stuff that you talked about because I think there was an audience and a pause after you all meet another woman like me after you tell a girl you don't want to be with her anymore. That's exactly. I mean, that would just be one of those slow builders that starts swirling and then just builds. I've seen it enough times to recognize it.
And then,
It's interesting how weird the translation of well-written jokes and the timing and everything is so off. But if you have an ear for it, that's extremely smart. I haven't heard that before. You won't meet another woman like me. Like, why would you say that if you're breaking up with them? Because it's a blessing, right?
it's just like right there.
I love it, man. Real quick, I want to give a shout out to the comedy store icon right here in the room right now. The guy who has, I believe, okay, he's walking away. He's walking away, everybody. A comedy store legend, the great Jeff Scott is oh my God, piano player at the comedy store for well over 2 decades, almost 3. A guy who is extremely respected and loved by absolutely everyone.
Absolutely. You know, Jeff told me a piece of advice. There's a lot of people here right now working to get the opening spots on the show. Said Jeff, he misses the days when Vince had the opening comics introduce him. I mean, if that name is that much to him, it took 20 seconds out of my to introduce Jeff.
That Mitzi never told him that, and he just
Yeah. Mitzi used to make all the opening comedians give a piano player $100. Some of the coolest Halloween costumes. Yeah, it's incredible. I've seen this guy turn into a dinosaur, turn into a skeleton man. He made a dinosaur thing out of carpets.
He starts right after Halloween for next year. He really puts a lot of effort into it.
So you know what they costume is
What were you?
she can't get a
When you grew up the baby's kids?
Was it a creamsicle you're wearing it now?
She gave me a white t-shirt and a red hat and told me I was a gallon of milk.
You're a Trump supporter now.
What you told me?
Oh, you know me. I'm gonna be
You're gonna be a toilet seat.
yeah, that's right. You know me. You're allowed to sit on me, and then you can either take a number 1 or a number 2.
Or just be.
Sure, absolutely. You can be on the toilet seat all the time.
Oh, well, you know, actually, it's really cool to clean it up. Depends on if the toilet got to be on the stank.
Oh, you're trying to get rid of this?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I'm upset.
Or they got the little soccer balls in the urinals.
Oh, that's that.
I'm trying to think what the fuck that was. Maybe if they do it everywhere.
Oh my goodness, soccer ball?
I think it was
have little games so we can compete. Like, whoa, I'm playing
Oh my God, anything the girls
You guys just have to sit down.
the toilet for us to sit on. It's not fair.
before you.
What?
In the toilet.
Oh my God, they put these tubes that go up and down. It's not fair.
Pilot wings on the show?
Microsoft.
Yeah, I heard
The pilots.
Wings, he got hungry.
And then she'll dirt in the whiskey looking at stuff. Do you see a picture of her?
Oh my goodness, really? Are you gonna just jump in the water and just sink?
I don't think fish like dark meat.
Where you going? They always have Groupons for that.
Well, here's the story. So I'm nights. Like, what are you doing tomorrow? I can take it right now. 4:30 in the morning. We can discuss it.
Third or good?
I'm sure my location will kill Tony.
But it doesn't really.
Make sure I know what I left. I'll take
Around and the police find it, and they're like, this body found his extremely bloated body, and I'm just like, no, he's only in the water for 20 years. Well, that's what weighing him down. Something about him is in a gun in his pocket. What if it's because your brother doesn't got kissed above you, and then you're like so struggle that your gun fires into the boat's bottom, and then it sinks because of a bully shot?
a lot.
You know, what if your role is just oh my god. It makes sense. More like a Asian. I was at the airport. I just next to Panda Express. It's like when it. The girls are there. I don't like. Orange chicken. Everybody sounds like things. What's her name? It's Nicole Tran. Yeah. Nicole's the shit. We got. And then we talk about I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. So, shit. Started.
There you go.
That's why I wasn't here.
Really?
Yeah. Hey, but that's my first time being on a lecture like 2 years. So high school, so we didn't really like sport or rap or anything.
And how long did you wrestle for? How long were you in that for?
Yesterday, I mean, last week, 3 rounds. That shit felt like I ran for 2 hours.
Right. Yes, it's extremely hard. Vomit.
Right.
Rounds.
Yep. You started when I felt like I was dying. Like when you already have time. So I like earn a new respect for like fighters. These guys are exhausted, getting choked out.
They do use the arm first. So you think real bearding. Like the specialist stuff. Yeah, that's not. I can't watch MMA with people who don't like respect that girl. It's like, what did he just do? Up and knock him out, dude? I would have.
Basketball, because we need a big man.
I can shoot like a mother.
Really? Is that true? My goodness gracious. Who do you think shoots better, you or
On stage.
okay, let's go to the trash can. Somebody want to hear the trash can on the meter? The trash can is going to be the first thing. We're going to be our first ever shoot off. Is very exciting. Not a shootout, a shoot off. That's right. Shooting. That's good. That'll work. Here we go. Okay. Now pretend the ball is your swerve. This is a funnel in, okay? Good luck. Let me get David. Now put it on the edge. There's no way basketball. Give me a fucking basketball. Throw me the Jesus. What are you talking about? Battery. I'm gonna make it right now. Yeah. Make sure I don't break anything. Oh, right off the front of the rim. So close. My rebound actually. Someone let the ball right.
basketball. He thinks that they fly multiple feet in any direction. Okay. Take the trash bag off. It's okay, Brian. It's okay. Play the Harlem Globetrotters. Look at him. Take it over there. Play the Harlem Globetrotters music. This is perfect. First ever shootout here. Oh! Can we get a light over there? Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, David Luke, Jeremiah wasn't going to like this very much. I think we would come with Here we go, Jeremiah with a big shot. Oh! This is incredible. The lighting just simply could not be any worse for this, but we're trying our best. Can we get maybe... Sure. Oh! Nobody has missed. For those of you who are correct, nobody has missed the first ever Cal County basketball shootout. Oh, Jeremiah from way downtown. Oh, he's protected by the CLA. That's it. For those of you paying attention, the game is over. The black man won the basketball game. Oh, there it is. All right. All right, so you should have quit with your head. Okay, everybody, there you go. I'm not taking this loss easy at all.
This is so fun.
It's over, Jeremiah. That's it. Jeremiah, get back on stage. That's the end of that segment. Jeremiah, get back on stage. That was fun. No. Don't make us hit it out of another truck. Stop fucking playing. He's trying to get Jeremiah on his crap, but he's like, good job, buddy. Okay, it's over. Yeah. Hey, the wheel's over. Bouncing a ball with his like, great work, buddy. William, rest in peace, just got crushed by a basketball. He was going to pop. And he was going to pop out of the trash can. Get out of here. That's the Brad Williams segment. David, so much fun. I'll see you next week. Everybody, on to the next one. Holy shit, that's funny. Some great shooting. David and Jeremiah could not miss until they started. Actually, see it. I love how clean it is. The Cal County Olympics start any day now.
Not playing with track.
All right, this is exciting. This guy had a ongoing storyline on the show, and he's great every single time he's ever been on. So he's back again. Ryan Joseph. Here we go.
And so security cameras through the days. You feel like very good. And I'm grateful alone. Thinking about getting a job. I just saw a dream that my stepmom died last night. And my whole family was crying. I just woke up. His brother and recently came out of the hospital. Parents are all pretty psyched. We're like trying to be that close. Everyone knows China's racist. They talk about making dogs and winter 7 classes. There's a lot of bad stuff too. There's construction periods in my house driving me crazy in the morning. It works. I know that I still hear those things back.
All right. That was pretty cool. I like that you got it in the we can do it strong roll part. this strong and effective law, murdered his famous.
Yeah, you do run your family.
Yeah, later I guess I do.
What did you look like before?
So, keep us posted on how's the relationship going?
Pretty.
Catch Annie up a little bit. Give her the short end of what she's had the last few weeks.
Started dating this girl during the pandemic. Basically, she was dating another guy at the same time as me. And once we went exclusive, she told me about the sessions with my mom and everything. Like, took her on this nice trip to Arizona. We decided to go exclusive. We get back in the relationship. And didn't know about it. And then she also told me she never like talked to me again or whatever like that. But shit. And
She said, why don't you delete his number? She why don't you off Instagram? She's like, I won't.
yeah,
She's like, I have to look at this card.
pretty much.
It's because you thought you took him to a nice trip to Arizona. She's like, this guy thinks I'm nice trip to Arizona. I'm trying to get home with this guy still following on Instagram.
I was running away from the riots. I was freaking out, and I didn't even know that.
Are you still
Yes.
You kind of have a true, it's like a true bandana.
I realize you're breathing Trump now. My goodness, the Trump lips. I love these.
On my panties. What?
Here, you know, pink is for breast cancer, red is for Trump.
Wow.
Good
Man.
luck.
Probably like the third or fourth most popular color.
These are different fire engines. It's no longer for fire.
Wow. Trump engines. Trump engines. So, I wonder what Donald Trump would say about being recognized for the color red. I guess we're not going to find out. We don't have a sound for it. I have this guy. Let's see if we can get him on play. He's a big fan of the show. Donald Trump, Andy. Okay. Mr. President, Andy Letterman has stated on this show that, you know Andy? Oh my goodness. Wow, he's going to sing.
You know what? I got my period. It only makes common sense.
This isn't really working today, Mr. President. He's singing Dragon and only popped up once.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to have you on. Thank you. President of the United States of America. The owner of the color red, Donald Trump. Okay, so what's happened this week with this girlfriend?
Let me up. Just finish
Because
that.
last week, right, go ahead, yeah.
So I didn't know I cared. She kept being like, are you still talking to any of those girls that you were seeing? I'm like, no, I told you I'd delete all their shit, but you don't delete that kind of number. And she's like, I will right now. And she deleted my Instagram. And she's like, I couldn't do that. So then I did. Then I came on. I freaked out because I knew it was building up. As I looked at this on Instagram, copywriter, pretending I was going to write a book. I tricked him.
Tell her about the like message exchange.
Hey man, what's up? I was wondering if
He knew that the guy
yeah. He's like, oh, dude, I'm on top now. I'll be back. I was like, okay. And then I was like, so and so. What's last name? Sarah, man. It's like, oh, I can talk all the time. I saw her like 3 weeks ago. I was like,
This bitch
You know, I want to start shipping that over to the cabin. I can see it. I feel like I can take anybody in and put them in a house or a cabin. That's where I can see it.
Which is nice. Then, like, get together and then
How big are we talking about? David Memphis or William Montgomery? I like the team. I like the team. Like, they girl didn't know it was great. Children, like, they were red flags. I got slipped by a dog. I would pick her up. And you mean Trump flags? No, like, pick her up. I'm just take pictures of all these people. They get freaked out. And like three guys were one of them. Yeah. I saw a sign on one of the streets near my house now. The street sign that said, "Don't take pictures of it. It gives us a look at the waves." Like, what?
How the fuck? How does that make it? Why did you get a sign?
It's the zipper, I think it's gonna be away.
You didn't see that. I was taking pictures of the sign. It's like,
You know, when you're a rapist, someone in a tent just one zipper. And double the zipper.
but she, now, like, I also Tinder, right? And it's screenshot all of those that matter. Like, go to the highest ones and send them to her. She would be this girl. Like, I just didn't let her. I just treat her energy. It's so, yeah. So, I just want something to and then we can like that together. Don't worry.
And let me ask you this: when you're having sex with this Latina girl, do you remember like dirty talk about hooking up with another guy? Like they were like, "If they did, you like come out of the mind, don't make a wrong." Is it all like listen, Dave, like I feel like a little bit. That guy's gonna take eventually too.
Correct. You don't feel like crazy.
This just brought up real stuff. Nuclear warheads.
Like average really bad.
He's dropping bombs over Alright, Ryan. So let me just get this. That's the possibility that you might have sex with someone to increase her efficacy a little bit. This way, you're no longer the bitch. Now it's just a fucked up thing.
Right.
So there's already no trust, right?
Good trust. I'm in New York for a couple weeks.
Oh, she wants to make sure what she's doing. She's trying to get back to the years. You don't fucking know. She's doing fucking everywhere.
I know, Barrett's talking to me.
She goes to New York. What am I going to do? It's the middle of the battlefield. When is she going to New York?
Right.
I care for you.
You care. It's tired.
Like, you get to the point where you're just like, once you're like, I'm just going to fucking, okay, I'm so cocky and I'm fucking world of something.
You're doing a good job of it.
Have something dramatic. That's fine. You're having a great horse. You know, like drama. Did you do that?
You had a book.
That was the other red flag.
His girlfriend was oh my god.
Sorry.
Right.
We gotta, okay, next time we do this, we can read that book.
Yeah, we're trying to look before you break up with her. It's gonna be really sad when her face like
Why is it on your island? You think a raccoon?
Talking about her on this show.
Wide open for you, this is really, really interesting stuff. It's not everybody gets to have a wild, California Latina relationship, and it's fun to get updates with things like that. It's different than fucking basic life.
Yeah. Florida. And like
To an alley.
Right, Joseph, everybody there.
There was only one right there.
One more of these.
I like that you switched it up.
You have to play this.
I thought you were trying to go
Strike at the right thing. All right, your final bucket full tonight goes by the name of Basketball. It's like the
plant-based diet last week. Really? I'm not. Now, we're I am surprised to see that he's really pedophile sandwich spokesperson, Jared Cole, was not on the MC flight logs. Come to find out, he was forced to take the subway. Nintendo does not have a I was bio to Islam on the streets, in the sheets. I was next morning.
Am I saying that correctly?
Cass. Sabat. Cass.
Okay, Cass. What ethnicity?
I'm Cuban.
Oh, did you fuck that guy? That's exciting. Were you born in America?
I was.
Miami. Wow. Los Angeles.
I've been here for years now.
What do you do here?
Before this happened, I was
Oh, really? What kind of music do you play?
I play in a rock band, but I also play for people. So
What's the name of the rock band?
Spira. Spira. Everything with me is very hard to pronounce. My name is wonderful.
So it's E-S-P-A-R-A. Oh, best. Okay. Very exciting. What do you do in the band?
I see.
Really? Awesome. Yeah, can you give us a little maybe something from the official YouTube video, Sleeplet?
No, I'm screaming with a microphone right now.
This is your perfect diet right now. You can fucking man up, dude. Eat some meat or I'll see you around.
Yeah.
Let's go! Wait, are you singing? Wait, there's something to blow our ears out. I fucking like that. That's good. That was one of the laziest performances I've ever seen.
Dude, me up.
Man, that was the quietest screaming I've ever heard. Let's go off and go. I want to hear this sentiment that you said you could do.
When I was
Metrosexual.
Hey, but you know the song, Hey, Outcast, can you do a little bit of that song?
Born a song that you learned. Today's segment will have from Outkast.
And it's a pretty universal
I
song.
think that's cultural.
No, it's gonna be. Do sit in the coffee.
Hey, they were singing earlier in the show. That's great.
Yo, really? That is fucking hilarious.
That's what Jeremiah thinks is singing sounds. Art is a rock. I want to hear Jeremiah. Yeah. Jeremiah.
That was a good one.
That's it. Frank Sinatra?
In other words,
Justin Timberlake.
Oh my goodness. Kiss. Jessica wants to see you guys kiss. I can tell by that. Cass, tell us something else interesting about you. What else in your life? You get a lot of girls being the singer of a cool hit band. You have tattoos to your wrist. You have those piercings. You seem like a good-looking guy. You're smooth and you play a lot of romance. So you can make like a rose pop out of anywhere or something.
So many.
Yeah, I love success strikes.
So what else? Jesus, quite the addiction over here. What else do you do for fun?
We do.
I do. I'm like in that awkward.
Hello, everybody.
Wow.
So what are we talking about? Girls, boys? What do you
Straight. I just got a relationship like a month ago. Maybe.
with a teenage girl that is currently
I wish.
ethical sitting on her coffee table?
I think it's or maybe I don't.
Why that relationship?
You know, when you get into relationships, you kind of pick up the patterns. And you're like, you know what? I'm gonna walk out of this booth and end up like. Just walked up and like, that's crazy. So,
How long were you together?
4 months.
That's good for you.
What's your favorite thing in the bedroom? Do you have any special sexual maneuvers that you put on a girl? Do you give them the cubano?
That's why you put a sandwich in there.
Yeah. And then she puts it out of her mouth. You ever give a girl the old Fidel fucking Castro?
What I like to do is I go to the room and I just grab it and make a big shift. Like up on it and then have some kind of
Really on good
Honestly, I like the thought with Ron too. The fucking smoking. He is my celebrity.
Wow. Look at that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
They got hot as shit. The dolphin symptom.
Yeah, that thing
Come on, the dolphin symptom.
Yeah, fine.
Talk about dolphin
Let me
race.
just
grounded dog.
not a baby anymore. He's all grown up. Alright. Castle. What about any other, like, ways? How do you kill time in your place during the quarantine?
I am very fortunate to have enjoyed what I've working for the most part.
Wow, you just make music all the time.
Sometimes I make cold brew coffee. You know, that was fun. Yeah. That's the worst part, dude. It takes so much time to make it.
It's pretty hot.
Yeah.
So, like, for what he was, young boy. I hear he still has the
Wow. And the rubber.
outside of
Every here.
Oh, really?
Except trumpet. Yeah, it's like a voice now. I think I got out of that when I was 6.
How about drums? Can you play drums real quick for us?
Sort of during quarantine?
Nah, that's like.
yeah, but you were you.
Actually, I would like to see that.
I'll take a bet on that.
Keep it moving. There goes. There you go. Set 500. I'll do them.
That'd be fun.
He's getting more practice. Tony gets good at this.
Stay tuned for episode 500 because if I do a good job on it, it's got to be against Joel. And in fact, if he wins, he gets to take my job for an episode, and it'll be an episode of Guilt.
Oh.
If I win, no matter what happens.
And Joel gets. That sounds like a fun.
I get to make fun of how bad Joel is.
It's just a shower.
Remember when Jeremiah hosted? Yep, it was like 30 minutes. That's so top. Yes. Yeah, dog, I love you. What? Gentlemen, it is the time that I look forward to every single week. Absolute genius is amongst us. A guy, I don't know if you've ever seen Moneyball, but this guy, that's 1,000. He
slugs 1,000. He gets on base. Goddamn. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of my favorite comedians on the goddamn planet, a creative genius. This is the creative force of Michael Taylor. Love this. He is live in the flesh, the joint in his mouth. It's rolling around. He's getting in his zone. We've seen this before. He's away from the microphone. He's approaching the microphone. This is Michael Taylor.
This is very hot as
Through
fuck.
Chicago. Here he is.
Next to that. Oh, shit.
This is an amazing episode, and any great part of that, like you great thing, these fucking basketball players, and what it's talking about, yeah, I really want one. Annie, those bamboo earrings.
Yeah. I took actually
I'm a big fan. So I'm from New York, so I'm recognized everything. But, alright, so obviously Hollywood saw my ass. So like, Michael, you're so good at ladies. You did the next sequel. I'm like, what? Like, we need you to be the next sequel. I'm like, what? No, sequel. He got the cop shows, he got the firemen, he got the doctors, and we have like, what do we need that show now? The nurses.
The box that was given to me before the show by Michael Taylor. Oh my goodness, there's scripts in here. Here we go. What do I do with all these? They still make these. We all supposed to use them? Smoking nurses. Cigarettes. These are candy cigarettes. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Here we go.
Tony, is everyone ready?
I think so. And
My people, everyone in Harvard, write the next sequel. Okay, so Tony,
here we go. And remember, band. Let's do this as if though your character is doing impressions. People, not in.
thank you to
This is the Smoking Nurses from the guy who watched Schlad, Michael Weir. Here we go. Theme song in 3, 2, 1.
3, 3.
Overtime. The Smoking Nurses is filmed entirely behind a hospital where the nurses do a smoke cigarette. I am so upset. Frontline better turn into full-time ASAP because Nurse Redman needs to give you
At least you have much going forward, Tim. Nurse Redby, I lost some of the patients to Corona this morning. I courageously offered each of them one last chance to bust them.
There's been violence violation.
So what happened with those? This is the rapture, honey. These men deserve a final nut blast.
One of the men who died was only 40 years old. No one's safe from Corona. Well, he also had gout and gangrene from abusing puppet deal. Corona!
Man, I hope this plague never ends.
Nurse.
Fuck y'all. I love living in isolation. Away from my rotten kids and son of a bitch husband. Watching reruns of The Sopranos and wicked farts. With no commentary from my rotten kids or son of a bitch husband.
Time to ourselves is important. Some of these patients were the last people they'll ever talk to. And holy moly, will they not shut the fuck up? It's like they see the light and want to get everything off their chest. I must have heard a dozen murder confessions. Speaking of confessions, where does everyone have it in Disneyland Lantern except me? Because we all went to Disneyland in the middle of a pandemic and didn't invite you. You nurses are a bunch of Rudy Tuesdays. We didn't invite you because you wear scrubs on your days off. It's embarrassing. We need all to make comfortable clothing. Why would I wear something that's comfortable?
That you're thinking of your scrubs.
Well, it's silly. It is a health code violation to not wear underwear with screens. Oh, lady, dear.
And you better not wear scrubs to the chief of staff's wedding.
Canceled. The bridesmaids killed themselves from exhaustion. She knew the ceremony would be in 4 days.
Suicide. The ultimate party foul.
Next week on Smoking Nurses. I thought you quit. Smoking? No, nursing. You wish. I do wish when you're gone, I'll be the charge nurse. That's the nurse in charge. I know what a charge nurse is. I am the charge nurse. I'm just saying, you leave, I'm the charge nurse. The nurse in charge. We all know that the charge nurse is in charge. A week after that, the smoking nurses. We all got the TB corona. Yeah, we wear the most protective clothes. It's getting into our shoes. The other pair of Crocs have 40 times size holes. Damn you, Crocs. The end. There you go, the smoking nurses. I ate all my cigarettes. That was fun.
I made you on my first day of my son on my neck on the kid. Yeah, right now I'm having my 46th.
What's a year? We also have a nursery.
I don't make it that happy. I'm trying to make you
46 episodes.
and I met you and you were talking to the guest another amazing dancer. My son was here. Even though it looks so young, even 21-year-old son. And he grew up in Wyoming. I've got to meet him twice. My son goes, yeah, that makes sense. He's from Colorado. He's a good dude like that. You're good people too. And I look at your humans and I think about before I had wanted to be from here, I go away Queens and I always wanted to be a rapper. I was
absolutely. It's going to spin a verse. Here we go. Michael Laird spinning a verse from a guy who watched Law and Order. It's a verse.
I love my girl with legs and and growing on his place to Sunday back in the body. But it's all right. Good. But she for this one, she was always this night. The little girl, one in this kid, the one thing. Taking a lap of myself, like a mommy, I want to get a mommy, that's how I feel about this stuff. She loves the dance to the right band. She was with this fun, she knew what they came in. It's kind of complex. This little thing, let's hear from the babies from around the way.
Wow, look at that. Not only did he spin a verse, I think that was 2 or 3 verses, and he also did it all in Latin.
They love it.
Johnny,
See, that's a challenge I can't turn down. Let's start. It's just a dolphin with aphid. Michael, anything else before we end this coffee push? Okay, 2 things. He's always the one that brings up old cakes.
He knows a lot of gay terminology.
Yeah, you love it.
I think that's what it means. It's like you're very
It makes me feel good. Yeah. Absolutely. Give a shout out.
Alright, see my shirt.
It says, Sharda versus everybody.
Shauna Hubbard is the mid-60s historian from now for 40 years. She fucking embraced the life in comedy in ways she never fucking know. The black maybe did this, but I love you, Shauna. And thank you for making my dreams come true.
Thank you, Sharda, for getting to this. Michael Laird. MichaelLairdComedy.com for everything. Michael Laird. Tons of merch, tons of awesome content, tons of awesome everything. Michael Laird is the man. And we'll see you next week. Michael, here comes a drawing for Brian Gino. Let's see what we get tonight. We're all playing basketball. It's the extra John Watersy type of vibe, sort of it's unbelievable what you're able to accomplish in this amount of time. Brian James still showing exclusive advances every week. Unbelievable. You got everybody in that thing in an hour and whatever this was, 50 minutes or so. Well, we did that. A lot of fun stuff happening, guys. Annie Letterman, thank you so much for being here. What are you plugging? You have podcasts?
Look on my podcast, The Inspiration comes out on Thursdays. You can see it on YouTube. It's fun. You can other stuff like the Patreon, also follow me on it. One thing, no T is one thing.
And one at the end.
Just one of them.
Letter ED or
On my Instagram.
at Annie Letterman.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm
absolutely great. Jeremiah Watkins was the leader of the band. Jeremiah Watkins. What else, Jeremiah? Tell us about the work that you've been doing. I tried to request it the other day. I was eating a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit driving to go play golf. It was middle school. I requested it and you wouldn't even take me. I was watching you talk to normal people.
I didn't see it.
All right.
So he told me as Tony spelled differently, and I accepted him, and then it was a bad version of you. So he kept requesting me. I didn't know this was a real.
That's so funny.
But yeah, I got a lot of Jeremiah Watkins with like a doctor, the phone bar, the hands on recently. I've been looking at all these Jeremiah Wonders, and then I'm going to do a shout out to Brown, who's a area. He passed away recently, and I want to shout out to his friends and family.
That's right. He's been on the show. He passed away. With us. We don't know what happened. I was hanging out with him for that. Real? Is that true? Yeah. Well, that's right. The great Jesse Johnson is here. Absolutely killing it as always. She has great ornaments for sale. And they're like Christmas ornaments, but I like to call them anytime occasion ornaments.
Anytime, any religion,
She handmakes them. Every single thing is handmade by her. I've seen them. I actually bought one off her. I have it hanging as the first thing you see when you walk into my place. It's just dangling by a string.
you're going for Etsy.
Yes. Whoa. These ornaments are unbelievable. You can get them by hitting up JetSteveJohnson@gmail.com.
Oh, my new website, JetSteveJohnson.com.
Wow, Jesse, I didn't even know to go there yet. I can't wait. Expect some traffic.
And real quick, Comedy Store YouTube page, check out through the Looking Glass, Big Squirrel and I, and Sonic, Red Man,
We had a lot of fun. And hey, everybody, that was common aspect of this whole time. What do you think about tonight's episode? What else, Carl? Tell us something else. You can follow me on Instagram at Chris. Recently been writing we will be on the lookout for sure. Follow them on social media. Guys, I knew you were going to believe this. The entire time, that was actually Joel Jimenez. Joel, what's going on back there? Really sorry, the podcast. What did you do this week? What's going on?
We're in hiatus because David's out at Chappelle Land, so waiting for him to get back. See, we'll be back. Sorry, I love you guys.
Well, Red Man,
Check out Virtual Red Man Virtual Reality Show, and also check out Brothers in Curse. We got your PhD with Hidden Dead End for the Ultimate. That's why I got TV.
right, a whole bunch of you nerds at TonyAngelo.com. And there's a Patreon, patreon.com/where I go over everything roasted with the writers of all the roasts, all the meanest people. We talk about us being mean to people, making jokes, of course, and honoring the ones that we love.
Oh, also, wait. I have masks for sale, but
That's right. Where can they find those masks?
you can find that if you go to my Instagram. It's in the bio.
There you go. That was interesting. Big hands. Yeah, big hands. Worse than I thought. Big hands. I wrote down. Great Ryan G emails for everybody. Look at that. Well, Ryan G emails.com for everybody. We post history every single episode of the show.
Shit, we're gonna see.
Started drawing.
Yeah, fucking
A nation governed under the last great empire led to
Chang Chong.
social changes. Establishing the People's Republic one of reviews would change the face of communist China. Economic policies emerging superpower that it is today. He would rise through the ranks of the Communist Party, facing many obstacles and setbacks. Nonetheless, ultimately become one of the most prominent figures in recent Chinese history, arguably the political figures of the second half of the 19th century. China. To history, Deng Xiaoping was born on the 22nd of August 1904 in the province of Sichuan in western China. He was a descendant of the Yunnan people of the Chinese. His father was Sichuan, who acted as a village, having been selected by the Chinese government to collect taxes and report on issues such as crime. He received a university education and political science in the city of China, as well as serving as a regional agent for the central government, also collected on political activism around the region. In addition, his father was heavily involved in the religious sect known as the Religion of the Flying Stars, which incorporated elements of all the main philosophical religious traditions of China, such as Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Deng's mother was Deng Shui, like her husband. She was illiterate. She had 4 children, 3 boys, including and a daughter. However, she was absent from that time from a relatively young age, similarly to what is now believed to be tuberculosis, sometime in the 1920s. Deng was the eldest child of Wenming and Deng Shui. Not known about the future Chinese leader's early life, although he was later described by villagers who knew him as a young boy as a step energy and child. He was also marked out by his school friends as being playful and mischievous, and serious and intelligent too. At the age of 5, Deng began private tuition and received his honorary name, which was customary for his teacher. This was Qixia, meaning to aspire to learn. He was also trained in the classical writings of Confucius and would later attend a conventional private school, where he continued his education on the ancient philosopher's work and learned to recite passages from his writings. Deng was growing up in a time of immense change throughout China. For roughly 250 years, between the start of the 17th century and the middle of the 19th, China, Japan, and Korea had closed themselves off from contact with the outside world. the European powers that had begun arriving to the Far East fearing that the newcomers would disturb the traditions and way of life. By the 1840s, the British, French, Americans, and others had reached a stage of technological and military development where the Chinese could no longer keep them out of their ports. The introduction of Western ideas on the back of the Opium Wars launched by the British caused immense destruction in China. The second half of the 19th century saw the gradual decline in the imperial system overseen by the Qing dynasty. Despite efforts to modernize, political instability ensued. The imperial government finally collapsed in 1911, following which a Chinese republic was established. However, even then, a period of further unrest followed in which traditional Chinese warlords ruled various parts of the country. Progressive movements like the Kuomintang or nationalists and communists began to emerge amongst the more educated middle classes of China's many cities. These forces of modernization and instability formed the background against which Deng's life would act. Deng's life was being shaped by the forces of modernization from an early point. In 1915, Deng was 11 years old. He attended a boarding school before moving on to middle school in the same district in 1919 at the age of 14. This time focusing his studies on science, mathematics, and geography. Then, in the fall of 1919, Winley enrolled with his youngest son, Shao, in the frugal study program, whereby Chinese students were sent to France halfway around the world to study and learn Western ideas. It is inconceivable that such an educational move could be considered for the some of the class Chinese politicians from the provinces just a half century earlier. The reason that Winling chose for his son's education was that in China, France was deemed a bastion for political and economic life, while also being free from much of the political region of cooperative China. Deng was unable to obtain a full scholarship due to poor grades, and he also struggled with learning French. But he did pass exams, which allowed him to attend school in France. Moreover, as his father was a strong believer in the future success of his own nation, he instilled in him values concerning the betterment of Chinese society. Deng was returned from Shanghai the 11th of September 1920, arriving in the port city of Marseille on the 19th of October. Upon arriving in France, he and his fellow students met with representatives of the Sino-Franco Society, who escorted the students to Berlin. From there, Deng was sent to Bayeux to study at a secondary school. While in school in France, Deng complained of discriminatory treatment towards his fellow Chinese nationals, who, according to him, were treated like children, were taught at an inferior level, and was sent to bed early. Many Chinese students also found themselves without uniform or amenities, and were forced into labor during the economic recovery of France following the First World War. Deng managed comparatively well, using the resources his father had accrued on selling off his land to fund his son's education. Nevertheless, despite being in a relatively better position than his fellow students, 16-year-old Deng began working part-time for the Schneider and Company and Steel Complex, which was situated between the cities of Paris and Lyon. As Deng was unsuited by the working conditions here, he decided to return to Paris after going through weeks of work to find employment. In the French capital, he moved to a Chinese neighborhood in the suburbs called La Garenne. Whilst there, he survived on little money and only communicated with his own community, as he knew very little French. Although Deng had attended school in France to learn about modern technology and science, his real interest lay in political demonstrations and movements. On the 21st of January 1921, causing influence to demand better living and working conditions. Those involved criticized the work study program and lack of employment, which resulted in funding being provided to the poorest civilians. The social policies introduced in response by the Chinese government were inept and did little to support those who were struggling financially. Shortly after, further demonstrations took place in the southern French city of Lyon. Many of the Chinese students were forced to return home because of these, but Dong was not in. During the next years he spent in France, Dong had free legal funding for school and continued his interest in political developments. Between 1922 and 1923, when his personal fund was lowered, he began to work on the factory floor, including for the French car manufacturer Renault. Despite enjoying the lifestyle in France, attending football matches and simply looking in the first years he spent in France, teaching him the uncertainties surrounding the capitalist economic system favored by Western nations. Many of the Chinese students remaining in France in the early to mid-1920s became influenced by Marxist and Leninist ideologies. This was an era when radical socialist movements were becoming more prominent across Europe in the aftermath of the success of the Russian Revolution of 1917. This prompted Dong to begin attending political meetings from 1923 till 1926. In 1924, he formed a close relationship with Joy, who was responsible for covert publications released by the Communist Youth League, releasing their journal under the name of the Lights. Dong became a fully fledged member of the organization later in the year and was responsible for writing his own newsletters. He subsequently became editor of the journal and continued to lead the ranks of the newspaper while senior colleagues returned to China. This did not go unnoticed. He was being observed by the police in France. Eventually, the French authorities raided his home in January 1926, but Dong had learned that the raid was imminent and made plans to flee from France, heading across Europe by train via Berlin to Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union. In the Russian capital, the communist patronage, Dong began studying at the Soviet Union's Eastern University, primarily focusing his studies on communism theory. He soon went on to become a member of the Chinese Communist Party and was increasingly a motivated Marxist. After studying at the Eastern University for a few months, Dong moved to the University of Moscow, which was established in 1925. A leading Chinese nationalist who had become affiliated with the Soviet Union in the first half of the 1920s. He founded the Kuomintang, a nationalist movement within China. Ironically, after his own time, with the Chinese communists, at the Sun Yat-sen University, continued his education in communist principles and about the history of China. It was also here that he was taught the Russian language, whilst also being introduced to Russian military stratagems that evolved during the First World War and the Russian Civil War that followed. He also learned that following the opium wars of the 19th century and China's decline as a power, many people placed responsibility on the failure of China to modernize industrially. In this light, many people had come to believe that in China that the best way for the country to prevent foreign interference in its affairs and become a great nation after centuries of decline was to industrialize. Dong became convinced through his studies that the development of a communist state would be the best way to achieve this goal. Meanwhile, events in China had become tumultuous in the years that Dong was studying in Europe. In December 1915, one of the warlords, Yuan Shikai, attempted to reconstitute the imperial system with himself as Emperor of China. This proved abortive
spring of 1916, the Republic had been re-established. The Gaels continued for years thereafter, with Sun Yat-sen playing a major role in the country's politics from the late 1910s. By 1990, its nationalist policy had become the most dominant force in southern China. However, movements also emerged, notably the Chinese Communist Party, which was founded in 1921. At this early date, the nationalists and the communists were much in common. Both wanted to bring an end to the instability brought by the old backward-looking warlords and to modernize China. Both were also somewhat leavened during Sun Yat-sen's time. Thus, they found common cause in 1926, the year after Sun Yat-sen's death, and launched the Northern Expedition. These flight champions marched north from southern China towards cities like Shanghai and Beijing, with the goal of securing the major cities of China from the warlords and establishing a strong national government once again. By 1927, they were substantially successful in their goals and established a new national government in the city of Nanjing. In Moscow, when events in China in 1926 and early 1927 with growing interest, eventually he decided to leave the Russian capital and set off for in China in early 1927, traveling by Bulgaria and across the Gobi Desert. In March, he raised the front lines of the conflict and hoped to begin playing a role in the military affairs of the Northern Expedition. However, upon his arrival, Bill was then assigned to deliver lectures to the army personnel from Yuxiang, the commander based in northwest China, who was receiving the package in the Soviet Union. He was present to see the Northern Expedition take a fateful turn, and Chiang Kai-shek led the right-wing of the nationalists to engage in a revolution which sought to completely undermine the left wing of the nationalists and the communists. As part of this, many communists were killed, and others were imprisoned for their association with the party. Deng himself was let go but cleansed from Yuxiang, choosing not to violently purge the communists within his ranks. Still, the purge
continued to experience difficulties and military reverses, the growing conflict with the nationalists, organizing communist activity in Manchu and southern China in 1929 as Secretary of the 73rd Army, leading the advance uprising of Manchu. He also soon joined forces with arms of those forces situated in the Jiangxi province to better organize the opponents following defeats to the nationalists, who would have much of those remaining fighters and journey northeast, ready due to expand the elements as they were fighters for this period. In February 1930, Mao created the Perpetual Soviet Government in the region, but faced internal problems as he was seen as anti-revolutionary because of his moderate stance on many issues. Despite an attempted overthrow on the 7th of November 1931, Mao announced the creation of a Chinese Soviet Republic in the region he controlled in Jiangxi, though his power was diminished when control of the Red Army was given to Chinese diplomats in the future Chinese government during life. Hence, as prominent as Mao was becoming at this juncture, he was far from the absolute leader of the Chinese communists. Meanwhile, Mao continued to be a military official within the communist movement, though one whose talents were evident and who would continue to rise. Dao's military career was somewhat harmed by his return to Shanghai in the early 1930s to try to drum up support for the communists clandestinely in the city, leaving his army faction behind. Some felt that Mao had betrayed the party and managed to escape punishment for his actions, as he claimed he was representing a troop and not a commander of them. His position was possibly safeguarded thanks to the intervention of Zhou Enlai, his old friend from his days in France. After a time, Mao returned to Jiangxi province. Despite the Communist Party's popularity, Mao was locked in internal conflicts with competing military strategists, with a view to in power, causing instability around the strength of the army. Opposing factions debated military strategies being employed, with the nationalists gaining territory consistently through the early 1930s. Yet it was initially demoted within the party for its allegiance to Mao, in to consolidate power. Due to long-standing commitment to the party and status as a veteran, he was subsequently promoted to party committee secretary in the region in the Ganzhou district of Jiangxi province, which was now a Soviet administrative region in China. In 1933, Dao continued to experience fluctuating conflicts within the community to his movement and his close ties to Mao and the Jiangxi Soviet. Meanwhile, communists as a whole was not intending for the fresh attack by Chinese expansionist forces. After a massive expansion, Mao and his forces just managed to break out and free the westward in 1930. Before turning the world, these events would become known as the Long March. They represented a level for the Chinese communists. Within 90 years, they would be lionized in the world in which Mao allegedly saved almost all the peace and law in the age to come. During his estimated 80,000 communist soldiers on the first frontline army, with approximately 15,000 party members and government representatives, a part across the country march, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of people from starvation, exhaustion, and approximately 1,000 army as they moved westwards. The army marched on movements that made the trip and survived through to the end of the Long March. It was the Long March that began by Charles the Park as he showed great leadership skills period and so gained the support of most of the Chinese and tried to strike against the occupation force in the northeast. They succeeded for the rest of the provinces like Hebei and Manchu. He played a central role in the autumn and winter 1914 engagement between half of the Japanese and Chinese forces across a large front. This was symptomatic of the war between Japan and China was equalled in ferocity during the Second World War, only by that which occurred between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe. The conflict in China from December 1941 onwards, the States and has provided the Chinese with new allies and a source of material. Thus, by the time the US dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, and the Japanese began preparing to surrender, the coalition between the Chinese communists and nationalists were making major advances in recovering the many cities and towns along the eastern coast and rivers. Over 20 million people were dead in the thunder Japanese clash on that stage, and the country was utterly devastated. Nevertheless, the communists and nationalists began preparing to receive the Chinese, which had conflicted in 1857. Deng was involved in several peace talks between the two warring parties in Chongqing in the immediate aftermath of the war. Arguing that they had the upper hand before the Japanese invasion. This was true, but the West were in a much stronger position coming out of the war, in taking the support of a large section of the Chinese population for their spiritual effort against the Japanese, whereas the nationalists left the conflict in 1945, for the action and appalling corruption, having investments into a portion of the financial aid to the United States and Central China paid in the fight against the Japanese. Fighting soon resumed. In this, Deng played a key role as both a military commander and especially as an organizer and propaganda official, tied to the Second Field Army. By 1958, the war had turned decisively in favor of the communists, large amounts because the Soviet Union was much more willing to aid them, but the US was inclined to support the nationalists. In the final year of the conflict, Chiang Kai-shek organized a tactical withdrawal to the island of Hainan in southern China, and then to Taiwan. This was completed by the end of 1949, leaving the communists in charge of the Chinese mainland, while the nationalists in the Republic of China continued to be on Taiwan. Theoretically, the Chinese Civil War never really ended, but to all intents and purposes, it ended in victory for the Chinese communists in 1949, with the operation to Taiwan in 1950. Towards the end of the Civil War, the West played a role in the Second Field Army, with 3 units, Sichuan, Shikan, Weiju, and Tibet to the southwest of the country. As the conflict ended in Korea's victory, he oversaw a process whereby many intellectuals and students in these territories were forced into re-education camps. This was part of Mao's intellectual rectification program. The communist takeover of 1949 saw the end of the Republic of China. The state would now undergo the transition to a Chinese brand of communism that would become as Maoism. On the 1st of October 1949, Deng attended the proclamation of the People's Republic of China in Beijing, thus welcoming the newly declared communist state into being. Its earliest days of the People's Republic, Deng served as a political and military organizer, as he had done in the past. He quickly found promotion under Mao, who had emerged after the war as the pre-eminent figure in communist China, and found Deng's political skills to be considered
discuss the terms of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance. The agreements include recognition of the People's Republic of China by the Soviet Union, matters such as infrastructure, development of the Chinese Eastern Railway, and Soviet access to the ports of Dalian were touched on. These talks also secured financing for the development of Chinese economy after decades of instability. In the aftermath of these successful negotiations, the Sino-Soviet Long was promoted to Vice Premier in 1952. A growing number of important decisions within the government, such as Deputy Chair of the Committee on Finance of the Office of Communications. In 1953, increasingly introduced the 5-year evaluation of the Soviet 5-year plans that had commenced in the late 1920s, which had transformed the Russian economy. These were opening China to rapidly industrialize the country's transition into socialism. The key components of this was the collectivization of agricultural land into giant farms, then the factories in the cities. This was the aim of the larger states to rise of wealthy landowners and break down the capitalist nature of Chinese society. Following this, the intention was to reorganize industry and commerce from a stage. Although the first 5-year plan was successful economically, as industrial production grew at the rate of 19% between 1952 and 1957, agriculture lagged behind, with growth rates of 4% because of a lack of state investment. Gains coming from the reorganization and cooperation fostered by cooperative farming. Through NOW's centrally planned economy and collectivization of agriculture, the industrial economy of the country's wealth grew. Standards improved markedly for the average person. However, more stringent plans were later implemented, which would cause a rate of life across the nation. In 1954, consolidated his grip on the state, entered the office of first chairman of the People's Republic of China. The man seemed to do well as the most patronage. He retained his place as vice premier, later secured positions as head of the Communities Regulation Department, as well as participating as a member of the Central Military Commission. He was also instrumental in influencing legislation as to the Communist Party's policy-making board. So a growing ideological split was developed between in 1956, the party underwent constitutional recession of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party, to assume a stronger position in the party, serving as Secretary General of the Secretariat under the modern era. He was also involved in the country's daily decision-making, alongside President Liu Shaoqi and Premier Zhao in support of the At this time, in 1956 and 1957, the 100 Flowers Day was introduced by the government, where the people of China were allowed a rare opportunity for open criticism of the government. This, though, was not long-lived, and was instead used to identify those critical of the government. Then, in 1957, the anti-rightist movement emerged, which was initially supported by Louis and other leaders of the party. It would last down to the end of the 1930s, and was used as a basis for both the communist movement and wider society of right-wing elements. But it was not purged in any fashion. Position within the regime was called into question in 1958, when he formed part of a splinter group which proposed the further introduction of what was termed multiple into the statutes of the Chinese Communist Party. Despite the theory arise in the middle, this signaled a clear spread of the country.
1940s. In the second section of the 8th Congress of 1958, the Communist Party adopted the Great Reforms as government policy. This was the second 5-year plan and was Mao's vision that the country could eclipse Britain in terms of its industrial productivity within just 5 years. The Great Leap Forward was enormously ambitious and revolutionary. It aimed in particular at Chinese steel production to a level where it would eclipse British steel production within 5 years. Ambitious targets were the amount of coal being mined in the country and other industrial processes. To ensure that these were met, pressure was placed on regional party officers to press people and agricultural work into industrial factories, and then to develop a maximum efficiencies countrywide in trains. The result was a catastrophic famine as the officers forced to sell the farms that production suffered. In some instances, communist officials were known to melt from implements like plows and basic tools to increase the amount of steel they could claim. Problems around infrastructural projects like dam construction in Russia and leading to high unemployment and ungovernable. By 1959, was occurring, and position and authority were immensely diminished. Tens of millions died across China. The exact death toll might be disputed over its work. They bankrupted his career. In the aftermath of the disastrous Great Leap Forward, Mao was weakened and his political rivals sought to move to undermine his authority. The path to the party, one which included economic reforms like gold and revolution, now sought to convince leaders that a new approach would be employed. At the 7th Congress Conference of 1962, the proposals were greeted warmly. Mao was not in a position to aggressively oppose these. It was clear that a division emerged between the leader and the young protestant who had risen back in the 1930s. The divisions were seen when Mao recommended developing what was termed the Third Front movement in the mid-1960s. This, China needed to become more industrially and militarily independent from the Soviet Union. In the context of the Cold War, the Great Moscow and Beijing, since the mid-1950s, opened the Berlin and argued against extensive investment in military. In response to the weakening as the paramount leader of China, the Great Leap Forward, Mao launched the Cultural Revolution in 19. This was designed to purify the culture of China through a species of revolution, whereby counter-revolutionary and revolutions pushed back on the perspective. In reality, it was an effort to galvanize his own soul by full control of the state. It quickly spun out of control against young university to regularize their own teachers and parents for not being ideologically fluent enough. In time, the government had to resolve the programs whereby the working class was sent to the countryside from the cities to try to reform their population further. Between 1 and 2 million people would be killed in atrocities across China over the next decade. As the Cultural Revolution went on and on. Attacks included vendettas against the great and senior Communist Party figures. Amongst the anti-Communist were accused of unreformed bourgeois right-wingers. To all of this, would spend the late 1960s
and much of the early 1970s, China's politics. 73, nationalism to the party hierarchy in Beijing and applied positions of authority. In 1972, Nixon as the first communist era president of the United States to do so. Since 1949, the US had largely acknowledged the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan as the legitimate government of China. But with the passage of more than 2 decades, the US was anxious to develop economic relations with mainland China. Nixon's administration also perceived that China had a role to play, bringing the Vietnam War to an end in a way which saved American affairs as much as possible, as it was a war which it was currently losing, still fighting. The state visit began the process of normalization of US-China relations, and eventually in 1979, the administration of President Jimmy Carter would acknowledge the People's Republic of China. Carter played a major role in this process, both as an operational figure in the communist regime in the early to mid-1970s, and after he became the leader of China in the late 1970s. This was a vitally important episode in world history, as it paved the way for China's economic miracle by opening the US market to the goods China was beginning to produce in ever greater quantities. This aside, Carter's character was not always popular amongst senior American politicians, with some, such as Henry Kissinger, labeling him a, quote, shared by many people in the Nixon administration and beyond. China died in January 1976. Its death was soon followed by mass protests and violence at Tiananmen Square. The 5th of April 1976, as discontent and the Cultural Revolution and Mao's were over. On the day, large crowds congregated to pay their respects to Zhou, who was hardly regarded by the communists. Movements were considered counter-revolutionaries and were labelled as such by the Communist Party's Central Committee. Afterwards, storyboards were pressed for the alleged event. Deng himself had been largely absent from the square, though he had been spotted visiting an airport spy. As a result, he was accused of leading the protesters, a claim he strongly denied, but which meant that he lost his status as a senior member of the Communist Party and was removed from his position as vice premier. 100,000 people descended on the square and riots broke out, with government buildings being taken over. Security forces led by the guerrilla force Hayes, during the Cultural Revolution, cleared the square with a militia. The Tiananmen Square incident not only led to Deng's dismissal from his positions, he was also placed under house arrest by the regime. Then, 5 months after the riots, Haley Rose of Dong died of a heart attack on the 9th of September 1976 at the age of 82 years old. Thereafter, Dong was quickly rehabilitated in the party. Indeed, his resistance to Mao's growing autocracy from the late 1950s onwards and the determination for China's economic development made him a fruitfully Mao's successor. In the course of 1977, he was restored as the vice premier and also promoted to become vice chair of the Chinese Communist Party and vice chair of the military commission and army chief of staff. While the military leader was made the temporary leader of China during a transitional period following Mao's death. The influence in the former great members of the government they had so recently left, with several leaders spending much of 1980s and 1990s in prison. By the end of the Cultural Revolution and a severe swing in China's politics following Mao's death, Deng was pronounced as the permanent leader of the People's Republic of China in 1978 and became the de facto leader of the communist state.
aggressively forwards. The Cultural Revolution was very firmly brought to an end, and prizes were sought again as prizes. Ideological divisions were taken down, and the communist government became much more tolerant. Khan was the unrepentant quasi-Stalinist approach, with supreme disregard for the value of human life, which no one displayed. In its place was a new government of stability, harmony, and progress, with Khan a much more tranquil and stable character. Overseeing that more excessive efforts to promote himself as absolute leader of China. Some of the elements all went John what things of opening up and organizations. Opening involved the adoption of many elements of free market capitalism, which the Chinese economy would continue to be run on both lines, with large proportions of it controlled by the government and elected. When in reality, China began to adopt much of the Western capitalist approach from an economic perspective from the 1970s onwards. This included purchasing goods from countries that represented many of them USSR and Western countries. Saliently, it involved concealing the goods which China was producing in ever greater quantities to Western countries, and above all, a number of key states like the US, Germany, and France, countries that at the time would develop a relationship standard in these exported goods. The former organizations were then found for the wide-ranging reform of Chinese society to facilitate this broader economic development. For instance, the Chinese education system changed completely overnight in the course of the 1980s to emphasize training people to better the economy, rather than placing emphasis on churning out ideological communists. Many of these were ideas that had been championed for years by figures like China, but in full well, they had become state policy. All of these reforms led to the beginning of the Chinese economic miracle. Starting in the late 1970s, Chinese economic policy was oriented towards being export-driven and producing goods which would find a large foreign market. In the late 1970s and for much of the 1980s, the problems involved were very different to what is known for today. Much of its pre-balance sheet in the years involved very basic manufactured goods and products made from agricultural products and basic industry. Then, as the Chinese economy developed and the educational reforms began to have an impact, there was a shift towards more complex goods. The model previously used in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, as China implemented the production of small and building goods, automobiles, and the like. The next stages would occur after dumpster, as China has moved towards establishing its own major corporate entities that have challenged US companies in the spheres of computing and much else besides. The government did an awful lot in China in the late 1970s and throughout the 1980s to encourage this economic shift. For instance, special economic zones were created in cities like Shenzhen and Shanghai. The result was that China experienced an average GDP growth rate of about 8 or 9% through the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s, sometimes peaking at 15%. Relatively, there had been years of phenomenal growth in China under Mao, where there was no stability to this for years. 20% growth followed by an economic version, and then lasted 2 or 3 years. The down years brought much greater stability. In the process, an enormous societal shift as middle class households engaged in building the largest mass migration in human history, with hundreds of millions of Chinese people leaving the countryside and moving into the main cities, which developed along the course of the yellow curve and rivers. A visitor to China today will arrive at the cities of 10 or 15 million, which were more than towns with the leader of the country back in 1978. A legacy of success.
instead of the days also saw the continuation of Rothschild in the United States studied the gun and the Mao. Other Western countries followed. This was significant terms of China's mothers on the United Kingdom and Portugal, both of which still had territorial enclaves in southern China as a legacy of the feeling of the deer. In Portugal's case, this was Macau, the independence of the territory of Hong Kong. In 1984, Deng's government successfully negotiated the Sino-British Joint Declaration with the administration of Margaret Thatcher. Under the terms of this, provisions were removed from Britain and Hong Kong to China in 1997, following the principle of one country, two systems, when Hong Kong would become part of China while retaining its democratic system in the form of self-government. 3 years later, a similar agreement was reached with Portugal for a similar government in 1999. In large part because of the negotiation of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, but also owing to the phenomenal economic growth the country was experiencing, peaking at over 15% GDP growth in 1994. Deng was named Time Person of the Year in 1985. He had previously been named Person of the Year in 1978, joining other additional list of individuals such as Joseph Stalin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Ronald Reagan, who had been named as the Person of the Year on 2 separate occasions. An assessment of Deng's time as leader of the People's Republic confirmed the fact that China's controversial one-child policy was initiated in 1979, a year into Deng's tenure. By the end of the 1970s, the country's population had nearly 1 million people. It had been growing at an enormous rate in the aftermath of the drop caused by the disastrous Great Leap Forward 20 years earlier. In 1962, the population had been around 665 million people. It grew to 850 million or so by 1970, and was continuing to expand year on year by an average of nearly 20 million. By 1979, government demographers and planners felt that intervention was necessary to prevent the population exceeding 1.5 billion before the end of the 20th century, and so the one-child policy was introduced. Through this, it was legally established that each couple should only have 1 child each. However, so many stipulations were placed on this years that followed, that in theory, less than half the population actually had the one-child policy imposed on them. While a policy of this kind could only ever be applied practice to a limited extent. For instance, fines were imposed on families that exceeded the one-child limit, but some families were simply not large enough that they accepted the fine and had to send for a child. The policy was successful over time in terms of its population growth slowed in the 1980s, then further in the 1990s, and very much so in the 2000s. The main worry is that it caused many social problems in terms of implementation, as well as sociological issues in the long term. Moreover, nearly a half-century later, China is facing a demographic crisis caused by a rapidly aging population and overall population decline in the decades to come. This will forever be one of the more controversial elements of Deng's time as a leader. There was another even more controversial chapter in his time as head of the Chinese Communist regime. In mid-April 1989, mass protests began at Tiananmen Square in Beijing, following the death of Hu Yaobao, a leading reformer within the Chinese Communist Party. Protesters were aware of wider movements in Europe to reform the communist governments in countries like the Soviet Union, Poland, and East Germany. The unrest was also the outcome of a society which, for better or worse, had experienced the last changes in the decade since Trump took over. There was the introduction of the one-child policy, or the opening up of the economy. Negotiations between the protesters and the government had been underway, but the unrest had spread across China, inspiring protests in other cities. With the resolution in sight, in early
It would also be one of Dong's last acts as the head of the government. Late in 1989, at 85 years of age, he stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission, which indicated his intention to start handing over power to his successor, Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao. Stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission in 1989. This, along with the diminution of his authority, which had occurred as a result of 89 Square protests, had weakened not just his position, but also the reform program which he had launched a decade earlier. Many people didn't this to Iraq, and it was liberating to Israel, and removing completely from the Chinese Communist Revolution, which was compounded when it reforms of the Soviet Republic in the 1980s inadvertently caused the collapse of the communist governments there and elsewhere in Eastern and Central Europe in 1989 and in order to prevent the same occurring in China, reforms were rolled back in many respects in 1990 and 1991. It was this which led Deng to undertake his famous summer tour over the space of 5 weeks from mid-January 1992 into late February, visiting many cities and economic centers in cities like Shanghai. Deng reaffirmed that globalization and opening were the way forward for China. He managed to win sufficient support that it galvanized the Communist parties belief in the program started. The summer tour was a vital moment, ensuring the continuation of the modernizing program and the economic miracle. In the years that followed, to be in partial retirement, with Jiang Zemin and Jintao theoretically controlling the Communist Party and the state. However, it is widely understood that was a kind of emeritus ruler of China from the 1990s, insofar as his policies continued to be adhered to after the Southern Tour, and he was always consulted by Jintao and others in an unofficial capacity on major policy matters. Yet he was also an old man by the mid-1990s, and his health was declining. In 1995, it was confirmed that he was suffering from Parkinson's disease, and his movements were increasingly restricted. He died on the 19th of February 1997 at 92 years of age from a combination of causes, including a severe lung infection. Several weeks after the morning, commemoration followed for one of China's most significant leaders. The Chinese economic miracle continued, and in fact, only accelerated into the 2000s. Owing to the reforms set in place, China is the world's second largest economy and is predicted to become the largest at some point in the mid-2050s. Deng Xiaoping was an understated figure. Most of his life in the shadow of figures like Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai between the 1940s and the 1970s, even when he rise to become leader of the People's Republic of China, he was not to broadcast his rise to become the power-ranking too overtly. Certainly not in the same way which Mao did. Furthermore, he was unusual amongst the modern leaders of China, that he partially retired to the early 1990s, once he believed his work was largely done. But it's like a fanfare of leaders you've done as a modern leader of China. Deng Xiaoping was the architect of modern China. He moved the country away from the Maoist version of communism and developed a more market-oriented economy, one which blended elements of communism and capitalism. Continued to repair relations with the United States, opened up China's economy to the world. In doing so, he was the architect of the Chinese economic miracle of the period between the 1980s and 2000s. China owes much more to Deng Xiaoping's legacy than that of Mao Zedong. The history of the 21st century is where he died in 1997.
Many will note that sitting on the path to becoming a superpowered rival the United States found substantially shaping the century. You think of Deng Xiaoping, the great hero of China's economic and political reform. Individual who brought about the Chinese economic political union. Was he an unreformed communist strongman who should be viewed more in the light of the Tiananmen Square massacre of 1989? Please let us know in the comment section. In the meantime, thank you very much for watching. On the 6th of October 1976, China, who had ruled China from 1949 until his death in September 1976, was arrested. Jiang was removed from Communist China as a woman who had risen to play a prominent role in the country's politics. Yet even her position as Mao's former wife couldn't prevent her from being sentenced to life in prison. What had she done to promise the communist regime to destroy her once Mao's reign had ended? This is the story of Jiang Jing, the real driving force behind the control revolution. History as Jiang Jing, Madame Mao, was born in the spring of 1914 in the town of Chongcheng in
Province, China. Her exact date of birth was disputed, though she was almost certainly born in March 1914. Her parents were the name Li Shu. Was a name she adopted many years later after joining the Communist cause in China. Her father, Li Wen, was a carpenter with his own shop. He also operated a small inn. The mother, whose name has been lost into history, was Li Wen's secondary wife or concubine. Shumeng was the couple's only child. Though her father was a fairly prosperous tradesman, Shumeng and her mother benefited little from the father's prosperity. Wife and 5 other older children. While she experienced a good deal of bullying, both physical and emotional, from her older half-siblings, her mother endured far worse from being her wife, a heavy drinker, who beat her. Some biographers have speculated that the relationship between Shumeng's siblings might have come about following the family's engagement of her mother as a domestic servant. Life became even less stable for Shumeng and her mother in 1920. During the annual Lantern Festival, Li Wen became excessively drunk and enraged by disagreement with his second wife, and savagely beat her with a spade, breaking one of her fingers. According to her own later account, 6-year-old Shumeng tried to defend her mother, and the father's spade struck her mouth, breaking one of her teeth. Shortly following this terrible episode, Shumeng's mother left the family home for good with her daughter in tow. Mother and daughter remained in Juzhou for less than 2 years, during which time Shumeng started elementary school. She felt the atmosphere little clearer than her father's family home had been. The other students blew her noses, made no words, and her clothes unconventional ground. Just as she was expelled from her first elementary school after just 1 term. Was growing up in a tumultuous and just 3 years before she was born, the Chinese imperial system that had existed for thousands of years had been overthrown. A new republican government was established, though in reality the country descended into anarchy, with local warlords claiming power in different parts of China. Shumeng regularly heard the crackle of gunfire on her way to school as local conflicts raged, and the government tried to impose law and order. Life was especially difficult for Shumeng and her mother in these circumstances. Sometime in 1924 or 1925, Derwan died in a typhus outbreak. He left the bulk of his property and estate to his legitimate wife and children, but he also bequeathed to his wife and illegitimate daughter the bishop of the house. These Shumeng's mother, now nearly 40 and beginning to suffer from significant health problems, wrote to their parents, who lived in northwestern Shandong, for help. The elderly couple had only one daughter, who would presumably believe their daughter and grandchild come to live with them, and perhaps they would care for them in their old age. Using a portion of this inheritance, Shumeng and mother purchased train tickets, packed their few belongings, and left Beijing. Once there, Shumeng was given a new name, Yunhe. When she received her new name from her father, all her new schools were clear. In a way, almost everyone who knew her agreed that the name would suit her. Yunhe, meaning crane in the clouds, suggested a far more serene, gentle, and imposing character that Yunhe possessed, as her early experiences had made her rebellious, defiant, and fiercely independent. Rather than stoically accepting poor treatment and others' hands, her invariably fought back and asserted herself. After she had seen of life as a functionalist daughter, Yunhe could only reject the confusing ideals which her family and her schools were trying to teach her. A virtuous woman, according to Confucian philosophy, obeyed her father, her husband, and after his death, her own
sleeper. Obedient sense and the four virtues were nothing more than handing together, and her life experiences cultivated since these traditional Chinese values. Her elementary education engaged, but fared little better than she had. Her classmates ridiculed her awkwardness and ostracized her for being a girl with her father. Then run and cried to her family. However, her instead grew harder. Urging a fool's pride, she refused to speak when her family inquired about her bruises or her torn back. Yunhe finished her formal education in 1926 or 1927, when she was about 12 or 13 years old. This time, Yunhe and her mother traveled to Tianjin, perhaps for better work prospects, where they stayed for several months with one of Yunhe's half-sisters. Yunhe did not return to school, but earned her keys to housework for her older sister. She particularly hated having to do household chores, and tried instead to get a job providing tailor-made cigarettes for a water company, which her family was claimed to forbid. In 1928, her mother married again. Though the details of her marriage and new life are unknown, Yunhe continued to live with her grandparents in Jinan for only a few months more. She did not return to school, and it is possible that her grandparents could not afford the fees. Instead, in confluency to suit her unconventional and rather individualistic personality, she joined a local theatre troupe. It is unclear whether Yunhe ran away from her grandparents' home to become an actor, or if she was coerced into doing so. Whatever the circumstances, Yunhe appeared to love her performing life, the company free of all. As Yunhe gained more experience and was given more and more significant acting roles, she realized that directors and audiences liked her. She began to gain confidence in developing artistic abilities as a result. Like many Yunhe had disappeared from their grandparents' home. The elderly couple attended a production of the stage opera Princess at a small theatre in Jinan. Lady took the stage in a magnificent silver and a headdress with painted pearls. Yunhe's grandparents were shocked to discover that the graceful and talented Russian on stage was never known for her daughter. The couple were forced to pay and loan her, but apparently sold a sum of money to persuade the theatre owner to release Yunhe from the company and allow her to open. We didn't know what Yunhe's reaction was to being removed from the theatre company, but there is reason to believe that she was disappointed, for she actively sought more involvement in theatre and artistic training shortly after returning home to Paris. 1939, Yunhe ultimately led the exams and was accepted to the New Experimental Arts Academy funded by the Shanghai provincial government. As one of the few low-income students to gain admission to the school, Yunhe received subsidies in the form of free accommodation and meals, as well as a regular allowance of 60 per month. She studied acting, playwriting, and music with government professors, trained in both Chinese and Western styles and techniques. It was during this year at theatre school that Yunhe was renowned for the extent of a whole began to develop. Although the school was established in an old Confucian temple in Jinan, the professors were young, with long ideas and political beliefs, which leaned closer to the communists than to the nationalists in the Chinese Civil War that had broken out between these two groups in 1927. The left-leaning stance of teachers and students at the acting academy did not lead to them opposing foreign influence in China, or prevent them from embracing Western artistic styles and techniques with European plays. Similarly, while they embraced the collectivist social and political ethic of communism, they had the romance and individualism of Western life, many examples of which were later Chinese body was professionally realistic and counter-revolutionary. It was during that year at this experimental theatre school that Henrik Ibsen's research and naturally brilliant to the knowledge of the social activities present for women. This play resonated deeply with her, and it remained a favorite deep work. Yona's personality was beginning to emerge more mysteriously and faintly. As only one of three girls in a pair, she had a certain amount of notoriety among her fellow students, which she amplified with her boldness. Her classmates remembered her as pretty, outgoing, plain-spoken to the point of being labelled pushy, and afraid to be daring. On one occasion, a group of her male classmates set one another a challenge to prove their manhood. A student who would brave the forbidding temple sanctuary to remove the retrieve the entrance from a statue of Confucius there would be encountered on those stages. This challenge went unanswered for several days, as none of the boys were fearless enough to attempt it. They were shocked one evening to see young girls all casually into the temple sanctuary with the headdress in hand. I never thought that a girl could do that, one of her male classmates. Unfortunately, the experimental theatre school was closed a year after it opened, a victim of the turbulent political environment. Yuna briefly tried her luck in Beijing, securing a few small roles, but she was apparently not considered sophisticated or trained enough for Beijing opera, and she soon returned to China. Unwilling to work outside the arts, and even more unwilling to accept a position as a domestic servant or a similar position from which her medical education qualified her, 16-year-old Yuna got married instead. Her husband, a wealthy merchant's son named May, had first seen Yuna in one of her early theatre productions and had become an instant ardent admirer. Her family were likely relieved. For instance, biographers speculate that her grandparents were supportive of the marriage because a dowry was typically required, and there was no one else in Yona's life who would have provided it. Perhaps they were simply grateful that Yona had entered a more noble marriage and were now presumably settled down into a more traditional life, which would bring them security. As it turned out, Yona's first marriage lasted only a few months. Though no doubt found the prospect of marriage to an actress exciting initially. Faye served on his new wife within weeks, and Yona returned the favour. As tradition demanded, she had moved into Faye's family home during their marriage, but she had no intention of performing the traditional role. Her mother-in-law disliked her for what she viewed as imposed laziness. She slept late every morning, refusing any household chores, did no cooking, and went out for breakfast, dinners, and theatre with her father's night. Faye's outraged mother complained to her son that instead of taking care of her family, Yuna seemed to expect others to wait on her. Faye and Yuna soon began to argue constantly. He had believed she would accept the traditional role and duties of marriage, but she was affronted by what she viewed as his unreasonable and unrealistic expectations. She gave Faye a choice: move out of his family home with her, or enter an unconditional divorce. Faye and Yuna divorced in 1941. In 1950s China, divorce was seen as a significant act of emancipation for members of the Nazi women's movement. Girls and women who resisted the traditional suffrage movement decided divorce was an act of liberation. It was also still largely controversial for most people, and it is possible that Yuna split from her husband served to distance her from her family. Following the return to her grandparents, she travelled to the bustling seaside metropolis of Qingdao to attempt a fresh start. Her arrived there in the spring of 1931 and promptly sought out one of her professors from theatre school, Jiaotai Wang, who was now employed as a professor and dean at Qingdao University. She did not have the
music, as well as politics, history, and philosophy. Yunhe, well situated by her difficult childhood, deep outrage against the long-standing class system, readily subscribed to many of the central tenets of communism. Her struggle was a concept that particularly resonated with Yunhe. Most of Yunhe's direct engagement with communist politics in Qingdao occurred as she joined the Seaside Theatre Company, a political theatre troupe which wrote and staged toured small-scale productions promoting revolutionary values, as well as anti-imperial and anti-foreign messages in the wake of the Japanese occupation of northeastern China. Almost Chinese artists at this time aligned more closely with the communists and the nationalists. Few broadcast this event at a time when the nationalists were close to defeating the communists in the Civil War. Nonetheless, her secretly became a party member in the residence in Qingdao. French reflected years later, Yunhe's understanding of politics and philosophy was never very sophisticated. In fact, one acquaintance remarked that she really couldn't have explained clearly what capitalism actually was and what the distinctions between it and communism were. Despite her relative lack of political sophistication, she became a service party member. Another factor which strengthened Yunhe's political education in Qingdao was a new relationship. Yu Qingwei was a genial and intelligent biology major at the university, and second brother of teacher Yunhe and Qingwei met at his sister's house, soon began dating one another. They fell in love and opted for an informal cohabitation rather than a formalized marriage, which was unusual at the time. When Qingwei was quite a brilliant student, he spent most of his time in politics, a fact reflecting his average grades. They worked together assiduously, both in secret and in public, for the general promotion of the cause, especially through the theatre, but also through participation in public protests. In late 1932, Qingwei was arrested for his political activities and only secured his release through the intervention of an influential uncle who worked for the nationalist government. Yunhe was questioned by police about her partner's political activities, but it is unclear to what extent she cooperated with the investigation. When Qingwei was finally released, Yunhe returned her to pursue another mission on the Communist Party's behalf. We do not know why his relationship with Yunhe ended so abruptly. Biographers have speculated she may have incriminated him during the police interviews, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Whatever the reason, when Qingwei left, Yunhe was heartbroken. As she had previously done when she left China, she endeavored to look forward rather than backward, and decided to drive for life in Shanghai, at the center of the country's developing film industry. 19-year-old arrived at Shanghai in 1933, the richest and most cosmopolitan urban center in China. Shanghai was known as the city for style, and the film industry attracted millions of young and hungry artists from China. As was the case in Beijing, casting directors and theatre owners had their local artists. Yunhe initially had a hard time making this. She secured some limited work with local political theatre groups, similar to the one she had worked with in Qingdao. But the newest artists at theatre companies were coming together, sewing costumes, painting sets, and doing big parts a month before being offered more significant roles, if any. To make ends meet, Yunhe took a teaching job, which luckily included free accommodation. Yunhe's basic life did not preclude her continued involvement in politics, as most young artists at the time had communist political sympathies. The arts in China, especially theatre, had always been a political arena. In the former era, theatre bolstered the class system, reinforced Confucian values, and encouraged social order. By the 1930s, theatre was expressly disseminating revolutionary values. Jung joined the League of Theatre Artists and also engaged in classes in the arts, politics, and philosophy at Shanghai University, where the academic establishment communist leaders. Unfortunately, these activities led to her imprisonment during the crackdown of Shanghai. Accounts exist of her jail term. According to her report, she remained incarcerated for 8 months and was subject to cruel and neglectful treatment. She claimed to have maintained a fierce and defiant attitude toward the authorities, but also noted she lost a dangerous amount of weight in jail. Her release came about following an intervention by a friend and a loyal friend. After her release from prison, she appeared dramatically thin, drawn, and pale. According to police records, Jung was in prison for 3 months, not 8. Contrary to Jung's own account, the guards who watched over her treated her well, and they remembered her as a child with a good sense of humor. She was anxious for both freedom and self-preservation. As soon as Jung had dictated and signed a confession, the guards claimed that she was released with a warning to distance herself from any future communist activities. When Jung was released, she did just that, refocusing her energy instead, pursuing her career as an actor. To that end, she took a new stage name, Blue. In 1935, the production of Ibsen's Laura opened in Shanghai's Golden City Theatre. The play ran for 2 months, an unusually long run for any play in Shanghai. Opening night was well attended. Transfixed by laughter, the former Li Yunhe in the title role. Her remarkably incredible performance brought her to the latest of Shanghai's artistic community in theatre goers. 1935, one for a local newspaper, was the year of Nora. Being soon began to get steadier acting work. She never became wealthy, but nonetheless achieved greater financial security she ever had before. She gladly embraced her new independence as it allowed her to upgrade her lifestyle. For a person with such a revolutionary bent of mind, she enjoyed other portion of existence and embraced many Western attitudes and fashions. Like many young women artists in diverse cosmopolitan Shanghai, she admired the films and attitudes of Greta Garbo and Mae West. Dressed and did her makeup in her own style. She pursued romantic relationships on her own terms. Tang Na, Shanghai theatre critic, first saw Len Ping on stage as Nora in her great role. He was immediately infatuated with her, and the two soon began dating, moving in together after a few months. As Ping's step began to rise with the beginning of her film career, Li and Tang Na sometimes mentioned Shanghai's gossip columns. There was some electoral meetings in both political film companies and studios. She starred in at least 9 films during this period. Lan Ping's success in Shanghai's film industry mountain. Despite the apparent rumor of it among the city's leading artists, Lan Ping had attempted customers and ultimately a toxic relationship. Despite the issues, the couple married in 1936. The marriage fell apart within a year, with almost changed. Before then, both seemed to expect absolute faithfulness from the other, neither seemed able to keep it to it. Lan Ping favored divorce, but was forced to remain with her husband for several months after telling her his despair at the prospect of and on several occasions taking her life. By 1937, Shanghai knew her craft was beginning to disappear. The Japanese were poised to invade after the Marco Bridge incident, triggering the outbreak of the Sino-Japanese War. The film and theatre industry would colonists were already dispersing. The colonists would put aside their differences to fight the common enemy in what was effectively the Second World War violence before it ever broke out. Before it left Shanghai, they often wrote a journal article entitled Our Life, a Revolutionary Artist's Manifesto, which clearly presents just some of the influence gains during the cultural revolution of the 1960s. This insisted that art and drama were social tools and vehicles for change rather than bourgeois diversions. Artists were not goals, but vehicles of audiences, producers, and directors. They were revolutionaries, active creatives, trust, and performing, strongly spirited. This manifesto, as artists do now, artistically, was Landing's ticket to the rising establishment of the Communist Party. But there was no reason to believe she meant everyone what she wrote in this article. After she left Shanghai, the headquarters of the Communist Party led by Rothschild, the renewed threats to China, and capability, and in ways to pursue the revolutionary goals directly, rather than simply as an artist. She first reconnected with some of her past comrades who went off for introducing and voting for her with the Communist Party officials surrounding Mao. Was accepted and given her and began taking classes at Rothschild College, where she also taught drama classes herself part-time. Rosalind's third marriage was on the rocks by this point. The third wife, Rabbi Rothschild, was one of the revolutionary women who had been with Mao at his remodeling all through the long march back in 1934 and 1935. Communists barely managed to avoid complete defeat by the nationalists by bringing out the instability of marching on long distance across China. Unfortunately, her husband died. Defeated and betrayed, heard and Mao. Lan Ping and Mao Zedong first became acquainted in the fall of 1958, when Mao came to give at the college. Lan Ping was present, listening rapidly as Mao discussed the social and political importance of art, which he rose to her feet to clap enthusiastically when he finished his speech. But he was much less rude to his supporters than with States, easily approachable on the streets of Yunnan. Lan Ping managed to introduce herself to Mao after his lecture, and the two shared some brief, friendly conversation. They continued to meet and spend time together in the ensuing weeks. Became lovers. When they decided to marry, they encountered significant opposition from Mao's communist leaders, particularly future Premier General and Chief of Staff Liu Shaoqi. Lan Ping was controversial. She had put Tian'an from Shanghai, a nationalist struggle that most communists considered with bourgeois excess and progressive non-state materialism and imperialism. She was reasonably attractive, stylish, and modern. Everything but the poor, unpolished, hard-working proletariat was supposed to despise, according to communist theory. Insisted to top officials, however, that his marriage to Lan was necessary. Without her love, he said, he could not continue the revolution. He threatened to return home and promised that Mao would be a farmer. The party and military officials surrounding Mao eventually relented. He was granted a divorce from her as a judge and permitted to marry Lan Ping, as long as she stayed out of the run of the communist hierarchy. Most being just a year and a half of the arrival at Yunnan, Lan Ping was married to one of the most powerful women in China. On the occasion of the wedding, they chose Lan Ping's new name together, Jet, meaning Green River, in reference to
were left against the pendulum path of destructive of Japan down to 1945 and the resumption of the Civil War with the nationalists. She gave birth to a daughter in 1940, the only child she and Mao would have together. Interestingly, the deal was not to leave her father's name. Instead, Jack's original name. Leading out closely with both her parents during her early childhood, and could often be found playing on the floor of her father's office while Mao were taking meetings with public members. She was raised as a sister to herds and judges of his daughter. She was also given Jack's all her life against submitting to traditional religion and domesticity. Jang nonetheless seemed happy in these early years. She served as one of Mao's secretaries, a vague and articulate position which included report writing and general paperwork on Mao's behalf. She was honored as Mao's wife and honored for her seeming grit during the war against the Japanese and later the struggle with the nationalists. As time went by, she began to provide special accommodations and was very dedicated to such was her musical manner. Even when the ardor of their marriage began to fade and Mao's mind began to wander to younger women once again, Jang did not regret the way her predecessor had. She tolerated his many instances and affairs. In 1949, communists really defeated the nationalists, remnants of which fled under the lead of country. Mao's triumphant establishment as the ruler of the new People's Republic of China created greater distance between husband and wife. Mao was now busier than ever, and the bureaucratic and security apparatus which grew up around him at the capital of Beijing served to remove Jing from her husband's daily routine. As the wife leading revolutionary on the road, we presence during strategy and policy discussions in excited. Now, the laws of power, when really, if ever, elevated to influential positions in China, she found herself excluded. She had faced significant health challenges during the war, suffering from an attack of tuberculosis, which she underwent a month and came to the Soviet Union. But it was when she found herself moved from a position of power, China's health, both this way. Miles proving wrong. Recall that as far as he could see, there was nothing running wrong with Luigi. Frequent fatigue, migraines, aches and pains, hard palpitations and anxiety buckled, he said, to ensure all of the patients he treated around Miles in a circle. Exceptionally high stress and a culture of fear. Among those top of the power structure was striking. Jiangxi was sent away to the Soviet Union several times during the 1950s to coalesce in private hospitals. Sometimes she got the impression that her husband was sending her away to avoid her, keep her from meddling further in politics. She received few visitors, but one notable and reliable one was Joe Murray. Though several of Mao's top officials visited the Soviet Union periodically, few of them liked Jack enough to pay her a visit. Joe, however, was one of the few Europeans who remained kind to her. Whatever he thought of Jack personally, he protected his needs and news from her, making every effort to cheer her up, for which she was grateful. Despite this, Jack would eventually alienate him too, attempting to have him removed from office. In 1955, it was confirmed that Jack was genuinely ill after tests revealed that she had cervical cancer. She returned to the Soviet Union for about 63 months and remained there for over a year recovering. She was made quite comfortable in a private hospital in Moscow and a result not with access to a film projector and a renowned clinician selection of the Western movies, technically banned from Russia and China. She ate well, listened to opera, and read a great deal. Her attitude toward those she considered subordinates, however, continued to get worse. She would complain that her bathhouse or the temperature in her room was too hot or cold, and then too cold when her staff tried to address the issue. By the time Jiangxi returned to Beijing, a new decade had dawned, and the political situation in the capital was quite different. Mao's popularity had declined in the wake of the Great Leap Forward. The Germans disastrously executed a 5-year plan to organize agricultural activity and to maximize the growth of China's industry. The results had been horrific, leading to one of the worst famines in human history, during which tens of millions of people died of starvation. Official criticism of Mao was now rising across China, even amongst the Bureau members of Mao's top officials. But rather than admit the failures and human miseries resulting from his regime, Mao doubled down. He sought instead to cement his power through a program of cultural and artistic reform which would support such avenues of dissent
was one of the crimes that she had committed. The most controversial political event was someone from years on, one most without charge or trial, was the tendency of to wield terrible influence on those against whom she held personal grudges. For example, class of people was already possessed proletariat, punish and subordinating other persons. Jews were in the Cultural Revolution to reach a position of power which she had never previously held in China. When Mao still ultimately made the final call on parties in Moscow, it was the chairman's time to display the independent against China, making himself at the center of all possible intrigue. He often criticized unofficial chance to test them to see how they would respond. Chang was one of the most powerful people in China between 1966 and 1976. Under her direction, red guards, teachers and lecturers set the country's schools and universities, accusing them of political activity, while the nation's schools, libraries, and theaters all became battlegrounds in the Versailles conflict, which was both an effort to enforce purity and also a propaganda campaign, which was well aware that it was systematically terrorizing innocent people with the primary aim of strengthening Mao's position after the disastrous years of the worst years of the Cultural Revolution, which would ultimately claim the lives of between 500,000 and 2 million Chinese people in waves of political violence held place between 1966 and 1969. Though we dragged on well into the 1970s, by the mid-1970s, it became clear that the Germans continued ill health, indicating that he was in the final stages of Hungarian's disease, and the talk around him began to turn to succession. It is important to remember that Jan was only just about to enter her early 60s, following the death of Joey Clark from cancer early in 1976, and the health of Rothschild. Many have believed that there was a path to her leaving power once ago, but he had met many enemies during her rise to power, which had the support of roughly 50% of the Bureau. Jan also held a great deal of support among China's youth, growing workers, and roughly half. During the summer 1976, Mao sent to Jan what one is described as a farewell poem. You have been wrong, it read. Today we are separated into tools. May people keep his peace. In the struggle of the past 10 years, I have tried to reach the peak of river, but I was not successful. You could have been. If you will fatherless memories, your body will shatter. Your bones will break. This message seems to say John had no support to become Madam Richardson. Yet, top officials came to get some weeks later in her bedside. Yet, much more than potential succession. In fact, he made it clear that he did not think there should be any sort of presidency at all. After he died, the old multi-generational company together. It is up to decide Jiang Qing shall be included. Toward the end of this speech, his voice began to fail in Africa. How could Jiang Qing be began before he began his last whisper? His wife's face and he said, help Jiang carry the red would simply, he said, help Jiang Qing correct her errors.
the Politburo days after his death, she encountered no immediate opposition. But less than 2 days after the injury, guards sent by the top political and military officials burst into Jan's bedroom in the middle of the night and arrested her. Jan spent 4 years incarcerated without charge or trial, though the conditions in which she lived were good, and she was permitted regular visits from her daughter, Iman. By 1980, George had claimed power, was overseeing a program of reform that went into his legacy. The Politburo, in order to put the post together, now turned their attention to Jan once again. She could not be released because of her the Cultural Revolution. They make her a martyr for the unreformed Maoists. Young was facing criticism from the left, seemed to have betrayed the revolution with his moderate policies. The way to rewrite and contextualize history, the moderates believed was not to blame Mao for the failures of the revolution, and many still deeply regretted. It seemed far easier to blame Jiang Qing and the other members of the Group Four who had overseen the Cultural Revolution. Jiang expressed incredulity when she was informed that she had been placed on trial 4 years after the death of Mao and her arrest. Nonetheless, the 20th of November 1980, the trial of Jiang and the other 3 members of the Group Four began. They were charged with anti-party activities and the persecution of hundreds of thousands of people, leading to tens of thousands of deaths. Far from being cowed by those who sought to force a confession, Jiang made defiant and unwilling to acknowledge his guilt. She reiterated that his crimes were political and were committed under direct orders from Mao. If she were a criminal, Jiang insisted, then so were most of the judges. They too had carried out Mao's orders to persecute individuals, and he used the powers of the state according to the chairman's direction. It was Chairman Mao's cock, and Jiang insisted, I beg you, whenever he asked the light, what you are doing now, she continued, is asking for a widow. Her husband's dead. I say, I am honored to pay Chairman Mao's debts. The trial continued for several months. Effectively, a trial for Jiang and the 3 members of the Group Four. In the end, when the ruling went down in January 1981, Jiang Qing was found guilty and sentenced to death. However, the judges, still afraid of her arrest, commuted her sentence to life in prison, provided that she maintained good behavior. Jiang spent the last 11 years of her life incarcerated. In the mid-1980s, she contracted throat cancer and was temporarily released to hospital for treatment. Watching China slowly change outside her windows, Jiang began to fall into depression. She experienced the Soviet Union had gradually reformed in the 1950s and 1960s after the passing of Joseph Stalin. So China moved to a different model after Mao's time. A new economy with some Western elements was developed, one that would prove far more successful than the controlled economy Mao and his successors had tried to oversee. By the end of the 1980s, it was clear that a new country was emerging, in which Mao's reforms were a key determinant of Mao's legacy. As Jiang grew older and sicker, she fell into despair. In the early morning hours of the 14th of May 1981, Jiang Qing took her own life. She was 77 years old. She left behind read, today the revolution has been stolen by the revisionist clique, and the result of this omission is that unending evils have been unleashed on the Chinese people and nation. Chairman, your student and fighter is coming to see you. The Politburo will permit Jiang Qing to have a funeral. She and Mao had wished to be buried next to one another
last wishes were not adhered to. While Mao was modified on display in a memorial building in Tiananmen Square, disturbed and forbidding sentiment regarding the spirit of the revolution. Usually was quietly cremated and her remains laid to rest in Tian Cemetery in Beijing. Her grandmother bears the name not Jiang. Jiang Qing, the demon, as she came to be known, hunted across most of the regions of China. She was born just 30 years after the millennia-old imperial system came to an end. She lived through the city, the Second World War, and the establishment of the People's Republic. She had had many names and many lives. First, as a as an actress, then as a politician's wife, and finally as one of the newest leaders in the Cultural Revolution. Her relation was somewhat strange to an extent. Mao and the Communist Party did not allow him to wield much power as his wife for many years. It was only in 1966, after the death of the Great Mao fell from power, and she truly rose to prominence. Mao tried to utilize the Cultural Revolution as a means of re-cementing his position. It was then who finally rose to prominence as a member of the Gang of Four. Over the next decade, the reconciliation was entirely fruitless. The Cultural Revolution ultimately led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of Chinese people. The exact numbers are unknown. Was the collective scum of Chinese society as it attacked itself for the better part of a decade. Though Mao could be criticized by the government of the country he shaped so much in the 20th century, after his death, those who had survived sought revenge against them. Far from claiming any sort of power for herself, the Cultural Revolution was ultimately to be impunity as well. What do you think of Terry Jane? Does she deserve to be as reviled as she is, or has she been unduly demonized because her detractors could never publicly criticize Mao, since criticizing Mao was to admit that the revolution had failed? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
into the Great Hall of in Beijing, China. They are there for the first session of the 14th National People's Congress. This inaugural session is different from most others, however, as an amendment to the Constitution has been proposed by the Central Committee of the Communist Party, due to be voted on as the first act of the new Congress. The amendment is wide-ranging, but the key feature of it is the clause in Article 79, which limits the President to serve more than 2 consecutive terms. The vote passes by almost unanimous consent, and so the way is clear for the incumbent President to rule China indefinitely and to become the most powerful ruler of the country since Mao Zedong. His name, Xi Jinping, leader of the People's Republic of China. The man in history, Xi Jinping, was 15th of June 1993 in the city of Beijing, People's Republic of China. Because of the way Chinese name conventions work, Xi is his family name. Jinping is his personal name. Some Western name traditions would first come first. His father was as he had joined the Chinese Communist Movement in 1926 as the Northern Expedition with the North Chinese nationalists to power. He turned into a civil war between them and their recent allies, the Communists. Zhong sided with the Communist civil war, which began thereafter. He remained so in the 1930s, despite coming under severe ideological scrutiny. After the Japanese invasion of China in 1937, the nationalists and communists had to fight. Xi Jinping was the communist fighters in the years of conflict that followed. After the war, he returned to the communists. As we will see in later years, his family could hardly be said to have been rewarded for his long service to the communist cause. Jinping's mother was Qin, his father's second wife. Children the couple had, of which Jinping was the second youngest. She came from a communist line. Xi's childhood was tumultuous. The Chinese Civil War, ongoing since the Northern Expedition of the mid-1920s, had only been put on ice because of the Japanese invasion in 1937. It resumed as soon as the Second World War ended in 1945. However, when the communists had been on the brink of defeat in 1930s, they exited the Second World War strengthened, in large part because of how completely corrupt the nationalists of war town were, to the extent that Harry Truman of the United States was unwilling to provide them with anything the support that the Soviet Union gave the Chinese communists after the war. In 1941, the nationalists were driven from the Chinese mainland and established their own state on the island of Taiwan. Today's Republic of China is the direct successor of it. The mainland communists set up the People's Republic of China as the second most powerful communist state in the world. It's to the Soviet Union, and the largest in pure population terms. It was Mao Zedong, a figure that emerged gradually in the 1930s and 1940s as the leader of the Chinese communists. He was never quite as powerful as Joseph Stalin was in the Soviet Union. He wasn't too far away from it. Like Stalin, he was also willing to engage in policies which needed to transform Chinese society in a period of just a few years, with dramatic consequences. In Mao's case, he decided he wanted China to become an industrial power on the scale of Britain within a period of 5 years, and So, in 1958, he initiated what he called the Great Leap Forward to massively increase steel in other industrial effort. The policy was perfectly mismanaged and led to a massive fire which killed tens of millions of people. Scholars debate the figure. It could lie anywhere between 30 and 60 million. It was against this backdrop of famine and revolution that Xi Jinping grew up. Xi's family were insulated to an extent. Otherwise, wrapped in what many now call Mao's Great Famine, instead took the Great Leap Forward. After the Chinese Civil War ended and the communists came to power in 1949, Xi's father had been rewarded by promotion into a number of important positions. By no means could he be said to be a leading figure within the new government, yet he served at the higher end of the meddling bureaucrats in the government, acting as a vice chairperson of the National People's Congress for a time in the second half of the 1950s, just as now the 5-year program is being initiated. This meant family escaped famine or excessive privation. All of that was threatened when Xi Jinping was purged from the party ranks in the 1960s. He needed to be blamed for the horrors of the Great Leap Forward, and Xi's father was one of the Mao's targets. The ostensible excuse for his demotion was his role in the publication of a biography of Mao Zedong, made all the way back in 1936 during the Civil War, and who was seen as the communist martyr whose legacy Mao was anxious to have erased from the collective memory in China. Xi's father was elected to become founding worker overnight. By that time, Jin had acquired what was a decent primary education by the standards of China in the 1960s. This involved learning communist thought, astute of Chinese history, and other subjects. The family was forced to relocate to the province of Hunan, further inland, as a result of his father's demotion and appointment as a worker in a cotton factory. Reports differ on whether this happened in 1963, 1964, or early 1965. In any event, it was a major fall from grace for the family as Xi neared his teenage years. West of Mao's reign was unquestionably the era of the Great Leap Forward. Bad times are still ahead. The disastrous policies he pursued weakened Mao's position. It was no secret of famine and the mass death. Part of the Great Leap Forward involved a mass program to invent hydroelectric dams and other pieces of infrastructure. Several of these were so badly built that they were collapsing within a few years. In an effort to shore up his in 1966, Mao launched what is known as cultural revolution. Through this, he initiated a campaign whereby he claimed that mass capitalist bourgeois conspiracy was underway in China to reverse the revolution, and that people needed to increase their zeal for his malice towards in order to see the revolution. Children, he stirred up into a frenzy when the words and his members were His Jinping was floating the secondary education pretty much ground to a halt. The family was also further targeted after their demotion a few years earlier. Jinping's father was intelligent for a period of time, and even by the atmosphere of zealousness, his family members were urged to denounce him for anti-revolutionary sentiments. Meanwhile, Jinping eventually told a party of followers, which ran from to disguise their feelings to the countryside. To the countryside movement, as it was termed, which the dictator had devised as a means of ridding these towns of the lawless gangs, selecting himself as 1966 and 1968. Jinping spent time in the countryside in Shaanxi province. The experience, though under very strange circumstances, was a formative one for him, and it is noted that Xi had leader of China as a result of the rural Chinese people, a relative species of led the Chinese communists for 4 decades and been the de facto ruler of China since 1849. Died on the 9th of September 1976. His death had the almost immediate impact of rehabilitating some of his victims. So, his father was finally allowed to return to public life. He was put dramatically to become one of the senior officials of the province. Interestingly, after this, she became the governor of the province in January 1979. He began promoting the idea of special economic zones that would be used to build up China's economy. Meanwhile, his son became the second senator by university to achieve the degree, which was seen as a major goal. His chances of promotion in any future political career. This was a period of profound change in China's political and economic life. It was simply that the Maoist autocracy was there was a sea change in the ideological outlook of the government of the People's Republic as a new generation of leaders came to power. After a pinching power struggle in the late 1970s, though a peaceful one, Deng Xiaoping became the leader of the government in 1978. He was a communist of a kind, one who was not bound by the strategies displayed by his predecessors. Instead, observing the huge economic growth of the Far Eastern nations like South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and Singapore, and began to enjoy the aftermath of the Second World War. He decided to open up his economy. Soviet-style communist model, but economic policy would take on strong elements of the Western capitalist system, albeit with ways of the state presiding over affairs. This was the beginning of one of the most important developments in modern history. China, after centuries of underdevelopment and crisis, was about to awaken from its slumber and become the economic wonderland of the Union in its sheer geography and population. And it always should be. Now, also that any individual would be responsible for initiating this transformation. Xing's luck was that he had just completed his chemistry degree in 1979 and was ready to embark on his career as a Chinese economic revolution was commencing. Based on his father's rapid rehabilitation after the death of Mao and the agricultural revolution, she was likely promoted into the offices of the military departments within Beijing after leaving university. Then, in 1980, was dispatched to Hebei province to act as party secretary there, an important position and just turning 30, whose family had so recently been removed from the He distinguished himself in Hebei, overseeing several important infrastructure and development programs. His projects particularly focused on urban development projects. The one able to develop the local food industry. His efforts for the intentions of the party plans in Beijing, and he contributed elsewhere to the mayor of the city of Shanghai in Fujian province in 1985. This was the start of a period of a decade and a half of Fujian, in which he saw the economic development of the province and its cities. It wasn't just a new idea, but theorist. He wrote papers and short books, and to promote economic growth, agriculture, and poverty. These were subjects intended to effective China at the time as the country rapidly modernized. She was always a promoter of the idea that Chinese economic growth should focus on islands and development around major cities, which would act as focal points for further economic growth within these provinces. Airports, highways, large-scale projects were part of his multifaceted work, which he province in the second half of the 1980s and the way through the 1990s. She's private life changed in these years. In 1979, as he finished up his studies in chemical engineering, he married Karen Nick instead of the idea of political marriage. She's father and she's been rehabilitated and made a preventative program as
the end of 3 arguments, they separated in the movie. 15 years focusing on him in she married for a second. On this occasion, his partner was Tommy Nguyen. 10 years his junior, she was a singer who had acquired the 1980s on account of her abilities and wanted to go on with a career across a number of Chinese television programs in the 1990s. Their marriage in 1987 came just a year after they were divorced in 1996. They would have a child, a daughter named Shi in 1992. She has appeared in recent in China public life. Though there is no decision, she will have tried to succeed far effectively as Republic of China remains overwhelmingly in the hands of male politicians. Young's personal life and personality often be viewed as a blank canvas. He is widely described as an unemotional man, and it is very hard to tell what he is thinking. Anyone who has observed him in international affairs over the decades will notice he gives little away. He has a number of long-standing and close friends, and is broadly characterized by his stability, both in personal and political affairs. In short, the man that would come to rule China in the early 21st century is something of an enigma. Xi's career took against the backdrop of the beginning of China's economic miracle. The decision unknown to open up the economy was bearing fruit, while the 1950s and 1960s had been chaotic, depending on what policies Mao was overseeing. From 1976 onwards, China entered what had been a sustained economic expansion. GDP growth rates averaged between 8% and 8% in 1980s. The Chinese economy is believed to have grown before alone, right before Xi was promoted to his new position in Fujian province. At first, economic growth was of China, the workshop of the world, catered to simple goods, textiles, small household goods, and trinkets of all kinds became the mainstay of Chinese industrial output. Still, Xi was in Fuji over the late 1990s and 1990s. Chinese government was developing grand plans. In the 1990s, the Chinese began moving from these cheap mass-produced goods to more sophisticated industrial hardware like automobiles and then small components for technological companies from the United States together manufactured in Asia. In the 1990s, the Chinese economy was surging. Hundreds of millions of people were beginning the largest mass migration in history from the countryside to the cities and towns. Villages became cities in a matter of years. The eastern city, for instance, of which people in the 1950s. Today, over 1.5 million people live there. According to several metrics, China was outside the world's 10 largest economies in 1980. A quarter of a century later, it would be pushing to eclipse countries like and Japan as the world's second largest economy, behind only the United States. Xi had proved himself to be an enormously capable overseer of his economic transition within Fujian province. His writings on the topic of economic development also helped to consider as a strong proponent of the policy of economic growth and market development. In 1999, he wrote his final book, Fujian, was made a governor of the province. 3 years as one of the most powerful Asian politicians in China was followed by promotion to become the interim governor of the province of Zhejiang. This was an important adjustment. Zhejiang is one of the easiest provinces of China and a center of both trade and economic activity. At exactly the same time, he received notice that he was to become a member of the 16th Central Committee, a central committee of the main body of senior
to signify Xi's rise to become one of the few dozen most powerful politicians in China. Also taking a strong stance against corruption. Before 2007, to the Party Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. This consists of 7 members and constitutes the most important branch of the government of the People's Republic of China. Xi Jinping had arrived at the very heart of power. Later, he was elected as Vice President of China. He held this office for 5 years, down to 2013, meaning that for a half a decade, as the world moved through the great financial crisis of 2008, Xi was the second most powerful man in China. It became evident in the course of 2012 that Xi was being prepared to succeed Hu Jintao as president of China. He was elected as the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party and chairman of the operating committees of the 18th Central Committee of the party. He was elected the leader of China from November 2012, though this was only for the duration he was elected as president of the body. In March 2013, vote he received 2,952 votes out of 2,955. Exactly how good she was, and well, his entire cabinet had succeeded in being. He was seen to become the most powerful political leader in China 6 months ago. It is difficult to determine exactly how long people remain in charge of China, because some leaders exercise their power as chairman of the Central Advisory Committee, some as general secretary of the party, and others still as president. Deng Xiaoping, for instance, first came to power in 1978 as the chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Later, he exercised his leadership as chairman of the increasingly whoever is president is leader of China. Since Mao's time, all Chinese leaders have served either 1 or 2 terms, regardless of what their official title was. Xi Jinping has served as president of the expanded cabinet as of 2025 and is in the middle of his 3rd term. It became apparent that his was a unique course of 2022 as it became evident he would be elected to a 3rd term in 2023, having already had his position as General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party confirmed in 2022. Effectively, Xi is the last leader of China. There are no rivals to challenge him. Xi's methods as president remain pragmatic economic leadership and ideological rigidity. His overwhelming focus is on socio-economic relief in China. China had enjoyed an economic miracle between the 1980s and 2000s, when its wealth was evenly divided. Large parts of the country had been left behind. There were hundreds who stayed aside to become middle class. He championed what he called common prosperity. One of the ways he sought to do so was to break down the huge level of wealth that these people in the major cities had acquired in the 1990s and 2000s, and to try to redistribute it to a broader mass of society. For instance, perhaps inspired by his experiences in his youth when he settled in the countryside as a result of the Cultural Revolution, in his policies to make great development in rural communities. This was needed in other ways. China's miracle is in dozens of cities with millions developed in order to stop even further becoming congested. The larger towns in the countryside fostered by Xi's prioritized construction and entered into the largest middle class industry with erecting enormous residential tower blocks cities. China, the only also infrastructure has played a huge role. This conglomerates are actual trouble and some towns cheese time now or entire towns. Economic challenges. She has economic development witness in the 1980s. And the idea to make China workshop industry was aligned with small towns with made in Taiwan in the 1980s and 1990s. These will be replaced with China's biggest economic was developed and then took off through this. She's invested huge amounts of state capital into thousands of companies. Imagine that the Chinese government became a giant startup investment agency. It's syndicated to develop electric cars, technologically advanced solar panels, software, platforms, engine companies, besides. The vast majority of these companies failed, often losing the process. However, for every 10 such companies that fail, one succeeds. Then there are the enormous success stories that make it pay off investments and have become giants of the world. These are companies like DeepSeek, TikTok, and unitary robotics. It's like a 10-cent Huawei set up machine roads to power. You think this company championed them international and not just domestic brands. Soon they become world enterprises. For instance, was established in the 1990s. There is no the government to become a impressive in recent years. Often these earlier companies activities trying to adapt American rivals coming supplies in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. The success of these companies has not come from Western competitors, but intellectual property theft, unlike within China, with many claiming that Chinese of Western technology before mass producing Western competitors are more slightly for that China's model is not innovation but Western products production of cheap alternatives. The Chinese government also uses state ownership of companies to maintain more effective control over China. Companies are expected to share data with the government to control Chinese society more effectively, or to promote values aligned with the regime's goals. This extends also to Western companies that have major presences in China, because Apple has become so important in the Chinese economy. It has become a kind of China even within the United States, as seen US-China tariffs in 2015, when Apple was essentially looking for China to be kept. Similarly, Volkswagen so dependent on the Chinese markets in recent decades that it has become a kind of Chinese interests in Europe, fostering stronger ties between Beijing and Berlin, at a time when China is looking to expand into Europe as much as possible. Mass-producing advanced technology and is fine. And while China does have a domestic market with a population of about 1.4 billion people, it also needs to sell to other nations. She is a top priority. In 2013, just as he took over as president of the People's Republic, he launched sometimes referred to as the New Silk Road. This is a program whereby China either loans or simply which allows for the speedy transport of markets of different roads. So the traditions roads from China westwards across Eurasia, runs north of the Himalayas towards countries like Kazakhstan and to east. Others from south of the Caspian Sea into the Middle East, North Africa, and the Mediterranean, and other into India. Roads are the main ones, and from China's ports to it is easier, and then further west into the Indian Ocean, splintering off to like the north to the border of Africa, the Red Sea, and the Suez Canal, moving on southwards towards East Africa, and the Congo. China has invested over $1 trillion in roads, bridges, ports, airports, and other pieces of vital infrastructure as part of the World Road Initiative. A sign of how ambitious this has been is that when Greece was effectively bankrupt and involved in emergency loan negotiations with the European Union in 2010, the Chinese attempted to buy the parades in Athens to use it as a major endpoint of one of the national roads in Europe. She's the Belt and Road Initiative has helped to foster China's power. The concept of hard and soft power is a fairly easy one to establish. When a country invades its neighbor for a border territory, is a clear case of hard military power. Soft power is where a state acquires influence and power through after the Second World War. The United States was the great soft power of the world, winning friends and allies, providing peace where and fostering democratic governments that mirrored its own. China is slowly pushing it out of the way. For instance, if we go back 50 years, the biggest source of aid and cooperation across Africa was from successive American governments. Now China is the biggest foreign player on the continent. Today, one is more likely to find the locals acquiring the expertise of Chinese mining companies rather than American ones. The Belt and Road Initiative has accelerated this process, not least because he identified a number of key countries that China wants as allies there, notably Ethiopia, which plays a huge role in controlling access to the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. Nearly $10 billion of Chinese investment is made in Ethiopia and the sea's direction. Many other examples can be cited. When first created in 2004, the number of Confucius institutes designed to promote Chinese culture and interests in foreign nations has also grown.
social, abusive, developing children. People talking to long dead relatives or to people who never existed in the first place. In other cities, people pretend to be government officials with fake powers. This extended all the way to the top of government, and she needed a witness Korea's government to net decode the targets and flags of Chinese corruption. Tigers being senior officials, finds those committing smaller crimes lower down. Over 120 senior officials were prosecuted in years that followed, and recent predictions are the arrest of Chinese society. Corruption would no longer be tolerated. A system of surveillance was put in place, and it is believed that more than 2 million officials have been censured or charged with one corruption crime or another. Though many of these are small infringements, often this can be about clicking the wheels of those who believe are becoming too powerful. The example of Jack Ma, the head of the Clever, is instructive. Late in 2020, after a number of thinly veiled criticisms of the government, Ma was basically removed from public view and had his positions drastically reduced. An idea of his company, the Shanghai Stock Exchange, was lifted, and Ma was basically out of existence by Xi's government, though he nominally is much of his wealth, if not many words. Anti-corruption, however, is just one goal of Xi Jinping actually thought. Xi Jinping thought has become the orthodoxy of Chinese political and cultural life. This builds on the views expressed by Marx and Mao, offering the 21st century vision of Chinese communism. The official narrative is Xi Jinping thought of socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. In many ways, it is actually a more developed form of showing views on China's political and socialist elements. Xi Jinping thought is derived from both Xi's previous speeches over the years and his regular papers and books. It takes a long history and China's development, with Xi stating in one of his speeches that the achievement of China's goals will take a long time, and is the struggle of generations. A key concern of Xi in his writings and speeches has been to assess why the Soviet Union, after rising to such immense power in the 1950s and 1960s, suddenly went into decline and quickly collapsed. How can China avoid the same fate? He has wondered. His core belief is that strong party leadership at the center collapsed, and corruption took hold among semi-independent groups and provinces of the USSR. Hence, Xi Jinping thought was that a very strong central government was needed to hold enormous control over all parts of Chinese life. He also maintained that the government must have complete control over China's expanding military, receiving that the Gorbachev's reform program in Russia collapsed in 1990 and 1991 after he lost the support of the military. It is clear from studying Xi's writings and speeches that he does view himself as a Marxist humanist who is committed to a communist future for China. There have been many controversial arguments to Xi Jinping's rule over China. Seen as the great tyrant by many, the man who killed millions through a ill-conceived Great Leap Forward, and then followed it up with the tyranny of the Cultural Revolution. His successors have not considered for all the young liberalized China. He also oversaw the infamous Tiananmen Square massacres of 1989. Xi's list of crimes is larger. The most infamous the treatment of the weak of the province of Xinjiang in northwestern China. This part of China has been inhabited by Turkic and Mongol people since the first millennium BC. Many converted to Islam over those centuries, influenced by their Turkish brethren further west in Central Asia. Ever since 1949, the Chinese government has been trying to establish great control over the huge province by colonizing it with the Chinese people. These efforts failed, and in some instances provoked resistance. The corruption riots of the summer of 2009, in which nearly 200 Asian financial center. When independence was granted in 1997, it was so that it is only one country, two systems. This was the idea of Tom Cole, become part of the People's Republic of China, but it would retain autonomy as a Western liberal style state for 50 years until 1997. As leader of China, she has crushed the one country, two systems arrangement. In 2019, the Hong Kong government was pressured to pass an extradition law whereby people from Hong Kong could be sent to the Chinese mainland to face prosecution under Chinese law. In 2020, came a much more serious Hong Kong national security law. This opened the door for Xi's government in Beijing to credit Hong Kong and to begin disrupting all of the things which made society different to mainland China. In 2022, the process far along, despite protests that captured the world's attention, Xi visited Hong Kong to appoint John Chiu as the chief executive of the regional government of Hong Kong. Chiu is a hardliner who is now overseeing the final dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement on Xi's behalf. Since 2022, the pair have worked hand in hand, with Xi publicly praising Chiu in 2024 for his oversight of security laws which crush free speech in Hong Kong. The situation in both Xinjiang province and Hong Kong correlates probably with the decline of human rights in China under Xi. China is a police state. It's never allow their existing justice at the end of the same. Indeed, a strong reason for the silos and splits that occurred during the 1950s and 1960s was that the Chinese were more keen to defend Stalin legacy than the Russians themselves. Xi, his system of control has been expanded. What was begun to make a self-favoring instrument of new technological surveillance. The internet is heavily regulated, as is the media. It's been included everything from Wikipedia to some sources and the history of journalism being banned in China. In the result, that Chinese people have virtually no access to information on issues which Xi's government does not want them to have access to. Notably, the controversy over China's occupation of Tibet. Xi allows foreign businesses to operate in censorship rules. The United States is the country with the highest incarceration rate in the world. China comes second to those prison populations worldwide and is miles ahead of any other country when it comes to the number of citizens which it executes. Xi, it must be said, has relaxed opinion. Over 10,000 were regularly being executed each year back in the 2000s. Under Xi, the figure is being down to around 2,000 to 3,000. Claiming Xi's human rights record it must always be remembered when the starting point was before he ever even became vice president, let alone president. Politicians like the local religious movement were appallingly persecuted in China, including a program whereby tens of thousands were allegedly forced to engage in organ transplants in the late 1990s and 2000s. Xi has continued to enforce human rights abuses, though he did not stop them. The takeover of Hong Kong and the dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement just halfway through the 50-year Indo-American war is simply one element of more progressive foreign policy in the Far East. It was an easy target. Critical to the People's attempt to claim control over the South China Sea. The South China Sea is a relatively small body of water. Something like the Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean routes between Japan and America. For one small size, it is one of the world's busiest shipping routes. It encapsulates the waters Japan to India, from parts of Africa to the border of China. According to international law, territorial waters may extend about 22 kilometers away from the mainland of any country. This means most of the South China Sea consists of international waters. Additionally, China is aggressively trying to take over its natural waterways. Parts of small islands of atolls. China's military has means of extending its jurisdiction, while it has also engaged in a program of building artificial islands that it limits. Much of this focuses on the Pacific Islands in the east center of the South China Sea. She consistently argues that these are traditional Chinese territories and prove China's claim over most of the South China Sea. Yet some of the islands are little more than shallow coral reefs. China has consequently built up around them. She used assistance and vigorous Chinese naval activities in the region to restrict Vietnamese shipping. While the South China Sea is a controversial one, it was unlikely to lead to war according to international crisis. Rather than simply exert its control of the South China Sea, its neighbors will be able to do little to stop it. Taiwan is another matter entirely. The island has been ruled as the independent Republic of China since the remnants of the nationalist movement fled there in 1945 at the end of the Chinese Civil War. The Republic of China has never made any attempts to suggest that it considers it to be an independent nation, but it plans on one day reclaiming Taiwan, an island which is also extremely valuable for its large population and high-tech electronics industry. She is no different than any other Chinese leader in this respect. The striking element of this was the immediate speech which he gave in 2024, in which he proclaimed that no nation or power can stop the eventual unification of China and Taiwan into one country. He has also ordered naval drills around Taiwan in a way which have been much more inflammatory than any leader since Mao in the 1950s, was actually dissuaded from attempting to invade Taiwan because of the threat of the United States if he did so. Does she intend on ever actually invading Taiwan? It's possibly doubtful. A destructive invasion could destroy the Taiwanese economy and lead to enormous international sanctions of the kind which Vladimir Putin's Russia has faced for invading Ukraine since 2022. Instead, she will probably try to take a play to the Putin and attempt to establish a pro-Beijing party within Taiwan, combined with economic pressure to create a situation in which Taiwan will become more conducive to voluntary union with the People's Republic. It is not to say that an actual invasion of Taiwan does not seem like something which the prudent and conservative Xi will attempt at any stage in the near term. In 2020, Xi faced what is probably the foremost crisis of his time as leader of China. Caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, the infections were actually in the first month of 2020. As the name suggests, it was first detected in 2019. The origins remain controversial and disputed. The most accepted theory is that the novel coronavirus jumped between possibly several species, including a pangolin and a wet market in the Chinese Wuhan. However, this theory is complicated by the fact that it's not far from this wet market is one of the world's largest virology laboratories. Perhaps, quite understandably, people soon began to question whether the virus actually leaked from the lab. The story of the pandemic unfolded as well. The world ran to a halt from March onwards, as billions of people were told to remain at home to stop its spread. For Xi, this was a perfect crisis. Not only was he the leader of a nation, but to 1 in 6 of the world's people, China also had to deal with pressing questions about the origins of the virus. There was that too. This was the nation's struggle to maintain lockdowns. China's authoritarian system and the command economy it operates looked much more suited to deal with such a crisis.
garnered a love in China, which was unprecedented. It was one of the first times his control of China was shaken. Broadly, in which the pandemic was dealt with in China, points once again to the totalitarian nature of Chinese society, where large outbreaks occurred in buildings. They were often sealed up, and people were literally imprisoned for days or weeks at a time. Often, when we hear about Xi Jinping in the Western world these days, it is in the context of his relationship with the United States. There is no doubt there is a kind of economic war underway between China and the US, and Xi has fisted it in his own way, in what could largely be called intellectual property theft from US technology companies, and by trying to out American businesses in doing so. This strategy has been enormously successful. The electronic manufacturer BYD completely undercut much more expensive American rivals like Tesla. The shock to the world in January 2025 when China's cheap AI model DeepSeek burst into the scene, demonstrating that it could do what OpenAI's ChatGPT does from frictional prompts and demand. As all of this has occurred, American presidents have become more antagonistic towards Xi. A relationship that has captured the imagination of the public is between Xi and Donald Trump. While Joe Biden was perhaps even more strict in his criticism of his Chinese counterpart, what to him as dictator and slight Chinese comments. Trump's relationship with Xi is peculiar. It despises China's American economy, although in reality, simply just would be much more expensive to build than the US. Strangely, he was decidedly limited on Xi in the first year or two of his second presidency in 2025. His all-electric war began to focus on China, in particular in March and April 2025. Xi has not been docile. In a number of public pronouncements in the spring and summer of 2025, it was very clear that China is not some economic winner to be bullied by the United States. It will, however, with sanctions of its own in the developing economic war. What implications all of this will have for future Sino-American relations remains to be seen. Of course, Xi Jinping's biography cannot be forgiven. He is still alive. A secretly healthy man turned 72 years of age in 2025. There is no sign that he intends to relinquish power anytime soon. Since Mao's death, tradition has been established that no Chinese leader served for more than 2 5-year terms as president or leader in some other manner. Xi is now in the midst of his third term and will almost certainly serve a fourth. If he does so, he would be entering his 80s on seeking a fifth term. This might not happen. Unlike in the Western world, where in some countries the wars are permanent and a growing octogenarians picked up power to a younger generation, China does generally believe in the idea that politicians should be young enough that they have some stake in the future. With the exception of Xi aside, Chinese political leaders are ineligible to be elected to the voluntary standing committee or other public bodies once they reach 60 years of age. Therefore, while it's likely that Xi will serve the fourth term as supreme ruler of China, he will possibly step aside thereafter. As to how the remainder of his time in office will go, remains highly debatable. We'll hear time to take a timeline. Is it leader by underlying politics from within? Will China continue to massively expand its global influence through its soft allies? Certainly, all present problems that China's one-child policy, for a quarter of a century from the late 1970s, has left an oxidated and aging population. For the days of the Chinese economic miracle are over. The economy has slowed and is facing many challenges. How Xi responds to these issues in the next 5 to 10 years will determine his legacy in the long run. Xi Jinping is the most powerful leader of China since Mao Zedong, eclipsing even the heights to which Deng Xiaoping scaled as the architect of Chinese economic miracle in the 1980s. What is still surprising about this is the strange circumstances in which he made. It could have been very different. Although his father was a long-standing communist and fought diligently for the cause through the long-running Chinese Civil War, he fell from grace in the 1960s during the Maoist purges, in which disasters greatly. The army were banished to atrocity, and his father spent much of the Cultural Revolution that followed in Hanoi prisons. Everything changed quickly after the man's death in 1976. Xi's father was rehabilitated and made China. Xi soon acquired control of the movement. This was not design. His rise to power was based on his consistent and effective application as a skilled provincial administrator of Bay in the 1980s, 1990s, and 1890s. It brought him to national attention, and finally, he successfully became vice president in 2008 and then president in 2013. His years in power have witnessed China cement its position as the world's second most powerful nation and a rival to the United States for political and economic power around the world. Its successes have met no challenges this rule in China. Even 12 years after he assumed power, Xi Jinping thought it's become an ideology in and of itself. There are certainly lots of controversial elements to his rule as leader of China, not least the quasi-state of the Uyghur people in Xinjiang province, the aggressive dismantling of one country, two systems arrangement in Hong Kong, the aggressive rhetoric surrounding Taiwan, and the efforts to take over the South China Sea, despite it effectively constituting international waters. But few believed that under Xi's leadership, China has continued on the path to power that was started 9 decades earlier. The Soviet Union, which experienced its own economic miracle in the 1950s and 1960s, and then decay and decline. Xi has chosen a path where China continues to grow and will possibly become the world's preeminent power in the second half of the 21st century. No one thinks that used to be event. There's no denying his impact on the history of the 21st century so far. What do you think of Xi Jinping? Is he as nefarious a leader of communist China as Mao Zedong was? Is he basically a figure focused on an unborn state that maximizes economic growth and Chinese power at the expense of civil liberties? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
It is 1991. The Soviet Union is in a state of collapse. After years of decline and attempts at reform, die-hard communists within the regime launched propaganda against the Soviet premier, who is detained. But this plot is soon halted when the ringleaders fail to gain the support of the and public, who are increasingly desperate for change. With the authority of Moscow weakened, the satellite Soviet republics declared their desire for independence one by one, goaded on by the Soviet leader's rival, Boris Yeltsin, who will soon emerge as president of the Russian Federation. Finally, on Christmas Day 1991, the leader resigns, bringing the Soviet Union to an end after nearly 70 years. His name, Mikhail Gorbachev, the last premier of the Soviet Union. The man in history, as Mikhail Gorbachev, was born on the 2nd of March 1931 in the village of Privolnaya in the Stavropol region of southwestern Russia. Privolnaya lies between the Sea of Azov and the northern border of the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, south of both Rostov-on-Don and the city of Volgograd, the latter of which was known at the time as Stalingrad. He was born with a distinct birthmark on his head, a small one at the time, caused by the malformation of blood vessels, though one which grew larger over time. Mikhail's father was Sergei Gorbachev, an ethnic Russian who is part of the USSR that straddled southwestern Russia, Ukraine, and the North Caucasus, and which was consequently an ethnic melting pot. Conversely, his mother, Maria, came from a Ukrainian family, migrated from Ukraine time earlier in southwestern Russia. She and Sergei were 28, were very young. Mikhail was their first child. They would have another son, but he would not arrive into the world until much, much later. The Second World War was already a teenager. Mikhail was born at a time of truly revolutionary change in the history of Russia. 14 years earlier, in 1960, in the midst of the First World War, a series of revolutions had eventually brought the Bolshevik communists to power. A bitter civil war had followed over the next half a decade, one in which millions of people had died and famine had stalked large parts of the country. At the end of it, though, the communists had established control over Russia and maintained their dominance of Ukraine and Belarus, as well as much of Central Asia and the Caucasus. They had lost the former territories of the Russian Empire in the Baltic states this was chaotic. A program of creating mass collectivized farms was initiated, leading to severe unrest and creating a man-made famine in much of Ukraine and southwestern Russia that killed millions of people. In the long term, though, the Soviet economy did begin to change. Economic growth occurred in the 1930s, and the shift towards hard industry would be compounded by the outbreak of the Second World War and the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941. Once the work of rebuilding was done in the late 1940s, Russia entered a period of unprecedented economic expansion in the 1950s. Thus, by the time Mikhail would enter his adult years, the changes that were underway when he was born in 1931 would finally transform Russia from the rural agricultural country, which it was at the time of the Russian Revolution in 1917, into an urban industrialized nation that was the world's second largest economy. Mikhail and his family experienced many tribulations while he was growing up. To begin with, they were living in the epicenter of the region worst hit by the famine of the early 1930s. Though Mikhail would have been blissfully unaware of how bad things were at that time, it was a struggle for the Gorbachevs, who were peasant farmers trying to adjust to the government's dramatic imposition of the agricultural collectivization policy. Several extended members of the family, including Mikhail's uncles and aunts, died during this time as a result of the food shortages. Nevertheless, both his father and mother's families were committed communists. Mikhail's grandfather on his father's side, in whose house they lived during his younger years, had helped organize one of the first collective farms in the district. Yet this brought its own problems years later, when Stalin commenced the Great Purge of the communist system in the USSR, leading to the imprisonment of both Mikhail's grandfathers in the second half of the 1930s. Finally, in 1941, there came the trauma of war, as Nazi Germany and the other Axis powers invaded the USSR that summer. The region where the Gorbachevs lived became the focus of conflict in Europe a year later, as the German dictator Adolf Hitler attempted to strike a decisive blow against the Soviets by taking both Rostov-on-Don and Stalingrad and securing the Caucasian oil fields further south from these two key cities. This completely disrupted life for the Gorbachevs, while Sergei had already been recruited into the Red Army by then. Reported as being amongst the millions of Russian men who had died in the conflict at one point, he later turned up alive in 1943. By then, the tide had been comprehensively turned in what Russians like the Gorbachevs would come to know as the Great Patriotic War. While the Gorbachevs were very poor, one of the genuine accomplishments of the Soviet regime amidst the famine and state of the 1930s was that education was expanded to be universally available to all, regardless of their social and economic status. On the other hand, young Mikhail's education had been interrupted for several years by the war, and it was only in 1944 that classes resumed. When they did, he began to emerge as a gifted student, with an interest in both Russian and Western literature. He also took an interest in politics, which led to him joining Komsomol after the war, the full name of which was the Unionist Young Communist League, the youth division of the Communist Party. He was in charge of the local branch and used his position to organize a theatre group. Mikhail had developed a love for Russian theatre already by that time, one which would remain with him for the remainder of his life, often visiting the theatre in Moscow in the Summers were spent working long and hard days on the farm. Mikhail had a good role in his father, who was awarded the Order of Lenin in 1948 for both his farm work and his wartime service. Mikhail was awarded a more junior honor, something which helped him long afterwards when he applied to go and study at the Moscow State University in the capital, the most prestigious university in the USSR at the time. His application was accepted, and so in 1950 he set off to the capital. In Moscow, Gorbachev became more keenly involved in Soviet politics. He acquired full membership of the Communist Party, a prerequisite for a future political career, while at the same time he continued to advance within Komsomol. He also met his future wife in Moscow. Raisa Titayenko came from the Altai region of Siberia in central Russia and had arrived at the capital around the same time as Mikhail to study philosophy. They married in 1953. The marriage was one of love and respect, though they would only have one child, a daughter named Irina, who was born in 1957. Raisa would work for much of her adult life as a teacher. Mikhail began just as the country was beginning to change in profound ways. Stalin died in 1953 and was replaced by Nikita Khrushchev, a leader who began a program of de-Stalinization, in which he aimed to move away from the infinite authoritarianism and state terror that had characterized the dictator's reign. Furthermore, after a quarter of a century of Stalinist terror, famines, war, and social turbulence brought about by communist policies, those same policies finally began to bear some fruit as Russia, Ukraine, and the other parts of the Soviet Union entered into a period of unprecedented prosperity and growth. As all of this was occurring, Gorbachev completed his studies in politics and law in Moscow and acquired his first postings as a government official back in his native Stavropol region in the southwest of Russia. Over the next several years here began a slow but steady progression of the local government administration. For his generation of Soviet politicians, this was how one of them functioned. It had been different in the days of the revolution, when promotion had been achieved much faster through having performed some daring act in the midst of the civil war. Mikhail would spend the better part of 2 decades working as an official in Stavropol. His ascent in the regional politics of southwestern Russia was aided by the fact that he was personally inclined towards the more reform-minded politics of the age. He agreed with Khrushchev's criticisms of the excesses of Stalin's time and control of the USSR and believed that a more open and transparent form of politics would be better for Russia and his communist empire, a belief which he would hold for his entire life. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, while he was still a young man himself, his primary role in Stavropol was to head up the regional Komsomol branches. In the mid-1960s, he was promoted through a number of different positions, working for a time within the Agriculture Bureau and on environmental policies. His relationships with several senior officials eventually led to his acquiring a position as a secretary within the local administration. In the second half of the decade, he undertook numerous trips to other parts of Eastern Europe, and these would prove formative in the development of his political ideology as he came into contact with people who were a lot less happy about Soviet Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Poland, following the Warsaw Pact, Eastern European military alliance, the Soviet propaganda pattern would have suggested. He was also sympathetic towards the cause of the reformers who led the Prague Spring in Czechoslovakia in 1968 and looked with disapproval at the congressional later that year. Khrushchev in power in Moscow, and his replacement with a much more conservative Brezhnev back in 1964 also depressed him, and for a time he considered an alternative career path, though he ultimately remained in politics. Mikhail's decision to continue in politics began to reap a dividend in the 1970s after he was promoted to become first secretary of the regional government of Stavropol. This made him the leader of one of the larger provincial administrations of the country. It also came with a big budget, not least because the Great Stavropol Canal had been under construction here since the 1950s and was due to take a few years to complete. Gorbachev was a guiding influence in the further development of this 480-kilometer-long artificial waterway. Other duties included oversight of the region's large collective farms and factories. As first secretary, Gorbachev was also regularly called to Moscow for meetings of the heads of provincial government, and he began to develop relationships with senior Soviet ministers in the capital. He was also appointed to several delegations of Soviet countries that were sent to Western Europe at a time when a different strand of communism was developing in France and Italy. Just like his visits to East Germany and Czechoslovakia in the 1960s, these trips abroad were formative for Gorbachev. He found the Western countries to be different to the received view of them back in Russia, and that some things worked inherently better within them than in the USSR. This is not to suggest that Gorbachev's ideology ever became one of thinking that the Soviet system was inferior to the Western one, simply that he was able to evaluate both in their own terms and see the pros and cons in each. It was this which would mark him out as distinct from other leaders of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's ascent to become leader of the Soviet Union was fortuitous. He had already been one of the youngest first secretaries ever in the USSR when he took the helm of the Stavropol back at the beginning of the 1970s. Now, in 1978, he was appointed as the secretary of the General Committee of the Communist Party. This meant that he and Raisa had to relocate to Moscow, though she was soon offered a new teaching position, and he was now at the very center of power in the capital. His work was varied here. Much of it focused on the centralized management of the Western agriculture. Other work was more operational and administrative, and his abilities as an organizer were noted. It was these which led to his promotion yet again in 1980 to the Politburo, the political bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, the most powerful governing body of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was appointed as its youngest member at that time, at 49 years of age. This time could not have been better. The Central Governing Council at the time was staffed by aged individuals in the late 60s and 70s, men who had first risen within the Communist Party establishment during the war. Since 1964, Leonid Brezhnev had led this generation of Soviet politicians. He had been ill since the mid-1970s and eventually died in 1982. The former head of the Secret Services, the KGB, Yuri Andropov, succeeded him. He was already nearing his 70th year, and he died early in 1984. The third leader in less than 2 years was Konstantin Chernenko. 72 years old when entering office, his appointment was hardly a long-term solution. And so it proved. Chernenko died after just 13 months at the helm of state. It was then that the party establishment began considering who from amongst them might make for a suitable leader that would last more than a year or two. The younger man with ideas was surely what was needed, and thus Mikhail Gorbachev was made General Secretary of the Communist Party and the new leader of the Soviet Union in March 1985. Gorbachev came to power at a time when the Soviet Union had been mired in problems for many years, while the 1950s and 1960s had seen huge growth in the Russian economy and the transformation of the material standards of ordinary people. Thereafter, the system completely stagnated. Some of this was related to international developments. The 1973 oil crisis also triggered nearly a decade of stagflation in Western countries, whereby economic growth flatlined even as inflation remained at a persistently high level. However, the Russian case was different. There was hope that the Soviet economy had simply become dysfunctional. For instance, in order to ensure that everyone was employed, there were 2 or 3 people carrying out work that could have been completed by just one person. On top of this, there were overt levels of bureaucracy. Perhaps most worryingly, there simply wasn't the same level of innovation which was present in the US or indeed in countries like Germany and Japan, which had been devastated in the war and bounced back as high-tech economies boosted by association with the US economy and the dollar. Moreover, even when the impact of the oil crisis of the 1970s receded, and countries like the US and Britain entered into a fresh period of economic boom in the 1980s, the Soviet continued to flatline. These economic booms also reflected in the military situation. There was little doubt that the US was winning the Cold War in the 1980s, a far cry from the 1950s, when the Russians had been in the ascendant. Gorbachev was aware of all of these problems, and unlike the older generation of conservative leaders that he was now replacing, he was determined to do something about it. He would embark on a reform program that he hoped would once again make the Soviet economy grow, and would revitalize the communist system after a long period of decline. Gorbachev's reform program was complex, but it focused above all on 2 things: one economic, the other more political and social. From the economic perspective, Gorbachev favored perestroika, which translates into English from Russian as restructuring. This concerned the reframing of economic policy and ethos in the Soviet Union. Communism is based on the idea of property and goods being held in communal ownership, with the state acting as a powerful broker to ensure that there is an equal division of resources amongst the entire population. This requires a command economy where all elements of economic life are mediated to some extent by the government. However, because of the myriad of problems which the Soviet economy had experienced in the 1970s to the 1980s, many were casting a critical eye on the communist system within Russia than they would have done in the 1950s and 1960s. Which was sympathetic towards the idea of some limited reforms, whereby elements of free market economics would be introduced into the communist system. This is hardly so unusual. Within capitalist countries, there are different forms of capitalism. Some capitalist economies emphasize free market enterprise economics, where governments take the view that they can interfere in the economy as little as possible. But others are more interventionist, to balance out what are viewed to be the imperfections in the free market system. In adopting perestroika, Gorbachev was claiming that some small elements of the free market system should be introduced into the Soviet economy. What this meant in practice was the introduction of a level of private ownership of property and goods in Russia by Gorbachev's government that had not been seen in the country since the end of the Russian Civil War. Over 60 years, reforms were also introduced into how the USSR traded. The Soviet Gorbachev's reform program was encompassed in the term glasnost, which translates as open or transparency. This was the idea that Russians, Ukrainians, people from other constituent parts of the USSR discuss politics in open and transparent manner, as they had in the past. The entirety of its nearly 7 decades in power, the Russian Communist movement had governed along authoritarian or narrow lines. During the dictatorship of Joseph Stalin, this had been so severe that talking about political affairs in a public context could have been sufficient reason to end up in the Gulag prison camps of Siberia. Things had moderated in the 1950s and 1960s, but there was still a lot of repression in Soviet society. Moreover, the way to political advancement was seemingly exclusively by working its way up through the established communist hierarchy, a method which tended to produce fairly unimaginative bureaucrats whose work rarely helped with preserving the status quo. Gorbachev was arguing for a new approach for glasnost. The Soviet Union would become a democracy overnight, but there would be greater transparency in terms of how people were put into positions of power and a more open discussion about society and politics. As part of this, media, which was not to all intents and purposes simply a propaganda wing of the Communist Party, was allowed to develop. In 1986, Gorbachev began regularly using these two terms, glasnost and perestroika, to describe the new approach he was employing towards governing the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's effort to implement these policies was launched through the 12th five-year plan of the Soviet Union, which ran from 1985 to 1990. Through this, a range of other policy measures were implemented. One was Usmania, meaning acceleration. This was an expansion of something which half-heartedly tried to adopt between 1982 and 1984, which was similar to the concept of economic stimulus in Western capitalist countries. It was pumped into the system to try to develop a greater amount of mid-sized businesses, though ultimately it had an inflationary effect and was abandoned in favor of a less aggressive form of perestroika. Elsewhere, administrative measures were introduced. Several government ministries and entities were amalgamated into Agropol, a joint government body in charge of Soviet agriculture and food production. This then engaged in efforts to stimulate local ownership and production, the idea being to create elements of a free market economy. In all of this, he says the laws were introduced. Today, version of the new economic policy, which then followed back in the early 1920s. Finally, the problem of Gorbachev's economic policy, one with a social element, was an effort to curb excessive alcohol consumption, which had become a scourge of Russian society, leading to deaths, ill health, and huge amounts of lost productivity. Furthermore, Gorbachev's reform program would have mixed results. His economic reforms were broadly successful. Conversely, his political reforms could be viewed as a great success story. People began to really question the society they lived in and how it operated. The only problem, as we will see, is that this served to undermine the integrity of the USSR and the Warsaw Pact that it led in Eastern Europe. Gorbachev's reform program was not restricted to domestic affairs. He also wanted to reorientate relations with the United States and the Western Bloc. Came to power in 1985, the Cold War was in one of its hottest phases of the entire conflict. Not since the early 1960s, when the erection of the Berlin Wall and the Cuban Missile Crisis had pushed the world closer to nuclear war, had things been this bad. Much of this was fueled by the aggressive approach of Ronald Reagan after he entered office as President of the United States in 1981. Reagan and his advisors ultimately see that the USSR was on the back foot. His Western economies rebounded in remaining static. America also had growing technological advantages as it entered a period of dynamic personal computing. Washington consequently decided to commence a new space and arms race of sorts. In 1983, Reagan had announced the inception of the Strategic Defense Initiative. The idea was to create a missile defense system in space, which would make it possible to intercept Soviet ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads if they were fired at the United States. It was fanciful to imagine that such a system could be developed in the 1980s, and indeed, many people derisively referred to it as the Star Wars program at the time. But in pushing it, Reagan was challenging the Soviets to a new space race at a time when they had neither the resources nor the technical capabilities to engage in one. More broadly, this led to growing tensions between the US and the Soviets, which manifested in November 1983 when the Soviets came close to initiating a nuclear strike after they became convinced that NATO training exercises in Europe, codenamed Naval Archer 83, were possibly a help for a real attack on Eastern Europe. Though it is little known about today, barring the Cuban Missile Crisis, this was the closest the world came to a nuclear confrontation during the Cold War. Gorbachev immediately embarked on developing a new relationship with the United States. In November 1985, he and Reagan met for the first time at Geneva in Switzerland. The summit was markedly successful. Reagan and Gorbachev liked each other and were able to get along, though their political ascents could not have been more different, with Reagan having been a Hollywood movie star before he rose through California and then national politics to the White House. They both came from humble backgrounds. They also got round to discussing how much these countries had to gain by defusing the Cold War than by continuing it. Meetings often ran over in Geneva as they discussed a range of matters that went beyond the agreed itinerary. At one point during it, Kenneth Adelman, an American diplomat at the time, remained Reagan arriving back to the American team after meeting with Gorbachev and proclaiming that Mikhail was a fundamentally different type of Soviet leader to those which the US had dealt with before. This initial good start was followed up on at a second summit in Reykjavik in Iceland in October 1986. Both teams arrived with ambitions to strike a major deal that would cement the perception of a detente or major de-escalation of the Cold War. To this end, Gorbachev was primarily looking to persuade Reagan to abandon the Strategic Defense Initiative, a new American effort to extend its program of nuclear deterrence into space. Reagan wanted to press Gorbachev on domestic reform and issues related to human rights in Eastern Europe. At the end of it, no agreement was reached, as Reagan walked out of the meeting on the issue of the Strategic Defense Initiative. But both had realized how eager the other was to drastically turn down the nuclear threat after decades of heightened tensions. Reykjavik paved the way for the end of the Cold War. In the end, the Geneva and Reykjavik summit bore fruit in 1987, specifically in terms of a wide-ranging agreement on nuclear de-escalation. In the aftermath of the initial meetings in Geneva, Gorbachev had made it publicly clear that he wanted an agreement with the US that both nations would begin to scale down their nuclear arsenals with a view to potentially banning such weapons of mass destruction altogether in the 21st century. While this was meant to demonstrate his commitment to drastically reducing the nuclear threat, the failure to reach a binding agreement at Reykjavik did not scupper these negotiations, and early in 1987, further progress was USS out of the summit in the American capital. That's exactly what they achieved. Shortly after lunch on the 8th of December 1987, they signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. This allowed American and Soviet intermediate range missiles that could carry nuclear warheads distances of up to 5,500 kilometers. As a symbolic act, it demonstrated a desire to end the Cold War to infuse decades of tensions. Numerous other agreements were reached between Gorbachev and Reagan and his successor, George H. Bush, between 1988 and 1991. Notably, the 1990 Chemical Weapons Accord, which aimed to massively reduce chemical weapons stockpiles. Cumulatively, these agreements constituted the most wide-ranging efforts to end the arms race between the US and the USSR of the entire Cold War. Though unfortunately, many of these agreements have been abandoned by either the Russian Federation or the United States in the early 21st century. Gorbachev was undertaking his ambitious reform program in the efforts to improve relations with the United States, while he was confronted by a number of major problems. One was foreign and inherited, and one was domestic, came like a bolt from the blue. On Christmas Eve of 1979, Soviet forces had invaded Afghanistan on the southern border of the USSR in Central Asia in an effort to shore up support for Afghan communists that had come to power in the spring of 1978 with the Islamic Revolution, which faced growing resistance from numerous parties in the country, including Islamic militant groups. The Soviets became bogged down in Afghanistan in much the same way that the Americans had in Vietnam in the 1960s, unable to defeat an enemy with much more limited resources, but which was able to survive through to years campaign of asymmetrical warfare. By the time Gorbachev came to power, the war in Afghanistan would turn into one which seemingly could not be won, with religious mujahideen being supplied by the Americans, operating from bases in the mountains. Gorbachev viewed the war as an unwelcome inheritance. It was clear by 1995 that there was little to be gained from continuing it. He attempted a strategic alteration of approach in 1986. This failed to have any impact in 1987, which declared that Soviet forces would be withdrawn from the country. This engagement began in the summer of 1988, and the last Soviet forces withdrew in February 1989. Moscow continued to provide non-direct support to the Afghan communist regime, but it was a long time after the withdrawal, and the country descended into a more anarchic civil war in the early 1990s, from which the Taliban would eventually emerge as the new government. The other major crisis which Gorbachev faced early on in his time in charge emerged suddenly. On the 27th of April 1986, the number 4 reactor exploded at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in Ukraine, near the border with Belarus and northern the city of Kyiv. When the incident happened, Staff had been running tests on the cooling system. A woefully inadequate response by the security team on the ground compounded the situation. Most alarmingly, people had lived in place in and around the site for far too long after the incident occurred, exposing them to toxic levels of radiation. Gorbachev himself was not blameless in terms of the response. He followed a simple textbook approach of limiting the amount of information being released to the public and pushing through a safe solution. Though in evaluating his response, it should be borne in mind that he was not a scientist. Instead, he was operating with the information provided to him in Moscow, which was very poor early on. The entire area had to be emptied before the containment zone was established. Gorbachev would later reflect that the Chernobyl disaster was possibly the single biggest cause of the collapse of the Soviet Union. It fundamentally USSR together, the union between Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. It also fueled the drive towards glasnost to a degree which Gorbachev not fully intended. What else could be expected? Openness, but it was the secrecy of Soviet government that had allowed the disaster to become as deadly as it could. The area around the Polar is uninhabited today, and cleanup costs are still significant. What was the most destructive nuclear accident in history? While just a few dozen people died, the immediate incident and the days thereafter, thousands died of health complications owing to radiation exposure years after. The Chernobyl disaster added to a sense of broken in Eastern Europe about the Soviet war. Moreover, in a more open environment, which people was allowing to develop, people were willing to express their discontent in a way which had previously not been possible. This was particularly the case in the Warsaw Pact countries. Nations like East Germany, Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, which were not part of the USSR, but which had formed part of the Soviet bloc of Warsaw Pact countries in Europe since the alliance was created in 1955. Earlier attempted revolutions in Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968, and the way they were crushed by the Soviets had convinced a generation of Eastern Europeans that being the Warsaw Pact nations and resistance to Moscow's dictates was pointless and would only lead to a more repressive environment. But now it seemed as though change was in the air. In 1986, there were mass student demonstrations in many parts of Eastern Europe. These were followed in 1988 by nationwide strikes in Poland, led by the Nobel Peace Prize winner and future president of Poland, Lech Wałęsa. These started small, numerous steelworks in the country, and swelled efforts that followed, to the extent that the communist movement was forced to enter into negotiations with the workers early in 1989. These culminated in an agreement to reform the political system, to introduce a more democratic governmental system. Gorbachev played a significant role in these developments. In the summer of 1988, he visited Poland and informed the government there that they could not expect Moscow to come to its aid for a military intervention of the kind that had occurred in Hungary and Czechoslovakia in 1956 and 1968. Probably almost any other Soviet leader in charge in Moscow, there would have been a military response. Developments in Poland opened the floodgates to further revolutionary developments in Eastern and Central Europe in 1989. This was epitomized by the fall of the Berlin Wall. Back in 1961, in order to stop a vast population running from East Germany to West Germany via Berlin, the city that was divided up between the Soviets and the Western Allies at the end of the Second World War, the government of East Berlin began building a physical wall around West Berlin. It had become the very symbol of the Cold War, leading the city, the country, and the continent. Moreover, while West Germany had grown economically as the powerhouse of the European economic community, Germany had stagnated. In 1989, the wall began crashing down very abruptly. These events began along the Austro-Hungarian border when the Pan-European Olympic held in August 1989 to symbolize increased communication between the two neighboring countries, led to the border being opened between Austria and Hungary. Before, there were people traveling from East Germany to Hungary, and then from there to Austria, and again to West Germany. All of a sudden, the Berlin Wall had become superfluous, and tens of thousands of people began making the circuitous trip to West Germany in September and October. As these developments occurred, security around the Berlin Wall itself was loosened. Then on the 8th of November 1989, was to be put together to begin physically tearing down sections of the Berlin Wall. By the end of the year, thoughts were turned to the reunification of Germany after 4.5 decades of being a divided country. Gorbachev's response to these events was critical. As with strikes in Poland in 1988, if he had chosen a more hard-line approach, he could probably have crushed efforts to open the border between Austria and Hungary and curb the movement of people in the autumn and early winter of 1989. Indeed, one of the concerns of those who organized the pan-European bloc in August 1989 was that if Gorbachev was seen to tolerate this breaching of the tight border arrangements in Central Europe, it could lead to a coup in Moscow, his replacement as Soviet leader, but a more traditional Cold War leader. This didn't occur, and while not explicitly sanctioning it, Gorbachev referred to the neighborhood Hungarian Premier across developments in order to attempt to stop what was happening in Germany. Pre-elections were held in the East in February 1990. Monetary union between East and West was agreed to 3 months later, and in October 1990, the two parts of the country were reunited. Incredibly, Gorbachev was more positive about these developments than some of his Western counterparts. Prime Minister of Britain, Margaret Thatcher, and the President of France, François Mitterrand, were both reluctant to see Germany reunited, believing with some justification that German unification back in 1871 had destabilized the European balance of power to such an extent that it led to the two world wars of the 20th century. They had grave reservations about allowing Germany to realize the most powerful economy in Western Europe. One of the provisions that were placed on French agreements was that the German Deutsche Mark would be transformed into a pan-European currency, used by the members of what was soon to be renamed the European Union. Therefore, Gorbachev allowed German reunification to happen, whereas Mitterrand demanded the euro currency in return. The fall of the Berlin Wall and German reunification brought up an issue which continues to have striking significance today, 35 years later, as Germany had been a member of the US-led military alliance, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, commonly known as NATO, since 1955. Reunification created a problem insofar as it involved an extension of NATO eastwards towards Russia and the Soviet Union, as East Germany effectively united with West Germany. This opened up an immediate debate about the future of NATO, as the Soviet Warsaw Pact collapsed in Eastern Europe. The issue with the modern president, Vladimir Putin, has consistently argued that the core reason for Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been to ensure that the country does not become a member of NATO. There was never a formal agreement that NATO would not expand further eastwards, and Gorbachev's statements over the years were not consistent about what had or had not been said in diplomatic discussions in the early 1990s. However, there is little doubt from examining the statements of leading diplomats and government ministers from varying countries at the time that there was a tacit understanding that NATO would not expand further east after the reunification of Germany. Indeed, the first months of 1990 had even seen Gorbachev involved in debate about whether German reunification should be continued on its leaving NATO altogether, so as to avoid an extension into East Germany. There was clear consensus when Germany was granted what was termed a special military status as a member of NATO. This would be the final extension of the alliance. And yet, the agreement was soon abandoned. As the hour reached its peak in the 1990s, Russia descended into military collapse. NATO was expanded, notably through a massive enlargement in 1999, as Poland, the Czech Republic, and Hungary joined Baltic states, Slovakia, Slovenia, Romania, and Bulgaria in 2004. These concessions of general reunification and a wide range of writers in Warsaw countries were leading to a growing wave of unrest within the core of the Soviet Union itself. Gorbachev could not win, it seemed. The liberal reformers to create a Western-style market economy, he was not moving fast enough to change the very nature of Soviet society, while for many conservatives and communist ideologues, what he was engaging in was complete aberration. As about 3/4 of a century of Soviet policy in the capitulation for the West. It did not help matters that when Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, Gorbachev broadly agreed with the approach of President Bush because what would become the first Gulf War to force Saddam Hussein out of the small Gulf state. All of these developments led to a lot of grumbling in the Kremlin and the halls of power in Moscow, a city whose politics was still dominated to a large extent by elderly politicians who had come of age back in the 1950s and 1960s when the Cold War was at its height, in a clear sign of how perceptions of Gorbachev could permeate Russia for the rest of the world. In 1990, when he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his role in the radical transformation of Europe's politics the previous year, he actually received quite a lot of criticism in Russia itself. What was viewed in some circles as a sign of how much of a stooge of Western interests Gorbachev had become. Still, he retained enough support to remain in charge and was re-elected as a member of the communist leadership at the 28th Communist Party Congress in the summer of 1990, despite a vocal opposition representing itself there. Gorbachev's position as leader might have been reaffirmed in the summer of 1990, but the opposition to his leadership in some circles continued to increase. The events of the second half of 1990 and into 1991 were too much for many. During this latter period, several of the constituent republics of the USSR, like the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, affirmed their independence from the Soviet Union. There was no longer Warsaw countries that were falling out of Moscow's control, but actual part of the USSR. While Gorbachev made a strong effort to prevent any further erosion of the Union by negotiating a new Union treaty with republics like Kazakhstan, Georgia, and Moldova in 1991, a conspiracy to overthrow him was already brewing within the Communist Party by then. On the 18th of August 1991, the plot was struck in what has become known as the August coup. At the time, Gorbachev was living at his dacha in the Crimean Peninsula. Back then, including the leading KGB figure, Yuri Pekhanov, visited him there, and after gaining access, take him to a house while the coup was being launched in Moscow. The vice president of the Soviet Union, Gennady Yanayev, was soon revealed as the head of the conspiracy. He managed to seize control of the government and was appointed as acting head. However, reporters did not account for Boris Yeltsin, a leading figure within the Communist Party who had been acquiring reform of the government as Gorbachev's position weakened in 1991. On the 19th of August, Yeltsin famously climbed up on top of a tank outside the Russian parliament in Moscow and spoke out against the reporters. It was a defining moment, which played an important part in the collapse of the coup against the Gulag. But it also symbolized the moment in which Gorbachev was completely confirmed by forces that his reforms had unleashed. His rise as head of the Soviet Union world. As the August coup collapsed on the 21st and 22nd of August, Gorbachev was released and made his way back increasingly demanded the outlook. The new leader of Russia has noticed very quickly. The pair were engaged in a tug of war weeks thereafter. Yeltsin criticized Gorbachev opened debates with the country's politics in such a way that it led to the attempted coup. The Communist Party's normal activities were being suspended in a highly fluid period, which communism seemed to be collapsing, but in which it was highly unclear what the end result would be. Gorbachev continued to try and promote plans for an alternative union, which would keep Russia united with Belarus, Ukraine, the smaller Caucasian republics, and the states of Central Asia like Kazakhstan. This, he was working at cross purposes with Yeltsin, who was actively promoting the idea of an independent Russia. The end came in December 1991. On the 8th day of that month, Yeltsin met with leading figures from Ukraine and Belarus, and peacefully invited Asia from the region of Belarus, where they signed the Asia Accords. Under the terms of these, it was declared that the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics must cease to exist, and Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus would henceforth be independent nations. The accords were agreed to, out of a fear that if a voluntary dismantling of the USSR was not effected, then it would descend into war, which had erupted across the Balkans in 1991, as Serb-dominated Yugoslavia tried to retain control over places like Croatia. In the days that followed, the other smaller republics of the USSR agreed to the dismantling. With this, Gorbachev's position became untenable, and on Christmas Day 1991, he stepped down as president of the Soviet Union, effectively relinquishing control of Russia to Yeltsin. His goal had been to reform the USSR. In the space of 6 years in charge, it had collapsed with surprising speed. Gorbachev now stepped entirely away from frontline politics. He played little part in the chaotic politics of Russia in the 1990s. This was a vast country, and one of the world's wealthier nations. It managed the state to run everything, from heavy industry and national infrastructure to home ownership of local shops. With the collapse of the Soviet system in such a tumultuous fashion, rather than a gradual reform of it, Gorbachev had favorably the entire country into a period of hyper-privatization. Vast state assets were to be sold off. Moreover, this was occurring with environmental lawlessness, as the systems which had governed Soviet society for 3/4 of a century collapsed. Hyperinflation was also setting in. To combat this, the advice of Jeffrey Sachs, an American economist whose use of so-called economic shock therapy to combat hyperinflation had proved reasonably successful in Berlin in the 1980s, was sought by Yeltsin's cabinet. This approach did not have the desired effect in Russia, and by 1998, the country had been mired in such an economic quagmire that it wanted to value the ruble and default on its national debt. At the same time, the country's vast resources were acquired by a collection of several hundred Russian oligarchs, individuals who exploited their connections to the Russian political establishment in the 1990s to acquire enormous assets for a flickering of a million. This enriching of a small and newly emergent elite occurred even as ordinary Russians had their standards of living plummeted as the Soviet system collapsed and was replaced by utter instability throughout the 1990s. The Russia of the 21st century was carved during this chaotic period. Gorbachev observed these shifts in Russia's fortunes from outside of the political sphere. He entered semi-retirement in 1992, but he continued to work on various projects, both domestically within Russia and on the international stage. Much of this centered on the International Foundation for Socio-Economic exploring what perestroika and glasnost had been, and what Mikhail had been trying to achieve during his time in charge of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was also intent on establishing himself as an international elder statesman of sorts. While his reputation in Russia was mixed, abroad he was a peace drugs smuggler who, along with Reagan and Bush, brought the Cold War to an end peacefully. He spent much of the 1990s traveling the world in this capacity. The end of the decade was a troubling time for him. His wife, Raisa, was diagnosed with leukemia in 1999. Her condition was advanced by the time it was detected, and despite traveling to Germany to avail of advanced care, she died within a couple of months of her diagnosis in September 1999. Years that followed, as he entered his 70s, Mikhail slowed down. Though he was always reasonably active, speaking against the US Iraq in 2003, and even considering a re-entry into Russian politics in the 2000s. In the midst of his own life changing considerably in the 1990s, Mikhail kept a close eye on how Russia's post-war politics were developing. He was critical of Yeltsin, who served as president of Russia down to the very last day of the 20th century, the 31st of December 1999. On the one hand, Gorbachev did not believe that he was managing the transition to a free market democracy well, while on the other, there were personal criticisms to be made of Yeltsin, a figure with a considerable alcohol workload. Gorbachev initially viewed Vladimir Putin more favorably, a former member of the Soviet Secret Services, KGB, who had risen from obscurity in the final years of the USSR to become Yeltsin's successor, when he left office at the end of the 1990s. Yet as Putin began overtly manipulating the political system to remain in power beyond the end of his first two terms as president in 2008, Gorbachev became a vocal critic, especially so once Putin decided to run for a third term in 2012. At the same time, he was not entirely opposed to all of the president's actions. He agreed with Putin that the Crimean Peninsula was fundamentally more a part of Russia than Ukraine, and so was not opposed to the annexation of it in 2014. Nor did he think that the Western nations had any right to criticize Russia for playing a role in the Caucasus, given their own history of global imperialism. When the war between Russia and Ukraine was expanding in February 2022, however, Gorbachev was said to have been extremely critical in private, but he made no major public declaration concerning it. This was because his health was very poor by then. He had suffered from numerous ailments since the mid-2010s, including deteriorating eyesight, a heart condition, a bout of pneumonia, and kidney problems. Eventually, on the 30th of August 2022, he died from an accumulation of issues at 91 years of age. He was notified as state funeral, and the Providence Fund, who more than anyone else had overseen the end of the Cold War, the process of nuclear detente, and the tearing down of Europe's physical and ideological barriers. about trying to reform the Soviet Union, a party and which was now clearly using the Cold War. However, while he was a reformer, he certainly did not wish to bring about the end of the Soviet system. Instead, he wanted to introduce the right elements of the free market system to buttress the Soviet system, while also liberalizing society. His tragedy was that attempting to reform the system, he destroyed it. Once a open environment presented itself, and a demand for change led to the collapse of the communist governments in East Germany and the other Warsaw-backed countries. This in turn led to political chaos in Russia, during which he was politically outflanked by Boris Yeltsin, and the whole communist system came crashing down. Gorbachev's career as a major political leader was over at that point, yet he remained a respected elder statesman on the world stage, though less so at home in Russia. Meanwhile, in the middle of the gradual reform which Gorbachev wished to implement, Russia descended into a decade of crisis, from which Vladimir Putin emerged as a successor to Yeltsin. Had Gorbachev's reform program been successful, the world would be a more stable place today. What do you think of Mikhail Gorbachev? Was he naive to think that he could reform the Soviet Union without having its power collapse? Or could a reformed version of the Soviet system have prospered if it had not collapsed in 1989 and 1991? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. his influence. His name, Leon Trotsky, the arch enemy of Joseph Stalin. The man in history, as Leon Trotsky, was born there at Davidovich Palestine on the 7th of November, 1879, according to the Gregorian calendar, the 26th of October by the Julian calendar, which was in use at the time. He was born in the small village of Yalovka, in what is today central Ukraine, and was at that time part of the Russian Empire. He was not born with the name by which he is popularly known, but was actually called Davidovich Palestine during his youth. His father was David Leonovich Palestine, a relatively prosperous Jewish Ukrainian farmer. The family lived in a somewhat isolated part of Ukraine, which was over 20 kilometers from even the nearest post office. His mother was Anna Lvovna. Although the family was Jewish, they were not particularly religious, and Russian and Ukrainian was spoken at home rather than Yiddish, the language typically spoken by Ashkenazi Jews. The world in which Trotsky would grow up was one in upheaval. For centuries, Russia had been underdeveloped politically, culturally, and socially, by comparison with its neighbors in Central and Western Europe, like Britain and France. This began to change in the 19th century. The population of the Russian Empire doubled between 1850 and 1900. Production increased twelvefold during this period. Iron and steel production doubled. Great technological advances, such as the introduction of the railways, telephones, and telegrams, also brought Russia and the Russians into much closer engagement with mainstream European ideas and made the vast country stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean interconnected. Accordingly, a vast movement began from the mid-19th century onwards to reform Russian society, the autocracy and inequality which characterized Russia under the autocratic emperors or tsars. In 1861, Russia became the last major European power to abolish serfdom, under which approximately 40% of the Russian population had been effectively under the control of the landholders on whose estates they lived. Further reforms were installed. For instance, censorship of the press was relaxed, allowing for a greater dissemination of political ideas. New political groupings began to emerge in this more permissive political environment. For example, Mikhail Bakunin founded modern collectivist anarchism in Russia in the 19th century, which theorized the complete dismantling of centralized state authority in response to the autocratic Tsarist regime. Other groups, such as the Emancipation of Labour Party and the Narodniks, argued for socialism in Russia in the 1870s and 1880s, following the political ideas of the German political theorist Karl Marx. Their ideas began to find increasing support in Russia from 1891 onwards, following a catastrophic flood that year, which claimed the lives of approximately 500,000 Russians. Such was the unrest created by the famine that Orlando Fides, the leading English-speaking historian of revolutionary Russia, has argued that the roots of the Russian Revolution of 1917 can ultimately be traced back to 1891 and the death of 500,000 people at that time owing to food shortages. All of this, the Tsars themselves, Alexander II, Tsar of Russia from 1855 and 1881, had started out as a liberal reformer. He Sea in southern Ukraine. Here, he was placed in an environment in which a historically multicultural city was becoming increasingly Russified, in line with imperial policy. From early on, his rebellious streak was evident, and while at Odessa, he organized a strike against an open teacher. The events of his time also appear to have been formative in the life of the young Trotsky. Writing towards the end of the 1920s, in an autobiography he wrote entitled My Life, an attempt at an autobiography, Trotsky stated in 1891 that it marked, quote, the official date of the political breaking point in this country. Trotsky was not alone in his thinking, and the struggles enchanted by the famine led to the rising popularity of the Russian socialist movement in the 1890s. The disparate socialist groups eventually coalesced in 1888 to form the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, a revolutionary socialist party formed to unite Russian socialists in the cause of advancing a lot of Russian industrial workers. The teenage Trotsky soon involved in these revolutionary political movements, and by 1896 he had relocated to the Black Sea town of Nikolaev, where he joined the Communists. A year later, he helped organize the South Russian Workers' Union in the town. Early in 1898, he was imprisoned for the first time owing to political activities. But Lev Bronstein, the future Trotsky, was not deterred. Later in 1898, he joined the newly formed Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. Following his arrest in Nikolaev in 1898, Trotsky had been sent to Moscow to face trial for his actions in organizing revolutionary groups in southern Ukraine. After months of inaction in 1900, he was sentenced to 4 years hard labor in Siberia, in a fully populated vast region of eastern Russia, which served as a penal colony for dissenters against the Tsarist regime. His life in exile in the East was tempered somewhat by his marriage to Alexandra Sokolovskaya in the summer of 1899. She had been a member of the political group which Trotsky associated with in Nikolaev, and was a major influence on his decision to shift from Bitcoin to Marxism and communism. She accompanied him to Siberia. 2 daughters, Zina and Lina, were born in the 2 years that followed. Lev Bronstein served his full 4 years sentence in Siberia. In the summer of 1902, at the urging of his wife, he escaped from the penal colony by hiding in the back of a hay wagon. As he made his way back to Europe, Bronstein reputedly utilized a passport he obtained bearing the name of one of his jailers from Odessa several years earlier. The surname on the passport was Trotsky, and Bronstein now adopted as his alias, along with an alternate version of his first name, Leon, his revolutionary name. Thus did Bronstein become non-Trotsky, the name the world has gone by ever since. The name Free Trotsky didn't remain in the Russian Empire, and instead kept heading west, all the way to London. After escaping from Siberia, he had been in contact with several leading members of the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party, who had gone into exile in England after the Tsarist regime of Nicholas II, and the poor Tsar, who had come to power in 1894, had cracked down on its military. These exiles included Georgy Plekhanov, the leading editor of the Russian Socialist newspaper, The Spark, and also viewed as the founder of the Social Democratic movement in Russia in the 1870s. Trotsky, who is generally regarded as having been a highly accomplished writer and brilliant polemicist, was soon putting his own abilities to work with the newspaper. It was also during this period after his escape from Siberia, Trotsky and Natalia Sedova. Alexandra had remained behind in Siberia to raise their children, and Trotsky soon married Natalia in 1903. His second marriage resulted in two sons, Lev and Sergei, in 1906 and 1908. Trotsky and Natalia would remain married for the rest of his life. In London, Trotsky came into contact with Vladimir Ilyich Leonov, as is become known, a figure of some controversy within the party. In 1902, Lenin had published a pamphlet entitled What is to be Done. This opened up a wide-ranging and divisive debate within the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party over the future of the party. On one side were purists such as Lenin, who believed that the movement should build its support exclusively around the industrial working class against the Tsarist regime, the landholders and the bourgeois middle class back in Russia, while a separate faction argued that the party should seek the support of the middle class against the Tsarist government and the upper class of Russia, which broadly consisted of the church and the aristocracy. As such, the division came down to one between ideological purists led by Lenin and an opposing faction of pragmatic and flexible socialists. These divisions within the party came to a head at the Second Congress of the party, jointly in Brussels and London in August 1903. The conference was held symbolically between two cities that Karl Marx had lived and worked in around the time he wrote and published the Communist Manifesto with Friedrich Engels. At this meeting, the party split into two opposing factions, known as the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. Bolsheviks means majority, while Mensheviks means minority, which reflected the results of a vote held on the issue at the party congress. However, this somewhat confusingly did not reflect the actual support the two factions enjoyed. In reality, the Bolsheviks, headed by Lenin, had the support of only a minority of the party membership, while in the years ahead, the Mensheviks, led by Yuri Saratov, were more popular and powerful of the two factions, which resulted from the split of the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party in 1903. Trotsky's initial response to the split of the party was to affiliate himself with the Mensheviks. However, by the autumn of 1904, he had become increasingly disillusioned with the Mensheviks' excessive court of Russian liberals and the Russian middle class. As a result, he removed himself from affiliation with both the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, and would spend the next 10+ years as a non-aligned but nevertheless prominent actor within the Russian socialist movement. Unbeknownst to Trotsky at the time, his departure from the Mensheviks occurred just as the cause of political reform in Russia was to undergo the greatest spurs to action that had been seen since the famine of 1891. On the 22nd of January 1905, Father Yuri Gabon led a large demonstration of unarmed protesters through St. Petersburg towards the Winter Palace of Nicholas II to protest against the firing of several workers from the shooting of ironworks in the city and for their membership of a workers' assembly. The protest was peaceful, but the large crowds of thousands of people still led to the deployment of thousands of Russian troops. Then, in the late morning, gunfire broke out in numerous locations. Several hours later, when the dust settled, as many as 1,000 1,000 unarmed protesters and bystanders have been killed. Bloody Sunday, as the day has become known, towards the Tsar, Nicholas II. He had not ordered the attacks. Strikes broke out in most cities and industrial centers throughout the country. This revolution of 1905 was further driven by Russia's loss in the Russo-Japanese War, the first major military defeat for a European nation against an Eastern state in modern times. In response to the escalating unrest caused by these events, Nicholas II re-established the Russian Duma, or parliament, in an attempt to concede public opinion. But the country had entered into a phase of increasingly radicalized politics, particularly in industrialized cities such as St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Riga. In the tumult following Bloody Sunday, Trotsky elected to return to Russia from his exile in Western Europe. Traveling home through Kyiv in his Ukrainian homeland, he then turned northwards to St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire in those days, the spring of 1905. Once there, he again put his literary abilities to work and began writing for various underground newspapers associated with the Bolsheviks. His activities quickly led to him being placed under observation and danger of arrest by the Tsarist regime, and within weeks of returning to St. Petersburg, he had to flee across the nearby border to rural Finland. At the time, this was part of the dominions of the Russian Tsars. It was known simply as the Grand Duchy of Finland. The police presence was less developed here. Trotsky spent the second half of 1905 moving back and forwards between Finland and St. Petersburg. During this time, he took over the running of the Russian Gazette. It had increased its readership to some 500,000 Russian readers. It was also during this period that Trotsky became highly influential in the formation of councils or Soviets of elected workers in St. Petersburg. These established many Russian industries. Much faster, much better movement, like a